I think the earliest that I would go is number 6. That's my belief. And that would be the Raiders at that pick or somebody else trading up to get in front of them possibly. I think that's what's gonna happen.
Where's the floor for you? Where's the pick where you know it's going to happen by then?
I would say number 12. Yeah, I would think that would be the floor.
I can't remember off the top of my head who's got number 12. Who's got number 12?
That's them Cowboys.
Oh, how about them Cowboys? They wear blue. It's not quite Boise State blue,
Not
but
quite.
it's close. It's still blue.
Blue is blue, man.
Ashton Genty talking to Mike Florio yesterday, a day away from the first round of the draft. I do believe the Genty story is an interesting one because it's going to tell a lot of people kind of what the league thinks of running backs now, which I think is starting to shift, and I think it's a correct shift, a course correction, if you will. I don't like the idea that running backs are, if you have the mindset that they are just a dime a dozen and you can find one whenever you want to, then where's the Broncos running game then? Where's that? Because I don't think it's as easy as people make it out to be. And the story behind him is very interesting, and I do think if he does start to drop a little bit around that 10 area, maybe the Broncos do consider moving up to grab him. I don't know. Maybe. I think it's highly unlikely, but not impossible. I mean, he's really good. As far as what the Broncos do, I have no idea. But I'll tell you this. This is the good place to be in, is that I trust them. And I want to get to that in a little bit. The idea of trust within your organization to make the right call. So,
And Brett, on that, excuse me, that's a throwback. I haven't had the first statement frog and throat for a while.
Get the demons out.
Yeah, I got to get it out. So I was trimming that clip, and usually I'll cut out things that aren't necessary. Right? Let's get to the point. But I left in that exchange at the end because that is such classic interviewer trying to come up with something like, "Hey, the Cowboys also wear blue," and then Genty's response at the end is perfect.
That's them Cowboys.
Oh, how about them Cowboys? They wear blue. It's not quite Boise State blue,
Not
but
quite.
it's close. It's still blue.
Blue is blue, man.
Blue is blue, man.
It's
Blue
kind
is
of,
blue, man.
Yep, that's definitely a color.
Yeah, good for you, Mikey. Thanks.
I mean, that is, I don't know, like, putting the guy in a position to like, hey, I'm not really giving you much. Your turn. Yeah, blue is certainly a color. It is actually, it's a primary color. I learned that in elementary school.
There you go. Good for you, Brett. That's like when Moser, we're interviewing someone and he'll go, "Hey, coach, I just bought a new pair of pants yesterday."
And then just
So
stops.
that's a big deal.
Yeah, just stops and waits for them to respond. Uh-huh. Yep, pants are, it's a piece of clothing. They are.
Blue is blue, man.
Hang on a second, because I want to get to the draft because this is a perfect day to talk about it. We had no playoff games yesterday. We'll get to it in a second. One thing that I really wanted to focus on for tonight, 7:30, Game 3, series tied at 1, back at Ball Arena for the Avs. It feels that the Avs had a golden opportunity to go up 2-0 in that game, just couldn't close out. But take this over the course of the series. 2 games so far. The Avs have outplayed the Stars for what feels like, I'd say, 5 of the 6 periods in regulation. Pretty even in overtime, but it feels like they've had them. I'm feeling really good about tonight. Really good. I know the people going to this game are going to go crazy. I know that they are they're very excited for the prospect of maybe one thing that could happen tonight, which is Gabe Landeskog. But I do, in the same way that Mikko Rantanen and the storyline of him playing against his old team and blah, 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 like that was kind of put on the back burner. I think it's going to be an amazing story for a few minutes if he is to return tonight. And then I think it's going to dissipate. Because that's what hockey does. It's not about the individual storyline. Now, if Landy gets a goal or something like that in coming back tonight, if he comes back, then yeah, it'd be cool. But I think more than anything else, this game is just about grabbing that series lead again and putting the faith back into the people that you trust most on this roster. And I want that to be tonight. If you asked me, what is the ideal scenario of what happens tonight for an individual? It's not about Gabe. I would make it about Val. I think if Val can get back on the board tonight, let's say a 2 or 3 point night, I think you dominate. It's been sort of the one thing that hasn't kept chugging along since the end of the regular season, or dating back to last year or the previous year before that or whatever, is that, we all had, I don't say we all, because I really didn't, but I understand the people who did and still have concerns about a random disappearance that could happen. I'm not thinking that way whatsoever. What I am thinking of, though, is production when he's on the ice. And you look over the course of last year. He played in, it was 6 games, 7 games, whatever. He led the entire league in postseason goals in that short time frame. You get that back, I think you very easily start to see a team that is a dominant sort of wagon. But it's about Val. And if this was the grand plan all along, was that Gabe Landeskog was going to wait until tonight to finally take the ice, and you're going to get that home crowd extra juiced up for this game, then here we are. It's time. And sort of the feeling I have surrounding it right now is, if not tonight, then when? The waiting part feels like it should be over. He got back-to-back games in with the Eagles just about a week ago. He has been skating with the team and practicing with the team. This isn't about health and let me get out on the ice and see how it feels anymore. I think you know the feel. I think it now turns into, are we getting this done or not? And it all feels like it's leading to this crescendo with the home opener of the postseason. Texture writes this in. Choo-Choo's role, Val's role, is different without McKinnon, isn't it? It's like Joker, everyone is better with McKinnon. Totally true. But Val is capable of carrying things on his own. Life is always going to be a lot easier when you have the best player in the world setting things up for you. Right? Like, you're going to have Joker setting the table for people where it's the truth. Go back and look at anybody's numbers that have played for someone else previously or played for somebody else after Joker. Efficiency-wise, it takes a giant dip because he makes life easier. He'll get you an open look. McKinnon commands so much attention that, yes, it helps others. But Val is good enough on his own to make things happen and doesn't quite need that. It fills out you. We talk about depth all the time. He is somebody that makes people around him better. He makes the team better. I'm not going to trot out the same Val on-off ice statistics for you about wins and losses, but you know what they are. That's not just because he's playing next to Nate. But if they keep the line the same, if they give me Val Nichushkin and Brock Nelson and Jonathan Drouin, the one thing I could think maybe that they do is they drop Natchez down and they bring Drouin up. And I don't think that would be a bad idea at all. Maybe we can get a better indication of that with Jared Bednar when he joins us at 8 o'clock this morning. But we all heard Bednar after game 2 when asked about his second line.
Coach, what do you need to see from the second line from your group?
I need to see more.
I think everybody understands. Like, it's very simple. You need to see more because if you get more, then you are going to be a team that resembles one that could win a Stanley Cup. If you don't, then it's going to be an absolute grind. They've got the other things. They've gotten the goaltending. They've gotten good defensive play. They've gotten a wealth of contributions from guys on lower lines. They got all that. Like, if I had 2 real things to maybe improve upon, one would be the second line needs to play better. 2 would be a little bit more consistent on the power play. Feels like through 2 games, whenever they've had a man advantage, they've gotten a little too cute and looked for the perfect shot as opposed to just letting one rip. No, I'm not saying you just throw one at the goalie when you're in a power play, but if you can't look for the absolute perfect thing. Look for a rebound. Look for maybe a sliver of an opening as opposed to something wide open. But get pucks on net and see if you can make life a little bit more miserable. Ottinger, for as good as he's been, it doesn't feel like he's had to do anything too crazy. Like, Blackwood has had to really work for some saves through 2 games. Really work for him. Ottinger's had to work, but you could make life more difficult for him. Getting bodies in front, really hammering away at rebounds. I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can do to make him a little bit more uncomfortable. But to me, that's the key for tonight. And you can join us tonight at number 38 for an Avs viewing party. Hang out with Raj and watch Game 3 as the Avs look to take a series lead. Berto will broadcast live starting at 6, and Raj will be giving away some awesome prizes. Specials on Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila. Great prizes and the chance to watch the Avs with Avs Faithful. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino tonight, which I'm going to be at tomorrow for the Nuggets and a viewing party there. If you've never been to number 38, it's an amazingly cool place. Go and check it out. Texture throws out the idea if a shakeup might be beneficial, why not put Val in front of the net with Nate? You could. But I think the goal here is to get the second line rolling. And if you really need something late in the game, then you can make that shift. That's how I think you should do it. Start Val on the second line. If you need a boost later in the game, then move Val up with McKinnon and knock down Drouin or somebody else. That's what would make the most sense to me. Because you just need an extra gear. Top line's working. I'm happy with 3 and 4. 2's just got to step it up. So again, you can hear that tonight, 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also want to get to the draft. I mean, I heard a little bit from Ashton Genty. It's kind of what the Broncos' approach is. And to me, Broncos' approach all stems back to a singular question that I think in the past was a little bit more difficult to answer.
What's the question?
But in a very confident way, I think there's something that you can say heading into tomorrow about whatever direction the Broncos go, you have this feeling towards whatever decision they're going to make. We'll get to it next. The one thing you want to feel heading into any sort of big moment within an organization's decision-making for future is you just want to have trust and faith. You want to have confidence that they make the right decisions. If the Mavs say, hey, we have made a big organizational decision, we will announce it at noon today. Every Mavs fan is terrified because they don't trust them. They feel like they make poor decisions. I don't think there's any questions. We trust the people in charge for the Broncos right now, right? And that goes from ownership all the way down to head coach. Ownership,
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
GM, head coach, the sort of, and in quarterback. I mean, that's another huge one. But the four pillars, I think, of what makes a really good organization that is primed for long-term success is you have to have those four things. Or I would say at least three of the four. People have survived with bad ownership before. It certainly makes things more difficult, but it's possible. But even with that, do you trust Broncos ownership? Yes. Do you trust their GM? Yes. Outside of a couple of bad mistakes, and to me, only one real stain on the resume, which was Nathaniel Hackett, it's been pretty impeccable with George Payton. Sean Payton, do you trust him? Yes. Do you trust your quarterback, Bo Nix? Yes. Okay. So you have all of that in line. So what happens tonight? Well, there's a couple options. Ian Rappaport said this on the NFL Network.
The Broncos will trade up, just my thoughts, not a source report, for a receiver. If McMillan goes early, Matthew Golden is the one. That makes sense. And I know that Sean Payton loves big guys, but he doesn't always. For instance, Brandon Cooks was a receiver he took in the first round, a speed guy, really stretch the defense. That's a comp here. And the Broncos have been making noise about trading up. We'll see if it actually happens, but trading up for Golden is at least something that I could see Sean Payton and the Broncos doing. They're always aggressive.
So maybe they're trading up for a wideout. We heard Ashton Genty say on that podcast from last week that he thought the Broncos were the team that talked to him the most, at least at the Combine. And that got my antenna up because I'm like, well, why would you spend that much time talking to somebody that's not going to be there at 20? I think it's possible. The question is, where do they want to go? And I think all of us are really looking towards tomorrow in the draft as I think that they target someone of a skill position sort of area, whether it's running back, receiver, whatever. I would love that because I think there is a huge opportunity to help out a young QB who already had a great rookie year and did that with pretty limited options offensively. You give him more, I would expect all of that to improve. But if they go out and they take a defensive tackle at number 20 overall, I trust them regardless. I've been saying this for basically since the offseason started. You know, Bo Nix throws a touchdown pass on the first drive of that postseason game against the Bills, and then the Bills just take over. And ever since that game ended, and we all kind of got to Monday, and we're thinking to ourselves, you know what? Overall, not too beat up about it because they overachieved from what expectations were. Well, now they have actual, legitimate, real expectations. So what do you do when you're a team like that that doesn't have a giant hole outside of running back to fill? To me, it's simple. You take the best player that you can, no matter where that player's at. If it's at running back or receiver, cool, great. If it's a linebacker, fine with me too. it's the nice place about being a good football team, which the Broncos haven't been for a long, long time, is you aren't drafting out of desperation. You're drafting with an actual scientific method in mind, which is, yeah, I would love to have this, but we don't need it right now. So let's take this guy because we think he's the best football player that's available in the draft. And that's a great place to be. I'll tell you what's fascinating, because we are all basically watching for two things tomorrow. Number one, you are looking for what the Broncos are going to do and how they're going to spend their 20th overall pick, or if they're going to move up or whatever. That's one aspect. The other one is keeping an eye on the Colorado boys. Now, Travis Hunter, there's not much to keep an eye on. It's basically 2 or 3, and then he's going to be off the board. But was reading a little bit of this article. It's from NFL.com. It's executives, scouts, coaches rank and evaluate the top 18 prospects in this quarterback class. And I want to give you a couple things on Shadur Sanders. And I think that Shedeur has been almost unfairly criticized for what people are considering an arm strength issue, which if you watch CU games, it felt like he had arm strength to me, but more than that, he had absolute accuracy, like pinpoint accuracy, which matters more to me than how strong your arm is. I don't care how hard you throw the ball if you can't locate it. You know, it's like a pitching prospect. It's like, the guy who throws 102, you salivate over. But I would take a guy who throws 92 and can hit the corners. But here's what's said about Shedeur. And if you remember, Nelly, this is something I warned about a couple months ago. One longtime NFL assistant coach said his time with Sanders was, quote, the worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled, he takes unnecessary sacks, he never plays on time, has horrible body language, blames his teammates, but the biggest thing is he's not that good. An AFC executive, longtime AFC executive. It didn't go great in our interview. He wants to dictate what he's going to do and what's best for him. He makes you feel small. NFC GM, I liked him the year before. They did change coordinators. It just felt different. It felt less athletic, less arm talent. Everything felt less. If you're talking about this year's tape versus Jackson Dart and Shedeur, I don't think it's particularly close. So, could this all be lies? I mean, I suppose. But I don't think that it's the day before the draft. Teams aren't going to see this and read into it. But let me take you somewhere else. You know who doesn't care about all of the outside noise and just wants to make money? Vegas does. I forget which one I saw it at. I'll look it up. There is a sports book in Vegas, Nelly, that has Shadur Sanders dropping to the second round at minus 120, which means it's a favorite. They think it's a favored thing. You would have to bet more money than you would win for him to drop to be a second-round pick. They said this before, fair or unfair, I think a lot of people look at sort of his overall personality and see this sort of boisterous guy who's very confident in himself, and they check that in the negative column for the position that he plays. Again, fair or unfair, I thought that would happen. And it looks like, at least in a couple of cases, it did. But there is no excuse. We watched Shadur Sanders for 2 years. There'd be no other reason than I would have for him dropping in the second round. Like, you can talk about arm strength if you want to. Bottom line is, the dude's incredibly talented. You know what I mean?
Right. And so it's just the whole persona and the Sanders family media circus that you're going to incur, all that stuff. That would be the main detractor. I guess this article was interesting to me. I believe it was Rappaport who published all of these comments on all the top quarterback prospects going into the draft. And I was wondering, with guys like Shadur Sanders, sometimes I wonder if that persona of flashing the watch and saying, we ain't hard to find, if that's really who they are, truly at their core, or if it's just an act for the cameras, which is fine. That's great. Play it up for the cameras and then behind closed doors, get down to X's and O's. I've wondered which one it was, but if these things that these GMs are saying, if rap sheet sources are correct, then it sounds like he's the same person always, that is who he is.
Yeah, I don't know if that is. I think that is who he is. And some people are going to be fine with it. Like, you can have a little bit of that and still be successful. We tried to figure this out earlier, quarterbacks that were kind of like that. And I think Baker Mayfield's probably one of them. Where he's a little bit brash, he's a little bit in your face. He'll let you know if he's doing well. But you just don't see it too often at that position. By the way, there is no reason, and I get why the NFL does this. I almost wish that they wouldn't. They're forcing the Titans not to say anything. Do you know what it would take if I put $1,000 on Cam Ward being the number 1 overall pick to Tennessee? Do you know how much I'd win? I put $1,000 down. $5. 5. So we know who the first pick is going to be, is what I'm telling you.
I also like to live dangerously.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no point. And it's just like, I get it. You don't want to tip your hand before the draft, but let's not start the draft, have them wait 10 minutes so they can announce something that we all know is going to happen already.
That's the worst. I hate when they have 10 minutes to announce the pick, and we all know what's going to happen. And then just for the theater of it, Roger Goodell, he picks up his phone and he goes, "Hey, Tennessee, take 9 minutes and 59 seconds.
To drag out his coverage. Yes, of course.
I was going to say so we could show all the beauty shots of where the draft is. Let me check my notes here. Beautiful Green Bay, Wisconsin. So maybe they can just roll some Taco Bell commercials instead.
They've warned teams, by the way, warned them about putting in your picks too early. There are teams that have been threatened with fines or docked draft picks because here's what happens. Team has a player in mind on their board. They are the pick after the current pick that's on the board. Team in front of them takes their player. They go, yes, we got our guy, and they put the pick in immediately. That is an absolute no-no in the NFL. You cannot do that. You have to wait. There's some amount of time, like a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes. I don't know what it is. But in that first round, you need to wait. And the other ones, I don't think they care. I don't think when you're watching the 4 through 7 rounds on Saturday, I don't think anybody minds. But I am curious what happens with him, with Shadur Sanders specifically, because I think there's a chance he could go to the Giants, and there's a chance he could be out of the first round entirely. And to his credit, maybe he saw this coming already. Maybe this was a part of his plan. Maybe it wasn't. But as cool as it would be to be there on draft day, walk across that stage hearing your name called, it would be worse if you're sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. Because we've seen those examples, and it looks miserable. Here's Peter Schrager, by the way, on ESPN on why the Giants could take Jackson Dart over Shedeur.
They've done as much work and have been in the building at Ole Miss as much as they have for Shadur Sanders. Furthermore, Joe Schoen has a kid at Ole Miss, so he's been there and around that program plenty. Eli Manning has the Ole Miss connection. Do you know who an analyst for Ole Miss is right now? Joe Judge is an analyst at Ole Miss, so you've got people there. And then Charlie Weiss Jr. is the one calling the plays. And if you look at Brian Daboll and his history, and of course, Mike, you know this, and D. Wood, you know this, Charlie Weiss and Daboll through the Belichick tree have a lot of connections as well. The Giants will know everything they need to know about Jackson Dart. So if they take him over Shadur Sanders, it's not just them throwing, pun intended, a dart at the wall. It's because they've done just as much work on that player as they have on Shedeur.
By the way, I was saying this when they picked up all those quarterbacks because the Giants have Russell, they have Jameis, and they brought back old Timmy Cutlets, right?
Tommy
Cutlets?
DeVito.
Yeah. They have 3. I don't think that takes them off the board for a quarterback. If they think somebody's good enough, they should take him. These guys are 1-year deals anyway. This isn't a long-term future plan. They'll cut one of them if they have to, if they feel like they got the right guy. So I do think that's still possible. But what the Broncos do, I am hoping it's a skill position player. You know, part of me would be ecstatic if they moved up and took somebody that they feel like is a all-pro level guy that helps you on offense. I would love it. You know what? If they took a tackle at 20, I'd be like, okay, get a little bit insurance for the future, considering Garrett Bowles and Mike McGlinchey aren't exactly spring chickens anymore. I just got trust in them. I think whatever decision they make is probably the right one because they haven't been wrong all that often. I think Sean Payton, in the way that he's handled stuff in game before, can get a little tricky. But as far as roster construction, they've found guys who can play. And especially George Payton, with limited draft capital, has found some real diamonds. A 3rd rounder in Quinn Miners. Last pick of the 2nd round in Nick Benito. Pretty good players. And continued along that track ever since he's taken over. So, with a full arsenal of draft picks now, I would love to see the direction that he goes. I think the last time they had a 1st-round pick was Pat Surtain, right? That was making the decision of that guy over quarterback, which ultimately he gets to be correct on. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back to the Avs. Huge Game 3 tonight. And an X factor for the game. We'll get to next. Game 3 tonight for the Avs. Game 3 tomorrow for the Nuggets. And we actually get a chance to focus on each of these games. Just overall, it feels, we got a text earlier that somebody bought tickets for tonight, said he's having trouble containing himself because he's anticipating this return to Landeskog that, who knows, they might have a giant Jumbotron presentation if this is I have no idea. I have no idea what's in store if he plays tonight. What if he doesn't? For all the people that said they're waiting for this Game 3 pop that he's going to bring energy-wise to the arena, that is going to inflame this crowd to a decibel level that unheard before in human history. Okay, so that's the plan. They announced that he's playing. They introduce him on the Jumbotron, and that place goes insane. What if he doesn't do that? Then what? I thought about it in this context. Like, Nelly, if you were one of the people that paid $220 for a ticket to go to the Eagles game, and then it's like he didn't play, how would you feel? Now, different situation. It wasn't an NHL playoff game. It was the Eagles, and I understand that there's a difference between the two. But still, you have this thing in the back of your head that you've been anticipating for a long, long time. It's like, you ever seen the, of course you have, the soldiers coming home from war to their dog videos, right? The dog freaks out. Now imagine telling your dog all day, Daddy's coming home, and then he's not. And then he's, sorry, I got called I got to stay over here for another 2 months.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what it feels like.
But I know what you're saying, where playoff tickets for any sport are going to be expensive as it is. But the fact that there's so much juice on the idea of Gabe coming back, you're going to have to pay double, triple what it usually costs on the resale market. And then you're going to get there to the game. You're going to see him skating pregame.
Yeah.
He's going to be activated on the sheet.
Well, that's the thing. He's going to be on the ice at some point tonight, right? Whether he's playing or not, he did the warm-ups in Game 2. He's probably going to do it in Game 3 regardless.
Exactly. He's going to go through all that rigmarole, and then better hope he shows on the ice. Otherwise, you refinanced your home for nothing.
But he's saying, don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't put that negativity in it's not negativity. It's just a question. Again, it's just I'm just curious. I'm just wondering. I'll tell you the one thing that I am pretty curious about is, I brought this stat a week ago when he was playing in Loveland. Go back to the last time that Landeskog was on the ice. And he was obviously a major cog in your power play. He was second on the team in the postseason in goals, and I believe fourth in the regular season in power play goals. Do you throw him right into that? And if it's not the first power play unit, maybe the second. But do you give him some opportunities in that way? I mean, we saw the one goal that he scored for the Eagles was what? Parked his butt in front, got a deflection. That's classic Gabe. If he does play tonight, do you think about doing that? I actually believe if they put him at least on the second power play unit, that could give it a nice little pop. For the rare occasions, by the way, that the second power play unit is out there, because essentially, you guys been watching, it's like McKinnon has refused to leave the ice when they got a power play. He's like, no, I'm staying out here the entire time. And part of that is it's the playoffs. I'm going, the extra mile. The other part is, especially in Game 2, you're in the box so much that McKinnon wasn't on the ice all that much, and I think he was just like, if I'm on, I'm not leaving. It's that clip of Denzel Washington saying, I'm coming away with something. You're going to give me something.
I thought you were going to go with Wolf of Wall Street when he's making a speech, and he goes, I'm not leaving.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going anywhere.
That too.
But and also, by the way, I need to give a shout out on a Wednesday. Give some credit to one of our texters. Maybe this is why he's so chill. His name we have saved as Couch Potato Zach. We were talking about
Good name.
Gabe and the possibility of him actually not playing, and then you spent all your money on that ticket. And he said, "We don't need your negativity, kind sir." That's the most polite chirp I think we've ever gotten. Thank you, Couch Potato Zach.
What was I called the other day? Was it Goof? Was it you Goof?
You goof. You got that one.
I like you Goof. That's also a good one. Lets you know that you disagree, but I don't hate you.
You cotton-headed ninny muggins.
Yes. Here's the deal. Should be electric tonight. And I think that Gabe is going to play. I do. I just thought about the what if he doesn't. And here's the nice thing. What if Gabe doesn't play? Then your very good hockey team stays the same. You know what I mean? It's like you're adding, and this is hard to do, man. The Avs make all of these moves at the deadline. They reshape their team. They have a completely different look. They have a lot better look. From the beginning of the year to now, different goaltending room, a whole bunch of different guys up the middle of your roster. You've added and made your team better and better. And then you get to the postseason, relatively healthy. And you get the prospect of potentially adding what is essentially going to feel like a free agent in Landeskog, right? That hasn't been on your roster in 3 years. EJ won the Cup, left Colorado to Buffalo, left again to Philly, and returned to the Avs before Landeskog played. Like, this is going to feel, if he does play tonight, like you've just added a major player to your roster on or in the middle of what feels like could be a cup run. But you don't stand anything to lose because you've already lost it for 3 years. You can only gain. And that's what I think is nice. And that also gives you the added, like, let's say he goes out there, Nelly, and just doesn't look right. What if he's just not the same guy, just can't play to the level that he was used to? It's kind of the Forsberg situation. Comes back, gets on the ice, oh my God, I can't do what I used to do. Well, then guess what? You're in the same spot you are now. There is no worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is you're the same. Best case, Landy comes back and gives you a giant boost of a great hockey player.
I agree with you. And if he does nothing, like if he has a Tony Snell game, 20 minutes, 0.0 assists, 0 anything.
That happened to Kuzma in the playoff game the other day. Did you see that?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Kuzma played 22 minutes with zeros across the board.
Yeah. So if Gabe has a cardio game, that's fine. I mean, just the fact that he's even out there, I think it's going to be major vibes. If he takes the ice in any form, in any capacity tonight, I think the boost that you're going to get for the team is going to be amazing.
Sure. So that, again, we got that viewing party at number 38, the Avs viewing party. You can hang out with Raj, watch Game 3 as the Avs look to take that series lead. Berto broadcasting live starting at 6, and Raj giving away some awesome prizes, specials on Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila, great prizes, and a chance to watch the Avs with Avs Faithful. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino tonight. So, just quickly here. If you were fined $50,000, and I don't know what that is percentage-wise to what Anthony Edwards makes in a year, but let's just say you were fined a good amount of money. You want to get your money's worth. But Anthony Edwards was fined 50 G's for yelling to a heckling fan, "My bleep is bigger than yours." And all I can think to myself is, not worth $50,000. I would hate if you fined me 50 grand for just saying that. But I also wondered this, Nelly. Is he fined $50,000 if you replace the word bigger with smaller? If he's self-deprecating about it?
Right, if it was the boasting that got him the fine, or if it was the fact that he talked about that part of his body.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, is it the fact that he was chirping this guy in a boastful manner? If he did it in a self-deprecating way, is it still worth $50,000 for just saying the word?
You know, the thing is, if you watch that video, he's chirping about how much money he has too, and he's going at it with this fan. And I think the money thing, I don't doubt. If he says I'm making $200 million or whatever, and he's holding that over the fan, I believe you. But when he says I got a bigger you know what than you, let's compare, Ant. Like if you're gonna talk the talk, you better walk the walk. Drop him right now. We're in timeout. Let's go.
So did Anthony Edwards? He's a very interesting case of I mostly hate Anthony Edwards. And sometimes I think he's kind of funny. The greatest chirp you could probably have back, well, actually not, because it's actually sad. But he had, I think he just had a kid with like an OnlyFans model, and he paid her, wasn't it like $18 million straight up? He goes, here, you can never ask for child support again. Like he did a lump sum payment of child support, which I think you could probably present that as a comeback. But again, I feel bad because then the kid, yeah, never mind. I take it all back. That wouldn't be funny chirp.
Yeah, when he goes, hey, my bleep is bigger than yours, you go, hey, prove it, big boy.
Yeah.
What you got?
Can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on the Altitude TV simulcast. You can watch on YouTube, anywhere that there is a streaming platform. I promise we're probably going to get there eventually. But go to YouTube, subscribe to the channel, like and subscribe, all the fun stuff. You can catch us live every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. Got it. Mike's on now. Mike's on. It's a lively discussion.
Is Moser in one of those moods?
No, not that. We're having a discussion about something that is not fit for air.
Oh.
I mean, it is sports related, sports adjacent, I would say.
It's just a topic that we're not going to cover on the program.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and get
Yeah, I'd like to
rolling
cover
this
the
morning.
wide array. So if you care to discuss, I'm here for you.
Well, you know my long-term stance on guys like Mick Jagger.
Tony Randall.
Yeah. It's about that subject. Anyway, this could potentially be a huge day. Potentially. Right? It is a big day because we got Game 3 of the playoffs, but I'm saying for even more reasons than just a playoff game being played at Ball Arena tonight. And it's what's going to happen with the captain. Is this it? Is this the return? Is this the big moment that we unveil after 3 years? This work in progress where it's finally made it to its ultimate crescendo. Is tonight the night?
Can't wait. Can't wait to find out. Moj?
And I think it is. But
can't wait.
We'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock. We'll ask him. I doubt he'll give us the answer, but we'll ask.
I don't know why. Yeah, we'll talk to the coach here in about an hour. I don't know why, but I just had this feeling over me. And Vic, you're old school. You know that song, Shambhala? Remember that song, Shambhala?
Shanana?
No, Shambhala. On the road to Shambhala. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's my own personal thing, but I feel good today, buddy. I feel good. I feel happy. Mm-hmm. I feel positive. I've got positive energy.
Mm-hmm. I'm
feeling good.
You should.
Thanks, buddy.
Feeling good just in general, or about tonight, or about what we were just talking about, or about all the above?
All right, let's go in general.
Okay.
But how about specifically tonight?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. I feel good about the Avs tonight.
I can't wait I can't wait again to soak in that scene. The Queen and I are going the Queen? Oh yeah. She doesn't do many of the hockey games, but she ain't missing tonight.
Don't call me that.
I can't wait just to go as a fan and enjoy the moment. Just soak in again, if you're a fan, I don't need to tell all the Avalanche fans in attendance, get in your seats early. Yeah. 7:30 face-off, which means what? It'll face off at 8?
7:52 probably, yeah.
Yeah. But be in your seats, because that pregame ceremony, well, I call it a ceremony. The hype machine that is pregame is next level.
Yeah.
That building in Dallas was different for Game 2 than it was for Game 1.
It sounded different.
Like
they were
through the television when it was late in that game. I was like, "Oh my God, that place!"
When Donoff tied it up, it got pretty darn crazy. But the entire vibe had more intensity. It was more on edge for Game 2, realizing that the Stars had to win that game or the series is over.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not going to win 4 out of 5 against the Colorado Avalanche.
Right.
So. You know what I mean? So
sure.
The crowd basically willed their team on, and their team responded. Now it's time to do the other side tonight with the Avs. And I get a feeling, well, I don't even have a feeling, I know the crowd is going to be flat out awesome.
Yes. And look, there's a lot to the Landy thing that we're going to discuss tonight. Again, I don't know actually hockey-wise what the impact is going to be. Nobody knows what it's going to be if he plays. But I'll say this. Is it unfair that, let's say Landy does give it a go, that he is back in the lineup tonight for the first time in almost 3 years? If I tell you that the guy that I want to play good the most is not Landeskog, it's Val Nichushkin, is that fair?
I think that's fair.
That's what I think is going to help you most in a game like this. If Val starts doing the 2-3 point game thing, then I think the Avs just start to become overwhelming to the Stars.
Agreed. I don't know what the situation is with that line in terms of why it's been sort of they've been skating hard. They've been working hard. It's just not happening for them.
I wouldn't mind a shakeup.
You want to flip wingers?
Yeah, I think if you put Nachos down there, you put Druin upstairs, yeah.
You want to send 27 and 62 and 13 up with. You want to send Lehkonen and Nichushkin up with McKinnon?
I think that'd be fine.
And bring Druin and Natchez back down.
I think that'd be fine.
With No. I mean, that's what you want to do. I can't do numbers anymore.
Huh.
I get in trouble for that.
Mm-hmm.
So names only.
Names only.
Moj, if you're the Dallas Stars tonight, what is the message? It's the same message you hear all the time in situations like this. Just survive. Survive the first period. Survive the first 10 minutes. Just get through the wave because you know the waves are going to come at you. That's exactly what they're saying.
Sure they are. They're absolutely saying, hey, look, we know the Avs are going to come out like gangbusters. The emotions are going to be high on the other side. They've played in that environment many, many times. They all know. And both coaches made it pretty darn clear before the series began. There are no secrets between these two teams. Yeah, there's some different personnel, sure. But they know what we try to do. We know what they try to do. And it's a matter of who's going to accomplish more.
Just line it up.
Yep.
Line it up and go at each other. And look, again, the word I used yesterday was unsurprised with the results through 2 games. I thought the Avs would take one. I did. The funny thing is it's kind of about when you win, right? If I flip those 2 games and game 2 was game 1 and game 1 was game 2, is there a different feeling that you have taking away from Dallas that, hey, I got the last game heading back home as opposed to the first? You know what I mean? Doesn't that feel different when the wins come in a series?
So you would feel more confident about tonight had the Avs won game number 2?
No, I would think I would feel the same, but I think other people would. Is what I'm saying. Like you get to that point to where like again, how about the opposite with the Nuggets? If the Nuggets won game 2 as opposed to game 1, does it feel any different?
Well, it still feels like you're playing catch up.
It does. Yeah,
you were on the home floor.
Yeah.
So if you scramble and win game number 2, it's like, oh, yeah, he played that.
Okay, how about this? Hang on. I got an example for you. So last year when the Nuggets played the T-Wolves, I believe the series went. The Nuggets won. Was it 3 in a row in the middle of the series?
Yeah.
They were down 0-2.
They won 2 in Minnesota. Then they came back here, and Nikola put on that master class against Rudy, and they were primed to win the series. Then they lost the last 2.
And that didn't feel really like a 7-game series because it was you bulked the 3 wins in the middle. So you felt awful, felt amazing, and then felt the worst pain you've ever felt in your life at the end of it, right?
Just goes to show you how much things can swing.
Yeah.
But listen, the truth of the matter is here, the Avs did what they were supposed to do. They regained home ice. The Nuggets gave up home court.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Yep.
Here's what I do know. Here's what I think. I don't think the Stars can play better than they did.
I'm with you on that, yeah.
I mean, they played, or they can play better, X's and O's, position-wise, but they can't play with more emotion than they did.
Right.
They're not going to have that same vibe and emotion flowing through tonight. They're all going to be professional, and they're going to be good. But the emotional kick that they got is not going to be there. For the Avs, it will. And the Avs, I know, can play a lot better than they did in game 1 as well, but also in game number 2.
Yeah, they were pretty sloppy in game 2.
So I feel, there's a little bit of hand grenading going on.
Yes.
So I believe that the Avs have more going for them tonight. Excited about it.
I just want to see that pop. I just want to see that pop in that arena.
Oh,
I want to see the announcement. And, I mean, regardless, what you're going to get is... Here's one thing I think I can guarantee tonight. I can guarantee Gabe's going through pregame warmups, right? He did that in game 2. I'd assume he'd be on the ice going through warmups, right, Moj? Regardless if he's playing or not.
Well, unless he had some sort of an issue. Yesterday, it was an off day. There was no official practice or anything. So unless, he woke up and his knee was bothering him from the previous warm-up, I don't know.
Okay.
Can I stop right there, too? I know you guys feel like I should know.
No, I know you don't in this situation. There's a lot of things that they're not going to – listen, I believe you, Moj. I believe you.
We'll have Coach Bednar on here in
Well, that's why I
50
wanted
minutes.
to say, Moj, let's make a pact, all right? The 3 of us. The 4 of us. Everybody, hands in. Let's make a pact right now. Hands in. Okay? Here's the deal. What time is Coach going to meet us?
8 o'clock.
Okay. Kane, you introduce him. The first question out of the chute will be, just be very blunt, is Gabe playing tonight?
Okay.
Just get it out of the way.
And his answer is going to be, you'll find out when we hit the ice.
Well, tell him I've got an appointment with my CPA.
So
Bednar doesn't know me well. He knows me a little bit. He knows that I don't have a CPA. He knows that.
That's true. Your wife does have a CPA. But
sure she does. Oh, she told me the other day. She said we have our annual review with our finance guy. I said, who?
What? What?
Do I have to be there for it? I don't know what he's going to talk about.
Here's a guy, the first guy that I saw on Twitch today. Moser Saki input. I don't know. Why would you think I know anything? I get a text. I get a text on the airplane. We're landing. I get a text on the airplane when my phone comes back to life. Yesterday, I finally get a signal right here over Colorado. And it's Tanner. Hey, the guys want you on. Can you come on your drive home? I'm like, well, sure I can. But I know where this is going.
Yeah.
And so Tyler eventually just took himself out of the conversation because the first question out of their mouth was, all right, Landeskog took the warm-up, and then they said he was going to play, and Wood was a scratch, and then it switched. Why?
And your response was, you might as well ask me the meaning of life.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, so have you seen that before? Yeah. Why did it happen? I don't know why. I don't know. Stop asking me. I should. By the way, I shouldn't know. Don't act like I should know. I should not know. Mm-hmm. If you're doing things correctly as an organization, Moj should not know.
There does seem to be like this feeling that this is the plan all along. Doesn't there? Like, Gabe comes back, he plays a couple of games, back-to-back nights for the Eagles. He then gets removed from LTIR on the active roster. Then the Avs steal one in Dallas. They come back home opener in the playoffs. It just feels like, right now, it's like movie script sort of stuff, but it does feel that way. We can get to this later. My question is, what if not? Like, what if you got a packed house of people waiting to see this, and then it's announced that it's not happening? Like I said to Nelly, what if you paid $220 to go to an Eagles game, and then he doesn't play? Then what's the feeling like? So we can get to that in a little bit, but it all just kind of feels like it's trending in one direction. So we'll get back to this in a bit. We got Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock. We are also a day out from the first round of the NFL draft. And there's a report from, not a report, but Ian Rappaport has made a prediction about what the Broncos might do tomorrow. And I think it could be a fun day. The Broncos seem to be one of the only teams, and who knows, it's lying season, so maybe it's nothing, but seem to be one of the only teams in the league that is in the circle of potentially trading up for something. Running back, wide receiver, whatever. So I want to give you that audio in a bit, along with, did you guys see the story from NFL.com where they talked to anonymous executives, scouts, etc.?
Oh, yeah.
About Shadur Sanders.
Oh, yeah.
That was juicy.
That wasn't juicy. That was damning.
If you guys haven't heard it yet, pretty wild what at least one AFC executive said about Shedeur, and we'll get there in a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Low testosterone happens because, guys, as you age, you start to lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. And before you know it, you're just not the same guy as you felt like in your 20s and 30s and even beyond that a little bit. Maybe putting on a little weight, less productivity at the gym, not seeing the gains, brain fog, falling asleep after dinner, all this kind of thing. Well, low T may be an issue for you, but if it is, you can definitely get something done about it. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on the website. Super simple. If you think you need it, get an appointment. $99 includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. It's worked wonders for me, and it will work wonders for you. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's going to be absolutely free. Get back to feeling like you felt before. Most men wait a year or longer, but there is no need to wait, so get it done now. 5 locations in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. It's everywhere, so you can get to it. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, Vittorio. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I want to address one little thing before we continue on. This is the last I'm going to say about it. This comes from Lance. Lance Cocktail, probably, but Lance in Wyoming. Hello, Lance. The problem is that you...
Sir Lancelot.
Sir Lancelot. Sir listens a lot. Thanks, Lance.
Oh.
The problem is that you, as the voice of the team, should be able to know more than it seems that you do. Hold on.
Maybe he doesn't want to tell you, Lance. Maybe there's some stuff. Hold on. Maybe there's some things said and done in confidence that is not privy to public information. Maybe Lance can't know everything. How's that?
No offense here because I get it, but that's why everybody keeps asking you these things. You're as close to the team as you can get, but you keep it professional and inside the building. It's really frustrating for all parties involved.
You keep it professional, I say.
So, yes, Lance, I know a lot of things. I see a lot of things. I talk to a lot of people. I'm around the team. Yes.
By the way,
you are correct, Lance.
90% of the stuff that is seen, trust me when I say this, cannot be discussed on this radio show. And that's just part of the territory. That's just it.
Yeah, and that doesn't even mean that Moser knows if Gabe's playing tonight or not either, by the way.
I've worked for the team for nearly 30 years, or whatever it is, 29, whatever. So I've seen a lot, known a lot, knew a lot was going to happen. You never violate the trust that's put into you in that regard. Vic, you know that as well as I do. Ever, ever, ever. And Lance, it sure as hell ain't none of your business.
Hey, when I do sidelines for Nuggets games, there are some things I witness and hear during the huddle that if all handcuffs were off and we were doing a
Lance told me to calm down. I mean, it's funny.
I couldn't even imagine where it would go. You can't. Because if you did, you would no longer have the job. It's really that simple. If you did, if you jumped over that line, Mark Moser, nice knowing you, now working for Smooth Jazz right down the street.
That's right. Smooth
That's
Jazz.
just the way it is. And if you can't fathom that, I don't know what to tell you.
So the last thing, and I know a lot, I honestly have no clue. So
that's the other thing, too. Don't know. So we're a day away from the draft. And I think overall, just first thing I want to get out of the way is haven't been in this spot for a decade, which is you have kind of four pillars within a football organization that gives you confidence that you're going to be on the right track long term. Quarterback, coach, GM, ownership. And I think you need three of the four to have a chance. I think the Broncos are 4 for 4 right now.
It feels like they have their ducks in a row in that regard.
Like, I have confidence in each one of those incredibly important things that I think are necessary to long-term football success. Do you trust ownership at the moment? I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. They seem totally invested within the organization, seem to make the right moves. Your GM, look at his track record of draft picks with little draft capital to work with in his time here. I mean, I think he's had, is it just 2 first-round picks, right? And who has he chosen? Bo Nix, Pat Surtain. Both of those look pretty good. The other ones that he's drafted an all-pro guard in the 3rd round. He's drafted a edge rusher that is one of the best in the league with the last pick of the 2nd round. Trust him. Your head coach turned this team into a playoff team last year, which I didn't think was possible. Confidence there. And your rookie quarterback had a hell of a rookie season despite not having a whole bunch of weapons to work with. Like, all of those things are in good shape, which brings you to tomorrow and what you do. And here's the beauty of what the Broncos can do. Whatever the hell they want, right? Whatever's on the board that feels right to them, that feels like the best football player, you take it. And would I selfishly like it to be like a running back or a wide receiver, somebody to help the offense? Sure. But if they went D-tackle, if they went offensive tackle, if they went corner, if they went linebacker, I think I'd be cool with anything. I trust them, which is, I think, the overall point. I trust their decision-making.
Did you hear what Brian Baldinger said?
I missed it.
Did you send that, Nelly? Is that you who sent that? Baldinger.
I've heard Baldinger say a billion things in my lifetime.
He said and he didn't pin it on any source, but he says he feels a blockbuster move in the top 5.
Really?
So not to the Broncos specifically, but just a move.
He did not mention specific Broncos, but he says he's heard enough. He feels it that a blockbuster deal is going to happen somewhere in the top 5 involving could be some other team coming down.
That's pretty interesting, and I'm curious as to who that player is that would be involved in the trading up to get in a spot to draft said player.
It's either going to be a quarterback or a running back. That's who it is.
I think it has to
always
be.
is.
And maybe Genty's not going to escape the 6 hole, is he? He's not going to go below that. So if you want him, you better jump into the top 5. Because I think your division rivals would jump on him at the 6.
Could I ask a simple hypothetical that people threw out there? And I think it's probably because of the local connection, but also because he's the best overall player in the draft. I forget which account it was. I was just scrolling through Twitter yesterday. It said, what do you think of this? 2 firsts and 2 seconds to move up to take Travis Hunter. Would you do it?
No.
I don't think I would either.
No.
I really
that'd be
don't.
stupid.
Like, he's an incredible player.
No.
He's incredible.
You don't need him. You don't need him on this roster. I mean, you'd love to have him. It'd be a bonus.
Yeah.
But you don't need – there are too many different needs.
Agreed.
There's a difference between – hey, guys, what's the difference between need and want?
Well, I don't know if they have too many needs. They just
but need to polish off your
need for
roster.
depth, need
Exactly.
for overall draft
Moser,
picks. Yes.
Moser, you need sustenance. You need water. You need protein. You need that to exist. You don't need that fully loaded burrito from Conoco. That's a want.
You know what? If it keeps my man Moser happy, then he needs it, Vic. So you shut your mouth on that.
One person's want is another person's need.
Shut your dirty mouth about that.
My thought is that I would be very tempted because I believe he's an incredibly special player. Is he the best wideout in the draft? Probably. Is he the best corner in the draft? Probably. That's pretty good. Heisman Trophy winner. By the way, you know who you're drafting as a person. This guy is a down-to-earth, grounded worker.
Moj,
he loves to work.
Moj, what did you say the price would be again?
2 firsts and 2 seconds.
Are you crazy?
I agree. I agree with you.
I'm not crazy, but I'm tempted. I mean, it's tempting.
No, it's not even a temptation. It's absolute lunacy to give up. This is a franchise that has given up draft picks for quarterbacks and coaches.
We're talking specifically about the Broncos. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with both of you. But if I was a team that had a need at either one of those positions or at both, and he was there, and I thought I could get him and make an incredible splash in this draft, I would heavily consider it.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
I only ask that, Vic, because I went through the replies, because I agree with you. I don't think I would do it because you're in a position now where the football team is good. Continue to acquire good players, not just one, right? There's a bunch of Broncos fans that would have loved it. And that's why I was just curious. Now, Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network had a prediction for the draft. He said this.
The Broncos will trade up, just my thoughts, not a source report, for a receiver. If McMillan goes early, Matthew Golden is the one. That makes sense. And I know that Sean Payton loves big guys, but he doesn't always. For instance, Brandon Cooks was a receiver he took in the first round, a speed guy, really stretch the defense. That's a comp here. And the Broncos have been making noise about trading up. We'll see if it actually happens, but trading up for Golden is at least something that I could see Sean Payton and the Broncos doing. They're always aggressive.
Remember, Jeff told us that that's a name to write down.
Yeah.
That Golden was one of those names. He gave us like 4 or 5 names, and that was one of them.
I've thought all offseason that they weren't totally comfortable with their wide receiver room, that they wanted to add to it. I don't think, much like running back Moj, the market free agent-wise had any super appealing names. Like, we threw out a couple, like Cooper Kupp, but he's probably a little over the hill and too expensive for you, and a lot of different factors went into that. But I think that they looked at the free agent market at things that they would have liked, not needed, Vic, but liked to have on the team. And they said, I don't see anything out there right now. We can probably pick some things up in the draft, and maybe wide receiver at 20 would be one that you target, knowing that it's a deep running back class. You know what I mean? But I think there is an absolute mindset between George and Sean Payton that they're like, Our duty right now in this draft is to get Bo Nix some things to work with. That's what it feels like. Because they've promised you, essentially, we're getting a running back in the draft. They've said it.
It better be, if you think about it. You make this investment. You make this great investment in a quarterback. If you don't give him his toys, what are we doing? If you buy a puppy and you don't provide the puppy the essentials, what's the point of having the puppy?
I agree.
Is that an accurate analogy?
He needs to have, he needs to have toys. Yes, he needs to have toys.
So Bo Nix needs a chew toy.
He needs a chew toy. He needs
treats.
He needs one of those machines that automatically has the food and water come out of it.
No, he does not.
Insanely horrible purchase.
My brother-in-law
Bad.
and my sister have one. You hear it go, it drops some little kibble into the bowl.
It does sound like that. I hate it.
It's like, hey, man, I look forward to feeding my dogs.
What if you're not there?
Well, we always make time for it.
I've had a very bad thing. This is a bad.
What do you say to Layla and Josie when it's time to eat? What do you say to them?
I was just going to tell you, I made a very bad dog owner move. My dogs are grazers. They're not. It's eating time, the bowl always has to have something in it. You know what I mean?
Oh, you can't do that, bro.
Well, a little too late. One dog is 10, the other one's 6.
Teach them.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks, Vic. There's a whole thing about it.
I did.
Moser, I believe that's an old farming term. Actually.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Brett, they have no.
Wow, bro.
It's a dog. Just have the bowl empty and then put the dog on a time.
Yeah, but one of my dogs is like a zombie. She's half dead already. Like,
hey, Rufus,
I don't want to do that to her.
We got a doggy door installed when the dogs were already in their habits.
Yeah.
And I had to go through the doggy door myself to teach them. Couldn't fit through it, but like half my body was sticking out, stuck.
I wish there was a video of that. I wish.
Anyway, I say, who's hungry? Are you hungry? And they get all excited. Yeah,
Bo Nix is hungry.
Yeah, so Bo Nix is hungry for a back. He's already got a tight end toy. Okay?
Yes.
You already got that toy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's already had some toys in the basket, right? That you have here already.
One other thing before we get to a break.
Drop back, do it to the other team.
I would like to do something called reading. Is that okay? It's from NFL.com. One longtime NFL assistant said his time with Shadur Sanders was, quote, the worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames his teammates. But the biggest thing is he's just not that good. One longtime AFC executive. It didn't go great in our interview. He wants to dictate what he's going to do and what's best for him. He makes you feel small. An NFC GM. I liked him the year before. They changed coordinators. It just felt different. It felt less athletic, less arm talent. Everything felt less. If you're talking about this year's tape versus Jackson Dart and Shedeur, I don't think it's particularly close. What do you make of those?
I'll be honest, I hate those anonymous quotes before anything. I hate them so much.
Mm-hmm.
Just, anybody can be anonymous. I'm going to give you an anonymous quote. I'm told by an anonymous source that Brett Kane does not bathe, and the smell is such an issue in the studio that there are other people. I hate it. They're just so stupid. It's just so dumb. The anonymous quote machines that come up before the draft, I hate them.
Here's what you're not going to get.
But they are juicy.
Yeah,
but they're juicy. But here's what you're not going to get. I guess you could, but if I was a team and I liked him, I would not be even anonymous and say, you know what, we really have this guy graded high. God, we hope that we can get him because we find his arm strength appealing. We find what he's done at the highest level really, really good.
Well,
set these records at Colorado. He throws he's athletic. He can scramble. He can put the ball on the money on the run.
Like what would cause a person, a scout, or who's that from? That quote from an actual GM? Who's that from?
Executive GM and
okay. So an executive GM in the room. What would prompt that person to say that to a reporter? What motivates that person? Like you're a GM for a random team, and you're just going to belittle a player. You're going to hammer a player. Why? What do you gain from that? What's the gain?
Maybe you're trying to help out a reporter.
No. No.
Well, you trying
Nope.
to bust him down the you trying to bust him down the draft, are you?
I'm just asking, what do you have to gain if you have intel on a player and it's really that juicy to give that intel to a reporter that's going to make it public?
The only reason you would do it is to try to bust him down the draft.
Exactly. There's no value to those quotes. None. Zero. Zip.
What would you say Sean Payton stood to gain from the Jarrett Bell article when he first got here?
Did he admit he made a grand mistake?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, why say that? Why say that in the first place?
But see, that doesn't affect draft status. That doesn't affect anybody but somebody who's a former coach. That doesn't impact anybody during the draft.
I suppose, yeah.
All that did is that made him look bad because he ripped a former coach. And but by the way, everything he said was true.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying, what did he stand to gain from it? That's all. Like, feels like all he got was criticism. Anyway,
no, I just think when you're dealing with draft stock, I mean, draft stock is, you look at the stock market right now. It's costing people some money. Draft stock is real stock. There's real value there. So when you're playing with somebody's value up or down, someone's going to benefit, someone's going to suffer. I just don't take any stock in these quotes. Never will.
Yeah.
You know what I just realized? Vic, your two dogs are not very big. I thought, well, what do you mean you can't fit through the dog door? I can fit through my dog door, but I got big dogs. You must have one of those little big dog doors. A more little Roxy go in and out, a little tiny Vic. Little dog door?
Yeah, a little itty bitty one.
That's why I got stuck in it.
Anyway, just curious. If it's nothing, then it's nothing. Just wondering how you guys felt.
It's juicy. It's juicy. And no, I'm not carrying Shedeur's jock. I'm just defending a kid from these rampant... Listen, man, nobody wants stuff said about you. You may believe it. I've been very critical of Shedeur. I hate that stupid watch thing he does. Mm-hmm. Hate it. Hated it from the get-go.
Talk to Coach Sanford.
But I'm not going to hammer his character based on some random anonymous quote. Screw that.
Would Coach Sanford take him in the first round? You're damn right he would. That's good enough for me.
I got a sneeze coming.
Okay. This guy is going to be drafted in the first round and probably high first round. That's all you need to know.
There are people listening to this show right now who would look forward to, in fact, they would love to see him fall.
Yeah.
Just to see that story unfold on television.
Sure they would.
Right? They would love that. They would love to see the frown. They would love to see the image, the picture. And maybe that's one of the reasons he's not going to the draft. Correct? Last we checked, he's not going.
Correct.
Well, and there's been some movement over the last week to week and a half where it's the odds of him dropping farther and farther and farther are getting higher and higher and higher. So I don't know what you make of that. But
do you remember the shot of Aaron Rodgers every time he kept dropping and dropping and dropping? There are those who would love to see that. And, man, I'm not a piling on guy. I just don't think that's cool if it were to happen.
Not to mention, I think he's incredibly talented. You know what I mean? Like, what? What's the matter?
You pile on us every single day.
That is
You're
true.
different. I love you.
Oh.
You could pile on those you love.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If there's anonymous quotes like that about me or Moser, Vic's talking about it for an hour.
All day.
Pretty much.
All right, 303-504-0925. Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around.
And no, I'm not carrying Shedeur's jock.
Join us tonight at number 38 for an Avs viewing party. Hang out with Raj and watch Game 3 as the Avs look to take the series lead. Berto will broadcast live starting at 6. Raj will be giving away some awesome prizes. There's specials on Mountain Time Lager, Milagro Tequila, and a chance to watch the Avs with Avs Faithful. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino tonight. I'll be out there tomorrow for the Nuggets viewing party.
The Nuggets Game 5 tip-off time has been announced. Game 5, 8 p.m. Tuesday night, which means it'll probably tip around 8:20. So day by day, a game is released in time. So that's when that'll happen next week.
8:20 our time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are the Avs Monday? Saturday, Monday?
Yeah.
Okay. So no conflict on Tuesday.
Does not appear to be.
The last conflict would come because Saturday's game, thankfully, the Nuggets are at 4 and the Avs are at 7? Correct? Saturday?
Yes, the Avs are at but about 7:30.
Okay, good. So no conflict on Saturday. The only remaining conflict potentially could be Game 7 if they both went that far.
Saturday, May 3rd.
Yeah.
But either way,
thank goodness, because if I have to go through what I went through in Game 2 again, and I know people, first world problems, stop sending me that first world. I get it. This is the fact that we're doing sports talk radio for a living and getting paid for it, that's a first world issue. I get it. But that sucked. I don't want that ever again. Conflict nights.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
We are going to be late, I think, virtually with every puck drop. I think it's going to be the late game. So just get used to it.
A couple details from last night. First of all, around the league, both leagues, I guess, in their playoffs yesterday, LA comes back. They tie the series 1-1 with Minnesota in a 94-85 score. You got a little bit more physical there. Minnesota couldn't find a way to put the ball in the bucket.
It was 31-14 at one point.
Yeah.
And then it was like 51-31. I thought, okay, this thing's over. Now, Minnesota did rally a little bit in that fourth quarter, but it really wasn't that close.
You know, it's so funny. Funny is not the right word. What is the word? Help me come up with the word
Curious.
when I describe
It's
the
curious.
situation. It's curious to see. Yeah, great word. It's curious to see, once the playoffs start in the NBA, these scores that we're used to seeing, 125-119, all of a sudden,
yeah,
every game is around either 100 or all of a sudden they play deep. Did you see the way the Lakers played defense last night like a pack of wild dogs? The first quarter of that game, a pack of dogs. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you can't really do that during the regular season because there are 82 games. You can't invest that kind of – you just can't. You'll break down.
Not to mention the refs won't allow you to play that way in the regular season.
But which game, let me ask you, though, as a fan, as a man who watches and loves the game, which style do you prefer? What do you like?
Oh, this.
It's so much better.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
It's so much better, right? When you're watching a game and a team's hitting 33s and it's up and down the court three, that is so boring. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Oh, well, you guys are dismissing the style and the talent. No, there's no style and talent. Every NBA player can make an open three. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the league. Let me see you make a three when a guy's in your pants.
Smooth up in you.
Moser, do me a favor.
Nelly. No, I'm not
going to.
I'm not hopping in your
pants. Hop
pants.
in here. Let me see.
You know what I mean?
I'm not hopping in.
Dude, there were some plays last night in that Lakers-Minnesota game. The physicality was intense. That is such good basketball because you could see that the players are invested, man. They're invested in this. And then you go to a random regular season game in February where some teams got 155 points. It's so stupid.
All right, I got you now. We got it timed out right. You're trying to make a three in the corner, and all of a sudden, you're on. You're on.
There's been one major issue. Now
Thanks,
that we are
Nelly.
embarking, we're almost at a year with you doing this show, right? Getting close?
Yep, May 20th, the day that the Denver sports world stopped turning at the end of the playoffs.
There's been one problem. Because you have been excellent.
He cut off the front of that tune.
you and Moser think in music.
Yeah, yes, baby.
And so it just it gives Moser more leeway for the things that Vic hates the most.
Yeah. Look at
especially since I have no idea what that is.
I know he's so apoplectic. Though, look at him.
I'm not apoplectic. I just don't know what it is. I'm a sportscaster. This is what I do for a living. I live and breathe it. This is what I do. I do sports.
I had a chance to hang out with and invite to the booth. Somebody.
Don't give me a random name from a random band. I swear to God, if you give me a random guitarist,
I haven't mentioned it because I knew this would be your reaction. So let's just move on, please. But you're right. Anytime that you're trying to make a three in the NBA postseason, rarely are you going to have guys just wide open.
I have a philosophical question that I would like to pose to you, gentlemen.
By the way, the Lakers are, before you move on, if the Lakers did not have Luka Doncic in his offense right now,
they are screwed.
They would be done.
Yeah. No, they would have AD still, but yes,
it doesn't matter. He is carrying them offensively.
Go on. I don't want to say this last night, but I saw another LeBron. I'm trying to say LeBron flop. Did you see the flop when he got touched?
A LeBlop?
Vic,
you know what, though, Moj? You can't blame everybody in the NBA playoffs is flopping.
But, dude, he went down.
Joker's done a fair amount of flopping.
You can't, you know what? They're flopping everywhere.
But he goes down to the floor, and then he writhes and covers.
They're all doing it.
It's
you know
like,
who doesn't
come on,
flop?
dude.
You know who doesn't flop? Kawhi.
Jamal doesn't.
Jamal doesn't flop either. You're exactly right. Jamal does not flop. Kawhi does not flop. I cannot say that about other players. That's just the way it is. Christian Brown does not flop.
Nope.
The NBA should have just forfeited.
Nikola flops.
Yes, he does.
The NBA should have forfeited the first-round series between the Thunder and the Grizz.
Okay.
That is a dumb series.
That's the other thing, too. It's like, once the first quarter is played, Memphis was down
Game's
like 15.
over.
I'm
Yeah.
just like, guys, Memphis loses now, okay? This is over. You let the Thunder wait. They don't need to play anymore.
And are you surprised? By the way, you know who's having a great postseason so far? Is Pascal Siakam. The Pacers
He's a good player.
The Pacers are sticking it to the Bucks.
Hey, here's my philosophical question, just quickly. It has to do with the Lakers and the T-Wolves. Who is Minnesota's best player?
It's Ant.
Did you see what Ant was fined $50,000 for?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he gets into it with this heckling Lakers fan in Game 1, and he starts saying how much more money he makes than the fan, and then he says, my schwanz is bigger than yours.
Yeah, but you know why? You know what led to that conversation? The fans started heckling him about all the babies he's made over the course of 2 years.
Here's my question.
How many babies has he made?
He's made a lot of babies.
He's made a lot of babies.
I didn't know that.
Bro, he paid one of his baby mamas
that's right.
a lump sum of child support.
Yeah. Right.
But here's my question. He's fined $50,000 for saying, quote, my bleep is bigger than yours. What if he said it was smaller? Is it still $50,000 if he was self-deprecating?
That's a great point.
If he wasn't boastful about it and he said, you know what, actually, I don't think it's quite as much as yours is. Does he still get $50,000 in a fine?
What if he had said, listen, this is smaller, but I am seeking help at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic?
That's what I'm saying. Is it the fact that he said the D word, or is it the fact that he was
what if
boastful
he just said
about
that?
it?
I think it's probably the D
I go
word.
to the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic to fix this.
Yeah. Little in-game advertising? There's probably some
What if
payola
you
stuff.
go on? What if he says, listen, I'm on the radio every morning saying I need help in this department?
Honestly, though.
So, Adam, don't find me.
If he was joking in a self-deprecating manner and says, you know what, you're probably bigger than I am, does he still get fined $50,000?
Oh, good Lord.
I think it's the way he pointed it out. Did you see the way he pointed it out?
I think it's
All right, fine.
You know what,
fine.
though? And call me a, what's the word you would call me now?
Okay,
Idiot?
boomer.
Yeah. You guys got a boomer.
Jackwagon? Believe me, I've got a long list that I call you.
I don't think it's funny when guys, like, they prop up that they've made all these babies like it's a talent. Like, oh, look at me. Oh, wow, look how talented you are. Wow, what a rich talent you have. You know, I got $200 million, I can afford it. Oh, wow, you're making babies everywhere. Look
Actually,
at you.
You know what, Vic?
I
Great
think it's
point.
disgusting.
I think having restraint should be something that should be
Well,
celebrated.
Exactly.
The funny part is, let's go back to our old buddy Zlatan, who has done his own thing with his wife and family, but made the point. What point did he make, Brett?
Well, he could create the greatest soccer team in the world if
Right.
he would spread his investments
Spread
around.
his investments around the world. He said that. He said I could create the greatest soccer players of all time, but I'm married. Otherwise, I'd be spreading my investments all over the planet. That's what he said.
Calling that investment is one of the greatest things I've ever heard.
I mean, come on, dude.
All right.
I think it's insulting. It's insulting. Hey, man, it's all right. I got plenty of money. Oh, okay. So the money's the answer.
I don't want to get into this, but the lump sum thing.
Yeah, I know. It's gross.
Yeah.
All of it's gross. Let me make an amazing transition and say that we're going to talk to the head coach of the Avalanche heading into Game 3 of the playoffs next. Game 3 tonight at Ball Arena, Avs and Stars. The Avalanche on Circa Sports, minus 188 on the money line. You can find that in all of the game props, all of the live odds. And don't forget tomorrow, throw down some extra stuff on the draft, too. Make that more interesting. All of that available on the Circa Sportsbook. It's the best sportsbook in the game. It's sports betting the way it should be. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Game 3 tonight. Avs and Stars in a 1-1 series tie. 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Yeah, doing good. Doing good. How about you guys?
Doing good. I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Good chance.
Okay, you heard it here. There's a good chance. Put that in quotation marks. For those of you writing this is from the Altitude 92.5 Coaches Radio Show. Make sure you reference what station you get it on.
Oh.
There's a good chance Gabriel Landeskog plays tonight. Coach, I can only imagine. What do you think the scene is going to feel and be like tonight, moments before that game?
Well, our fans have been awesome all year, so I expect it to be a really energized crowd, and we're excited to get back here and play in front of them. Like, we went on the road, played a couple good road games, got one, had a chance at two, and we feel like there's still some things that we can do much better than we did in the first two games, and so we're looking forward to tonight and challenging ourselves.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere, Coach. What are those things that you want to kind of clean up a little bit if you can? Again, the puck bounces weird in postseason hockey. We know that. Goes off of guys, careens around. But specifically in terms of just focus and cleaning things up, what is it?
Well, I think we still have another level to our offense here. Like, I like their game. I like their competitiveness of our game, the intensity of it. But I think there's another step that we can take offensively. And I didn't think we did a great job of capitalizing on some of our chances in either of those games. Like, I thought the first game we missed the net a bunch of times from in tight and in good scoring positions. And in the second game, even early in the game, we had some really good looks with chances to go and stretch out our lead, and we didn't do that. We came out of that first period at 1-1, and I felt like we could have had a lead coming out of that, and we didn't sustain our game for through the full game in game two. Like, I thought third period they kind of got the momentum, and it took us too long to get out of that. They get to equalize it, and we bounce back for the overtime. It was really fast overtime. The pace to that period was exceptional, and I mean, it's moving quickly, so you got to minimize some mistakes. But some of the puck management things in the neutral zone, I think we can clean up going into Game 3 here, and that will really help us.
Yeah, it just seems like Dallas threw everything at the front of the net when they got inside the offensive zone, and maybe you guys were a little bit more picky about the shot choices. That being said, I know you want to get Brock Nelson and his guys going. Not that they haven't been skating hard and working hard, but you want them to be more dangerous. How do you accomplish that going into a Game 3?
Well, I think it's probably looking at shaking up our lines going into tonight a little bit. Like, we've run a bunch of different combinations through the end of the year. Some of it forced with injury, some of it just experimentation. And I think that, that we might be looking for a shakeup here and trying to find some chemistry and mix things up a little bit, because I think everyone's playing hard. But I do think, like I said before, there's another step to our offense here, and we need all four lines going, so we'll see what it looks like tonight.
One of the questions heading into this, it's funny, we were talking about a year ago, everybody was having goaltending questions heading in the postseason. Mackenzie Blackwood has not had a playoff game before. Now he's got two. What's your assessment?
I thought he was excellent in both games. Yeah, I really did. Like, he there's every shot feels like it's a super dangerous shot right now, because the guys are competing so hard on the defensive side of things. So when there is a breakdown or someone makes a play and, the nerves are up, emotions are up, like, there's a lot. And with Dallas, the way they attack the net front, out of the corners, down low, and then throw pucks to the net through traffic, I feel like the saves become more difficult this time of year. But I thought he was outstanding, gave us a chance to win both games. And so like I just think like he's one of the guys that's like really on it here early on in the playoffs, and it's great to see.
Coach, I'm glad you brought up the emotional element, because when it's playoff time, you don't really have to hype up your players. It's the playoffs. Do you have to sometimes go the other way? Do you have to, hey, calm down, chill out, Just relax. How many times do you have to do that on the bench?
Well, in the game one, not that much, a couple times. I think game two, like when they started to push in the third period, we were kind of saying, like, listen, guys, nothing's really changed. They're coming hard. That's fine. But it's still the same forecheck you saw for the last 5 periods, right? And then all of a sudden we just stopped skating and making plays out of our zone and, like maybe just a little nervous with the puck, trying to be too safe, and we were just throwing it back to them in the neutral zone. So they were playing on our half of the rink for the bulk of the third period, and we tried to calm them down. It wasn't working. We had some guys that were still willing to skate and make plays, and other guys just seemed like they were a little bit uptight with it. So we got it back in the overtime and then started to play our game again and created a couple of really good looks that could have won us the hockey game. So we just have to make sure that we're aware of that. We keep bringing attention to it, but it certainly happens every once in a while in the playoffs there, Vic.
Very emotional game, Coach, postseason hockey period. So how do you calm, I guess, the angst and anger, or do you want to just unleash that as much as possible? Because things have gotten physical, things have gotten chippy, guys have fallen down on the opposition, I'll just say that. But how do you handle that with your guys in real game time situation?
Yeah, I really think that the guys kind of do that a little bit on their own. I think that we want to unleash that as much as possible. This is the time of the year where the passion, the emotion, the intensity of it, that's what wins you hockey games, right? Everyone's dialed into the structure of their play and the way they want to play, and the focus and preparation is all there. So I think that added emotion, that want, will, desire, whatever you want to call it, that's what wins you the hockey games this time of year. And then it's just a matter of capitalizing on the opportunities that you get. And I think we're in a good spot coming home. We're certainly excited to come back and play in front of our fans here tonight.
I'm not going to name any names, but if somebody grabs another player's stick, jumps in the air, and falls down, is that something that you send to people up top in the NHL to take a look at video-wise to try and get rectified?
They are, you bring it to the attention. I think they're aware of all that stuff. They're analyzing the game as much as we are. There's a supervisor in the building every night and an extra ref, and then they're talking and having their meetings before and after the game, especially this time of the year.
Coach, let's go back to Gabe for a second. We opened up, for those who missed it, Coach says there's a good chance Gabriel Landeskog plays tonight. Can you just run us through the proceedings that occurred before Game 2? A lot of people, again, I wasn't privy. I didn't have the sound up, so he opened up the pregame skate and then did not play. What happened there?
Yeah, Gabe wanted to get in the room, and he wanted to go through the routine, and he wanted to experience that and be in the room to help the guys, and obviously the respect that he has, we wanted him in there as well. So he's been getting close to being ready to play here, and I think it's just another voice, another leader, a guy that watched game one from the press box, had good insight, and he wanted to get in that routine of getting ready to play, and just one more step for him in his quest to return.
Is he nervous?
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Yeah, I think that's normal. I think everyone's nervous. I think it's good. Nerves are good going into the game. It means you care, right? So I think our whole team is not nervous. There should be a quiet confidence about your group, but I do think the nerves are part of it. That tells me that you're ready to go. I think coaches, players, everyone. I think if you're not a little bit nervous and on edge going into these games, then it probably doesn't mean enough to you. But you should be confident in what you do and what we do. And I think our guys are in that spot.
I talked to Kiefer a little bit earlier. His heart's beating pretty hard. He's got a defibrillator on standby, breathing into a bag. I think my heart's beating like a baby rabbit right about now, so I'm trying to contain myself. Coach, how much do you find out about guys, even in the first period of game one of a playoff game? maybe the guys that you haven't coached in the postseason before, but you see their compete, they're this, they're that. How much do you learn about guys on a game-by-game, heck, even by a shift-by-shift basis?
Well, I think you learn a lot because it's there has to be another level to your game. And you'll see flashes of it and periods of it and games of it and even stretches of it during the regular season. But this is the time where you get paid to perform, right? This is the most important time of the year, and every shift, every period matters. So can you take that intensity to another level? Can you take every play could be the difference of the hockey game, and there has to be another step to your game, and it's driven by the emotion, right? And that physicality, intensity, and the emotion and passion for the game will help you get to another level. And I think it's you would learn a lot. This is the most important time of the year to watch these guys, and I liked what I saw in the first two games. I think we got to a high level of play, and it was, like I said, fast-paced, intense, physical, and we're right there, and we could have won two games. So and we still have that room for improvement. So I'm looking forward to seeing what our guys got here tonight in front of our home crowd.
One other thing I was just thinking about with you saying there's a good chance Gabe goes tonight. You obviously have some sort of expectation, or else you wouldn't put him on the ice if you don't know exactly what kind of hockey player he's going to be after almost 3 years. But what is the overall expectation you have? I can't imagine it would be fair to have the same expectation from the last game that he played at in the Stanley Cup Finals. So what is it?
Yeah, that I think that's fair. I think we have to watch and see. Nobody really knows. I like what I'm seeing in the practices. I like what I'm seeing in his preparation. He feels good. So we got to get him out on the ice and find out. That's the only way that you can do it. The practices are one thing, but this is a whole nother level. Like I said, even from regular season to these games we just played in Dallas, the pace, the intensity, physicality, all of it, the motion is all up. And, I trust in Gabe's preparation and his focus and what he's going to bring to the table, and he'll be a smart player. And, we'll just see, exactly where his game comes in, and, we'll deploy him appropriately.
What is your message to your shot takers? Are you happy with the amount of shots, the quality of shots? What do you have going into Game 3?
I thought we did a really nice job in the first period of Game 2. I thought we did a really good job in Game 1 of getting to the interior of the ice. You're just not going to score on Ottinger from the perimeter most times unless you have screens, deflections, rebounds, that kind of thing, and getting those. So, but there was parts of Game 2 that we didn't get to the interior of the ice enough, with and without the puck, to create havoc in front of them. And that's where I think their game got better from Game 1, and could be the difference in the hockey game, right? So we focus on that with our video sessions, talking about a few things about how to get in there and some of the plays that we can make and some of the things that we can do to just make it more difficult on Dallas as a team in the interior of the ice. And, so there's room for improvement for sure.
7:30 tonight. Can you hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Game 3, Avs and Stars. Coach, always appreciate the time. Good luck tonight. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas. Thank you.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. How about that? I think we got an answer. we got
breaking news on the show.
I feel like news on this show.
We got breaking news.
I just feel like I'm going to puke.
I know. Oh, I'm so excited.
Vic, you look so calm.
Mose,
look at you sitting there with your stupid teeth in your mouth. Terry! I feel like I'm going to get sick.
Terry and I, we're going to be there. We're going to come up to your little box, and we're going to soothe you pregame.
Yes.
I need to be
I cannot wait. My hands are sweaty.
Dude, mine too.
I cannot wait for that pregame tonight. When he hits the high with the flowing hair, when the hair flows.
So it's looking good, is what you're saying. It's looking. That's what he said, right? I'm trying to comprehend what he said.
There's a good chance, Moser, which is code for he's in tonight.
He's playing.
Good chance is code. Did you hear how he said it?
Hey, Mosh, what do you want? What? I'm going to bring you a tin of Copenhagen, and I'm going to let you spit in my cup.
Okay. That'll help. Thank you.
Hey, in the middle of that, obviously, Gabe, huge news, right? He also said he's shuffling lines.
Yes.
He's trying to make different things happen. Now, what that is, who knows? But obviously, I think things would have to be shuffled a little bit with Gabe coming in.
I'll say this. With the way 25 played game 2.
Oh, my God.
Actually, the first 2 games.
He has been an animal.
Well, I'm sorry about the numbers. Logan O'Connor.
Yes.
You could put him anywhere on the planet right now.
You know
what I love about
what you
him?
just said? You brought up a good point, Kaner, when you asked him that question. 25 is a playoff riser.
Yes.
Right? You got playoff risers.
Yep.
He's one of them.
Logan,
he is one of them.
Well,
his game really shines this time of year.
When you watch what Logan does, like, I think we can all agree, Logan is not, from a purely hockey skill perspective, the most talented hockey player in the world. But he gets everything out of his talent, right? The amount of times, Moj, like, obviously the goal was great in game 2, was amazing. A little backhand flipper, right? There was 2 other plays where it's sort of dump and chase that it looks like anybody else wouldn't have beat the guy to the puck. He beats him to the puck, wins the puck battle, sets somebody up in front for a shot. The amount of times he does that kind of stuff is remarkable.
Talking about
it's invaluable, actually.
Talking about it with Riker in game 2. You need everybody to be a Labrador, right? You need them to go retrieve those pucks. And Logan O'Connor does it well. Val Nichushkin does it well. You're right.
Moj.
Just the fact that you, but Vic, just the fact that you win that puck battle, your team's changing, guys come into the zone, you come out of the pile with the puck, and you generate another opportunity to cycle and so on. I mean, these are just little plays that matter during the course of a game and of a series.
Moj, you know what this means, though? And let me just be frank here. All right, so the captain's back. A 3-year absence.
I'm kind of dizzy right now.
That's a game within a game. It's a story within the story, right? That is the lead in your opera. With him coming back to a packed house at home, I think I'm being obvious when I say this. They have to win this game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I repeat. Let me say this into the open microphone. You can write this down. Hell, record this. They have to win this game.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey,
Moser's frozen. You can tell Moser is just white as a ghost.
Guys.
It hit him. It just hit him. See, I wouldn't want Moser on the ice with me in a key game.
Do you want to know why, though? Because he's feeling, I think, the same thing I was feeling, which is, hey, coach, I'll put this on a tee. You can knock this question out of the way.
He didn't expect it.
I didn't expect him to say that. Yeah. I thought he was going to say, yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Still working through some things.
I got to talk to Lee about the Open.
You should be honored.
Yeah,
Kane,
should.
You should be. Kane, you asked the question that was finally answered. Think about that. Of all the media.
I mean, it was sort of, I mean, yeah, answered.
Yeah, but he's going to go down in history. Brett Kane, when
he
hockey
didn't say
history
yes,
is written.
He said good chance.
When hockey history is written, the archives of hockey history, the man who asked the question and got the answer is Brett Kane.
Why? Because I'm a journalist. By the way, all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com. So if you're just tuning in, maybe you're caught up in a meeting. Oh, damn, I missed the Bednar interview. You didn't miss all that much. You missed, Gabe's going to play tonight. You missed, they're shuffling up the lines. You missed.
You missed everybody's nervous.
Everybody's nervous. You missed just a few things. Just a few.
But of course they're nervous, right? We forget that these guys are human beings. Of course they're nervous.
Yeah, but harnessing that nervous energy can be a good thing.
Yeah.
A good thing.
Moj, I had a 3-foot putt in a money game yesterday.
Oh,
$5 money game.
Oh, God.
Do you know how nervous I was?
Big time.
It was a 3-foot putt.
Yeah.
And I missed it.
Did you yank it or did you push it?
It meant nothing.
Did you yank it or push it?
Nobody was watching. Oh, I yanked it. Of course.
Yeah.
How do you miss when you miss those? You yank.
I mean, you all, Vic, I know
yanking left and right, just yanking all day.
You are a
I've
yanker.
seen you swing. I know you swing.
You yank constantly.
Just a yanker.
You are. Master yanker. You say so myself.
And you do.
All right.
Good. I need to go digest. Let me go digest.
Yeah,
I'm out.
we'll give you, if you
Yeah,
guys
let me
missed
go,
it, we'll give you the
chill.
audio again coming back. Stick around. I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like twerking.
Yeah.
Give me the Gabe soundbite with
twerk.
it.
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard.
Yeah.
What is this? Why did I just say that?
Yeah, Gabe.
And you know Gabe
Yeah,
Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard.
Yeah.
Is that how the song goes?
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why
I'm bringing
did I
my
just say that?
milkshake to the yard tonight.
Oh, how cool. How bleeping
God, Moser.
cool.
Did you notice as soon as that announcement how quiet Moser got and just erudite?
I'm going to give you a
Erudite? Is that the proper pronunciation?
I'm going to give you a direct quote from Moser when we went to break. Direct quote. I got to poop. You got so excited about the news that you had to run, Moj. You had to run.
This is just okay. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Well, and here's
I talked to Lee. He said, "Yeah, this is producer Lee." He said, "Yeah, everything we talked about yesterday, yeah, it's all gone."
Yeah, of course.
So okay.
Wait. You guys didn't anticipate this?
Yes, we've had this anticipated. What you think we're behind the times here, Jack? What do you think?
Well, it
we're
sounds like it. You look
around,
look at your face.
Fight with our Huevos.
Kane.
No, man, we're preparing. We're prepared
Really?
for every
You're
scenario,
prepared, huh? Oh,
No,
doesn't feel that way, does it, Brett?
No, I think what he's saying, doesn't CNN have like a video that they've kept in a vault for if like the apocalypse happens that they'd air? I think that's what he's talking about.
Those are called obit pieces, and we do them all the time. When someone is approaching that time, we do them all the time in advance.
Like there are pieces already written. There are pieces written right now.
I wrote my own. It's ready to go.
Yeah,
whatever you say, TV boy.
There are pieces written right now for every famous person, right? And every now and again,
is there one for me?
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. But every now and again, they get released a little early on accident. They're like, oh, actually, this guy's not dead. Sorry about that.
Did you hear what happened on the Inside the NBA crew the other night?
Yeah, Shaq had to walk off.
No, they had to apologize.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So Ernie apologizes because they were showing a graphic of some players of the 80s, and Charles says, is that guy still with us? He didn't say anything that bad. It wasn't a big a deal, and then they came back and apologized. And my thing is, why apologize? You didn't knock him. You didn't make fun of him. You just asked if he's still with us. Big deal.
Who did he kill off?
All they had to say was
Billy Ray Bates?
All he had to say was the late, great Billy Ray Bates.
Exactly.
Who's not
you know how many
dead.
people we've killed off on this show?
All right, hang on. Screw all that. Landeskog's in the lineup tonight. Did you hear what I said?
It sure feels that way.
Mosh. He's not dropping that out there unless it's happening, okay? It's happening. He is in the lineup. Now, here is part of the trouble that I had, okay? Because, Vic, he did not say definitively that he is in the lineup. He said there's a good chance, but I think we know the translation. I didn't want to hammer too much of, like, Landeskog questions in the middle of that.
I know.
But one of them I did have was obviously where.
And how? How are you going to play him? How many minutes? What happens there?
But I didn't want to go that deep if he's not saying an absolute yes. You know what I'm saying?
You know, can I offer a little background on? You can't fool players. You can fool yourself. You can fool fans. You can fool us. You can fool sometimes even coaches. You can't fool players. So if he's not up to par, standard, or an NHL level, NHL quality, you're not going to be able to fool your teammates. And he's not that kind of guy who's going to try to do that. Either you can or you can't.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Either you can or you can't.
Well, you guys bring this up.
And if you can't, you'll know in a hurry.
You guys bring this up all the time. I wasn't here to witness it. But isn't that what happened with Forsberg? That he came back, tried it, and was like, I'm not the same.
Yeah,
right?
that was 2 road games. Yeah, 2 road games.
So I'm not, obviously, I don't want to put that out there, and I don't think that's going to happen tonight. It's just, I asked Give me the audio, please, Nelly. When I asked him, what's the expectation for Gabe if he is going tonight? Like, what is it? Because I go, as a coach, you aren't putting somebody on the ice unless you're pretty confident this guy can play, right? Especially not in the postseason series that's tied 1-1. You aren't going to be like, hey, I have no idea. Could be terrible. Let's figure it out. I don't think you're going to do that. So he has some idea of it, but what is the overall expectation for Gabe? And
I don't want to put too much on it, though. Again, because as the coach just said, and again, I got...
We'll play it in a second, yeah.
Absolutely brutalized for this. Mm-hmm. We really don't know. I was talking to DMac and Tyler and Scott yesterday, and they said, well, what do you expect if he does? I said, well, I don't know because I know what I see. I haven't seen him play against NHL competition in 3 years. Now, the AHL is a good league. It's fast. Those are men. It's a professional league. Guys make a good living there. Trust me. It's the second best hockey in all the earth as far as I'm concerned. But I've seen him in practice. I've seen him, doing his thing, lifting weights, all these kinds of things. I've seen the speed in practice. But until you get into an NHL game, you don't really know. And the coach essentially just reiterated that.
Moser, serious question. Do you value my broadcast acumen? Do you value it? Do you
Well, you know that I
respect
do.
it?
Yes.
Okay, so you value it.
Yes.
Here's my suggestion.
It's okay.
To you and...
Yeah, but it's not your broadcast, so you're going to say something stupid.
No, here's my suggestion to you and Lee and Kyle and everybody involved in the broadcast tonight. Just ignore it. Like, don't even mention that he's playing. Or don't even mention his name. The entire night.
All right.
Hey.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It's more about the team than it is about an individual, Moj. I mean, get it right.
And no point even mention his name when they show the shot of him. Don't even say anything.
Yeah. All right, hang on. I want to get this audio. If you guys missed it, this was Bednar. I asked him, it's probably unfair to expect the Gabe from 3 years ago, so what do you expect?
Yeah, like that I think that's fair. I think we have to watch and see, like nobody really knows. I like what I'm seeing in the practices. I like what I'm seeing in his preparation. He feels good. So we got to get him out on the ice and find out. That's the only way that you can do it. Like the practices are one thing, but this is a whole nother level. Like I said, even from regular season to these games we just played in Dallas, the pace, the intensity, physicality, all of it, the motion is all up. And, I trust in Gabe's preparation and his focus and what he's going to bring to the table, and he'll be a smart player. And we'll just see exactly where his game comes in, and we'll deploy him appropriately.
That deploy him appropriately, that's what I'm curious about. Mm-hmm. Does that mean he's on the third line? Does that mean is he right back with McKinnon again? You know what I mean?
I think you start him in one spot. And then, depending on the reaction of his body and his game and so on and so forth, you can move him around because he obviously knows how to play with those guys. The question is he up to that task right away?
I asked this.
Again, Brett, you were talking about power play with me off the air.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like last week, I brought up, hey, the last time Gabe Landeskog was in the lineup, he was second in the postseason on your run to a cup in power play goals. Well, does he jump back into maybe the second power play unit or something?
Well, here's what I do know. He's got a big butt in his pants.
He does.
When he wears his hockey pants, his butt looks big.
It does bring the milkshakes.
It does, and Vic, it can deflect pucks. It's a magical butt. It deflects pucks.
It did that in Loveland.
It certainly did. I mean, his presence.
Easy, Nelly. I'm not done yet.
Whoa.
I'm not done yet. All right, continue, Mosh.
But his presence in front of the net is always big, always important, always huge. Top unit, I wouldn't necessarily go there. Second unit, I could definitely see that.
Okay.
Yeah,
it is. What would you guys compare this to?
I can't
curiosity for somebody being reinfused into a lineup or maybe introduced into a lineup. Where does this
go in history?
Is there anything that's close in your head of God, I've been waiting so long to see this?
I got a little one.
The return of Moses from Mount Sinai?
That was pretty big back in the day. Yeah,
that's up there.
Big one.
We had to change our open for that too. It's pretty big. Hey, Vic, do you recall when Dave Dravecki got cancer?
Yeah.
and then came back. How long was that interval? Remember, he had part of his
but
part
it
of
did
his
not
muscles.
end well after he came back.
But
So it's.
Do you know the story of Dave Dravecky?
I don't.
Former lefty in the Bigs, pitching for the Giants. He got cancer in his arm, and they had to remove the cancer, but they had to remove some tissue as well.
In his throwing arm?
In his throwing arm.
Yeah,
And he came
he's a
back
lefty.
actually and came back to the major leagues and pitched. And in that game, on a pitch, his arm snapped.
Oh, God.
But guess what? He got the win.
No kidding.
Yeah, he won the game, but his arm snapped. He had to have it amputated because
Good
the cancer
Lord.
had gone into
That's
the
not
bones.
a good story.
Yeah, that's
this
not a
is
good story.
probably the
I thought
worst
this was like a
story.
heartwarming
I mean, what
warming
a
story.
terrible story to bring
No,
up.
it's a great
This
story.
reminds me
What
of
the hell
Dave
are you
Dravecky
doing?
No, I'm talking
when
about
he came back and broke his arm mid-game. What the hell was that?
I'm talking about a guy just coming back from after being injured for a long time.
So Gabe comes in, he scores a power play goal, and they cut his leg off? Like, what are you doing?
Moser.
I shut him off. Shut him off.
No,
I
that
can't
was
really
on
think
you,
right now.
Moser.
I know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
The old self-mute.
That's the first time. That's the first time he's ever shut himself off.
I thought he was
So
saying
good.
that to you, Vic. He was talking to himself and referred to himself in the third person. Shut him off.
Because it hit him it hit him a few seconds later when he was doing it. He was like, oh, crap, that was bad.
Oh. Anyway, textures, seriously, as we go to break, 303-504-0925, Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I want you to try and give me something that's the same. People are saying Peyton Manning. I don't think it's Peyton Manning. I don't think it's that. You know, there was a curiosity, certainly a curiosity to Peyton Manning.
No, Peyton fits because people didn't know if he'd ever be able to play football at that level again. But, you know, the difference with Peyton, though, is you got to see him perform in the preseason. You actually got to see him perform. We've seen Gabe perform with the Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. Oh, here's what, Magic.
Mm-mm.
No?
No.
Okay.
He didn't have, like, a body part that was out of whack.
Yeah.
He was carrying a disease, I get it, but it's not like his knee stopped working.
I know, it's tough. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is pretty remarkable.
Again,
and not to mention, this isn't a game in January against Columbus. It's game 3 of a 1-1 series.
This is the most intense point. You know, it's funny when we were talking about this even last year, a year ago, when we were saying, you know, when Gabe comes back, certainly you're not going to just throw him into the playoff mix because it's too intense. Well, here we are. They're throwing him into the playoff mix.
So, obviously, a lot to discuss here. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Moser yelling, shut him off to himself. It's just amazing.
My wife texted me and she says, yeah, dude, that was not cool.
Back after this.
First of all, Moser, shut him off. Second of all, AAA Home Services, AAA right now, if you need that AC to get fine-tuned before the summer, and I know you need it because the last thing you need is the hot arrives, AC doesn't work, and it's hot all day. $49 AC tune-up special. Get your air conditioning checked. $49. It's a great deal. Get it done before it's too late. Schedule an appointment today. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com. Shut them off. Moser.
I shut him
Moser.
off. Shut him off.
No,
I
that
can't
was
really
on
think
you,
right now.
Moser.
I know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
George is getting upset.
Shut him off. Shut him off. I can't think. Shut me off.
I just kissed.
No,
I
that
can't
was
really
on
think
you,
right now.
Moser.
I know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
Oh, it's so good.
That's when it hit him, right? It took because he started the Dravecki story, and it took 5 minutes for it to come back around in his brain. Oh, wait.
Of that was an oopsie?
That was probably not a good comp. And then it hit him hard. It flooded his synapses, and they started firing.
All right.
George is getting upset.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for tonight. We're back. We're back. It's like the old, it's like the Hangover, right? They're in the car. We're back. We're getting Gabe back.
By the way, fellas, in case you haven't heard, Altitude Plus is running a deal right now, a free trial, through tomorrow. You have until tomorrow. If you want to try Altitude Plus, if you don't have the channel, you can go to altitude, is it altitudetv.com?
AltitudePlus.com.
Yeah, go to that.
Did you just say earlier, 10 minutes ago, you're a respected broadcaster, and you dropped that on me?
Go to one of them altitude.coms.
Just go to
Twitch.altitude.
It's altitude with the PLUS, Altitude Plus, PLUS.com.
Free trial right now. And the reason I bring that up, the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network, which carries the Baltimore Orioles and the Washington Nationals, MASN Plus, they have their own app, right? Selling it for $89.99. Turns out that several people who purchased the app for $89.99 were charged $8,999.
I love my O's. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, good God! To which I think we should take it up the next level.
Yep.
We should charge $89,999 just to see if anybody notices.
Look, but you get a free trial, Vic. You get a free trial, and then it's $8.9 billion a month. Anyway, hey, can I tell you something about the Gabe stuff? It's been the whole hour. Don't care. It could be the rest of the show for all I care. Here's what is so great about Gabe coming back to the lineup. Mose, you've discussed this before. The captain in the room, the leader of the club, all that different stuff.
And it all matters.
But just strictly hockey. Let's say the worst happens. That Gabe comes back and Mose just can't. He just can't do it. Worst case scenario is what? You're the same. Worst case, you're the exact same hockey team that we have full confidence in right now.
That you felt good, really good about going to the postseason anyway.
Best case scenario, you just added somebody in free agency that could really help you in the middle of a playoff run. There's no downside here. None. The only thing that can happen is positives. That's it.
That's what I see. You think back to when this has happened before with a Kucherov, let's say a Stone, although, those teams, they use that money to their benefit, right?
Sure.
But those were, and Gabe has been a major factor, but it's been almost 3 years. So it's a little bit different than a guy getting hurt mid-season and then becoming available for that postseason, right? You're already doing things with that team that year. So it's a little bit different, but I only see a positive out of this. I can't see a negative out of this other than I would be sad if he couldn't go or just says, you know what, that it's just not going to work or whatever. I don't want to envision a scenario like that. I want to envision a guy who's going to be fine and play out the rest of his contract as a National Hockey League player.
Texas says best comp is Alex Smith. Alex Smith might not be bad. The leg injury he suffered, you're there's no way he can come back and play, right? And he did, at least for a little bit. Now, it wasn't the same, obviously, but...
I will say this, Landy's leg looks like a normal leg.
Right.
Alex Smith's leg looks
gruesome.
It looks gruesome. I mean, major reconstruction.
But there is we were wondering, right? What's the energy? I mean, I think there's people that are like, do I really have to wait like 11 hours for this thing? Really? Do I have to wait that long? Is there a line at the arena already? There should be. I mean, this is everything that you wanted, right? Heading into this playoff run, this team revamped, brand new roster, essentially redone in the middle of the season. And then I call it a free agent acquisition because you know what? Eric Johnson was also on this team 3 years ago. And he left and played for 2 other teams before coming back.
Right.
And playing for the Avs again.
And he played the following year and then left. Yeah, but I will say this.
The following year.
When Gabe hit the ice in Dallas, I was specifically watching that end of the ice. Mackenzie Blackwood comes on first. Landeskog follows. There were some Avalanche fans lined up along the end, some gals. And they literally, when they saw him hit the ice, were jumping up and down. Literally jumping. I mean, just the excitement level there at the threat as he's just taking a warm-up.
Right.
Trying to find a game day routine that works again. The excitement was that palpable inside that building. And I think that I can't even imagine, Vic, what it's going to be like tonight. Should this thing really go down the way we hope it's going to go down?
Let's play. No more. No more. Just shut him off.
By him, do you mean Moser or yourself?
Let's just get to the game now. There's really not much more that needs to be said.
Yeah.
Who sits, by the way? Is it going to be Wood?
I have no idea. Good job, Brett. You didn't even ask him about Ross Colton.
I was caught up in the excitement.
Well, when he led on the other day, how was Ross Colton feeling this morning? Not very good.
Yeah.
That was before game 2. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him, so we'll see. But I don't know who would come out. I don't know. I think there are all kinds of candidates in terms of line combinations.
Yep.
What do you really... and by the way, I have not dug into the analytical data. I know Miles had a difficult shift in overtime. And he knows it as well. He's got to get that puck deep. He has to. And on the back check, things got chaotic, and that's what happens in postseason hockey. But Miles Wood is also the guy who, with his speed, drew the first penalty of that game and allowed you to get a power play goal.
Right.
Because he's flying around out there. So is he the guy? I don't know. Don't know. Could it be Kivy? I don't know.
It's also like he said in the middle of that too that they're going to be shifting lines around. And who knows what that means. I mean, the only thing for sure, Moj, is McKinnon staying top line center. And then after that, I have no idea what the rest of it's going to look like. Because it didn't sound like he was making, one little minor tweak. It sounded like he was going to try something new. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if it's new.
Not new, but not what we've seen in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, not like flip a couple left wingers.
Right.
Between the third and fourth lines or something like that. I mean, like something to try to get guys electric and get going.
These next 2 days for Denver sports are gargantuan.
Mm-hmm.
You got the return of Gabe tonight in an Avs game that is crucial. At this point, it's a must-win. I look at it that way. With Gabe returning, you got to win. Tomorrow night, the Nuggets are in L.A., and first time that L.A. in their new arena has hosted a playoff game. The Intuit Dome is going to be insane. That place is loud as it is. It's going to be insanity tomorrow night. Tomorrow night is also the first round of the NFL draft, in which the Broncos can decide to move up, make some noise, or stay at 20. The next, 45 hours, 48 hours, man.
Yeah.
What? Pretty cool! What a couple days that we're looking forward to here.
Well, tonight, let's do this.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
7:30 tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 3, Avs Stars, 1-1 series, Mosh. Keys to the game.
I think the keys to the game are to, again, just be a little bit smarter with the puck and shoot more. I know it sounds kind of crazy and sounds simplistic, but that really is the case, Brett. I mentioned it to the coach. He did not disagree, where the Stars at one point were just throwing everything on net from wherever, the corners of the ice, whatever, trying to create garbage in front.
Yeah.
The Avs are a little bit more picky with their shot selection. You need guys down deep to get through Ottinger, end of story, period. I would also say this. The more I investigate the Dallas Stars record, when they take fewer penalties than their opponent, it's pretty darn good. They're about 15 games above 500. Hockey 500.
Yep.
Stay out of the box. They've gotten you in each game.
Bad game, too.
They've gotten you each game on the power play. Stay out of the box and be a disciplined club. Harness your energy. And let's go.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. A lot more to discuss. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, it was all but confirmed. Not totally confirmed, but all but confirmed with Jared Bednar earlier at 8 o'clock this morning that Gabe Landeskog will be in the lineup tonight. So a whole bunch to get to with that. Stick around.
Temperatures are getting warmer. You can feel it in the air. You know you're going to turn your sprinklers on here momentarily if you haven't already. And are you looking for a new ride to enjoy that sunshine? Maybe a new ride with a sunroof, maybe tops that come off, something like that. Well, the place you're going to get to is Silterhar Motors in Broomfield because Greg Larson and his crew are absolutely awesome. And right now they've got employee pricing all over the place. Amazing deals are to be had on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right there on the lot. Now, the selection of top brands is absolutely huge. And that means with the employee pricing, the value is going to be unsurpassed. So what you've got to do is shop online. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Then get yourselves up to Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield and get to Silterhar and see exactly what I'm talking about. It's Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
I love the way he says it, too. We all know Coach Bednar, do we not? Pretty dang well.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Vic, when he says it like that, it's that sort of little ramp right there. One more time,
yeah,
Billy.
There's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Yeah, there's a good.
Yeah,
I love that. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel confident. It makes you feel like it's going to happen. And I am, oh boy, this is going to be huge. I mean, I can't even imagine what that building is. I guess I can try to imagine, but it's going to be unbelievable.
Can I throw this out to the voice of the people? So go ahead, jump on that Altitude Sports Radio app. Altitude Sports Radio app, by the way, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Jump on there, hit that microphone at the bottom, and send something right to Nellie's ear holes. What is the expectation that you have for Gabe tonight? What is it? You expecting nothing? You expecting a 70% version of himself? What is the overall feeling that you have? Because I'll be honest, I'm going to do the really boring thing. I got nothing. I have no expectation. I don't know what I can expect for a guy who's been out as long as he has.
I had this conversation with a friend of mine yesterday. I don't think anybody's expecting playoff Gabe from 3 years ago. But it's also fair to expect compete, make a difference. Get a loose puck.
If he becomes your sixth best forward, think about the addition you just made, right? Even if he's not second, third, if he's just middle of the road, that's huge, Moj. For depth purposes, it's massive.
I think that we forget what a player he was. I mean, have we forgotten what a good player Gabe Landeskog was?
I hope not.
As a healthy player? I hope not, too. I mean, but you're talking about a guy, in his final year, in 51 games of the Cup season, he had 30 goals, 29 assists, and 59 points in 51 games. He was a point-a-game guy the year before. The year of the injury, the whole COVID year, he's been a 20-goal scorer in almost every season he's played in. This guy's a player.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're getting a player. You're getting even if he's, let's say, a half a point a game guy. Let's say he gave you 25 points in 50 games.
It's big.
Pretty damn
it's a big addition.
Yes, to this team, yes, it's big.
I'm going to show up with a milkshake just in honor of Gabe tonight.
Do they serve milkshakes at Ball?
Not that I know about, no.
They could whip one up for you.
Well, could you get an ice cream and then sort of turn it into one?
Yeah, I think you could.
And I bring all the milkshakes to the yard.
Texture says, Coach blew our doors off. We have no doors. We're
Zero
doorless.
doors.
Yeah.
We're like one of those speedboats. 0 doors right now. Or, as you would say, what, a cabana?
A gazebo.
Gazebo, my bad.
Yes, a gazebo. By the way, this was Coach after game 2.
Coach, what do you need to see from the second line from your group?
I need to see more.
Well, in the middle of that interview, the more is going to turn into some changes within the lines. Now, who knows what that looks like? Is that totally flipping the wingers around? Is that Landy going to the second line? I have no idea. But you need to find something. Like Moj, I think this is correct, right? Wasn't it last year Val left after 7 games?
No, he started the Dallas series.
I know, but the first game went 6. Right? Or the first series went 6.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And then he played in the first game. I don't know if he played in the second or not. I can't remember. But Val led the postseason last year in goals scored, right? Despite only playing that limited amount. Or he beat McDavid.
He was tied. I think he was tied with McDavid. Or beat McDavid. Yeah, I'm trying to remember back.
Who got to
Brett.
the Stanley Cup final.
That is correct.
But the point is he's got 0 so far through 2 games. Now, I don't think that's going to continue for much longer. He's too good for that. But maybe that's one of those, hey, let's throw him back on that top line with McKinnon and see if they can make something work.
Okay, worst case scenario tonight is you got to win the game. Because if you lose a game with so much emotion, then Dallas steals so much momentum.
I agree.
Right? You have to win this game. I mean, it's not enough to trot them out there. It's not enough to have a packed house. It's not enough to have all that electricity in the air. You have to perform. And I hate to apply that kind of pressure, but this is it. This is the truth. You cannot lose this game. Moser, you cannot lose this game.
I would like to think that you can't.
No,
you can.
No. You cannot lose this game.
I think Vic's kind of right on that. I think that you have a lot of the eggs in the basket of Game 3 going for you right now, which is if you get that, and you're going to get that emotional pop from that crowd, not just from it being the first home playoff game of the postseason, but then you introduce the beloved captain back in the lineup, and then you lose, like that would be a massive momentum shift in favor of Dallas.
It would be a major bummer. I would agree with that.
I expect Dallas, you talk about sitting back and just playing defense, that first period.
You're like, hang on for dear life.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They're going to play that counterattack game.
People have asked, well, who on the team has not played with Gabe Landeskog? A lot.
A lot of them.
God, yeah.
Should I go down?
Who has?
Should I go down? Let me go down. Here's who's not ever played a game with Gabe Landeskog, if you can believe it.
The goalies.
Both goalies, Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood, Ross Colton, Charlie Coyle, Jack Drury, Parker Kelly, Martin H.S., Brock Nelson, Jonathan Drouin, Yoel Kiviranta, Jimmy Vesey, Miles Wood.
Holy crap. It's
Ryan Lindgren, Sam Malinsky, Keaton Middleton.
Ross Colton.
I said Ross Colton first,
did.
yeah. Yeah, that's all the guys, and those have been regulars now, right? I mean, think about it. How long has Miles Wood been here? And you're like, it seemed like for a while now. He never played with Gabe.
Show you the turnover in sports, how quickly you turn it over. You may keep your core together, but turnover is going to happen no matter what.
That is crazy. Because Druin's been here, is it 2 years now? Is this his second year?
I think this is his third year.
Yeah. Like, Druin's never played with Gabe Landeskog.
Hell, it's been so long, Eric Johnson left and came back.
Went to get a pack of smokes?
I had a child. My child turns 3 in June.
In that span that he's been gone.
Yeah, but you were getting down when Gabe was here.
Oh, yeah.
Think about all the monumental achievements in your own personal life.
And
what have you done in those 3 years? What's the biggest, let me ask you guys this, each of you. What's the biggest, most monumental moment of the last 3 years for you that you've done in the span that he's been gone?
Even though
you had a baby.
Even though my kid was born, I shot a 74.
Okay. I played Augusta.
Yeah.
Moj, did you accomplish anything in those 3 years?
You got a promotion. Yeah, you got a promotion. I actually, that sounds rude. I don't mean a promotion from the show after us. Sorry. You were still a producer. My fault.
It's okay. The show I used to produce no longer exists. I'll tell you something that has happened since Gabe has played hockey. Moser has lost and then rekindled his relationship with his passport. That has all happened.
Yeah,
that's true. That is also true. Yes.
I mean, Vic, would you put playing Augusta over witnessing an NBA championship with your favorite basketball team?
Somebody asked me that. Like, what is the crowning
you
moment?
said Augusta. You didn't say the championship.
No, it's the championship.
Well, you didn't say that. You just said I played Augusta. You did not say the championship.
Understood. But we're using examples of where you've been. The crowning achievement sports-wise in my life will forever be, forever, it's not even close, the championship parade for the Denver Nuggets and the Avalanche back-to-back years. Because when you do things like that, you share it with your community. You know, like when I talk Augusta with you guys hate it because I can't share it with you. You didn't experience it with me. You guys all experienced those championships. You realize you can share memories, when you can share things with people, those are the things you remember. Those are the things that are special.
Do you realize you've been on a fire truck and I've never been on one?
I don't know what I was on the fire truck with Darcy Kemper.
Yeah.
Basically, when he told me he's not coming back.
That's essentially
that was the day he told
let
me.
It out that day.
I go, so I remember because it was still a question. I go, so what do you got planned this week? We're moving. Huh. Okay, so all right. Just won the cup, and now we're moving.
Yeah, that's a pretty good indicator.
Vic, I get, all sort of verklempt about this. I'm with you. I just want let's get to the game. The amount of thinking and overanalyzing I'm going to do between now and theoretically 7:52 tonight.
There is no analyzing. I mean, let's go. Let's play. I want the game now.
Well, if you cannot make it inside the arena, you can join us tonight at number 38 for an Avs viewing party. Hang out with Raj and watch Game 3 as the Avs look to take that series lead with the return of Gabe Landeskog. Berto will broadcast live starting at 6, and Raj giving away some awesome prizes. Specials on Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila. Great prizes and the chance to watch the Avs with Avs Faithful. We'll see you tonight at number 38 in Rhino.
Kyle Keefe chimes in. Since Landy left the lineup, Kyle says he took his bench press from 165 to 415.
Yeah, that is not true. We all know that.
Oh, good for you.
Somebody said
learned to lie since the last time that Gabe Landeskog was on the ice.
The 1061 says Moser was
you shrunk. You shrunk.
Yeah,
to
Moser was
did.
an inch taller 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Actually, it was about an inch and a half taller. I'm shrinking, bro.
Moj shrunk since the last time that, you know what? Say that to Gabe if you get a chance to talk to him. If he joins you guys post game.
By the way, I shrunk.
Yeah, and look up tall at him.
Hey, did you know the last time you were on the ice, I used to be here. Here.
It's just crazy, man. It's crazy to think about. This is going to be such a huge story tonight for everybody. Oh man. And again, when you talk about it, the focus is on hockey, and that's the way that I was going to say 92. Look at me. That's just the way I talk. That's the way he would want it, Gabriel Landeskog. He wants it about the hockey team, and you got to win a hockey game. But for everybody else involved in all of this, broadcasters and fans and networks and so on and so forth, this is a really big deal.
Well,
really big deal.
You know what it is? I mean, imagine this. Imagine Gabe goes out there tonight and scores. Imagine that. It'll feel like a movie. You know what I mean?
Trying to remember the loudest I've ever heard Ball Arena at an Avs game. What do you think it is?
Boy,
what's
Vic,
the loudest you've ever heard it? Because the cup was won on the road.
When they qualified for the playoffs the year after the 48-point season, when that game 82 and they win at home against the St. Louis Blues and everybody dogpiles in the neutral zone, that building was pretty insane.
I'm glad you brought that up because sometimes it's not what you think. You can easily say, "Oh, Game 7, you won the cup when Bork was here." That was
I remember that pretty well. I mean, that's 24 years ago, but I remember it.
But I
was on the ice.
Other games.
I was on the ice.
I'm going to tell you, for the Nuggets perspective, the loudest I've ever heard Ball Arena from a Nuggets game was not the championship season, and it was loud. But that Game 5 was almost expected. So when something's expected, the volume levels, it hits you different, right?
Yeah, I agree.
For me, the loudest I've ever heard Ball Arena for a Nuggets game, believe it or not, and maybe Nuggets fans will agree or disagree with me, was that first game after the long decade of no playoffs and Carmelo Anthony took on the Minnesota T-Wolves, 8-1, and the playoffs were back in Denver. And the pregame tilt there, oh, my God. I couldn't hear myself pee.
Oh, you know what? I know what it is, for me at least. So I've been here since 2019. Some big games being played in Ball Arena since then.
Oh, yeah.
Loudest I ever heard it, ever. I was first of all, yelling with people, but also shocked when I took a second. I was like, oh, my God, that's loud. When McKinnon went coast to coast against the Blues.
Yes,
that was
going to bring that one up.
That one was as loud as I think I've heard any arena.
They lost that game.
I know they lost, but that moment, Moj, was because they gave up the tying goal, and then McKinnon was like,
"I got
bleep
this.
you, Joe Boo. I do it myself."
Yes,
hold my beer.
I think that had to be the loudest I've ever heard it. Had to, because you're right, Vic. You would think winning the championship, but there was a vibe in that arena that was ending.
It's not,
that was over.
Exactly. it's almost a nervous energy at that point, and you forget to be loud because you're just like, ah.
It's one of those when something is spontaneous like that, and the emotion, the reaction is genuine and real and loud.
Yeah,
that's when it is the most loud. Back to my real point on Gabe, though. He would want it to be about the hockey. I mean, he wants to refocus on that. Obviously,
it's not going to happen tonight.
No,
at least for a portion of.
But
tonight.
I will say, when you hear his teammates talk about him. In fact, I was watching something from Devin Dubnyk, who was on a podcast about 4 days ago, that he's one of the best captains he's ever seen in his life.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's what it means to this Avalanche. That's a former teammate, just for a short period of time. But for the guys inside that room who have played with him and been with him, it means a lot, dude. I mean, it means an awful lot.
Yeah.
You saw that video in Washington where EJ is talking to Lauren Jabara and Gabe's coming off the ice and he does the shimmy shake, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you see the joy in the reaction.
Sure.
I mean, these guys, they've got something. They've got a chemistry, and it means a lot. This is just really, really cool. So, again, by the way, I guess I should have expected it. Well, that coach leads on, and he had to know that you of all people, Brett, would take it and run with it like a mother.
I mean, I've done it for about, take 1,000 divided by 7 because that's how often we talk to him. It's been a little bit over 1,000 days. Almost every week, there's been some sort of question towards it. So,
Vic, Coach Bednar had to know when he said, there's a good chance he could play tonight. Yeah. He had to know that Brett was going to take that and basically go out and play tickle fight.
A texter says, by the way, looks like Landy will play tonight. Thumbs up. Yes. We were told that.
You should have done. You should have called your best buddy Pierre LeBrun with that hot information.
Should have. He'll pick it up.
Don't you and Pierre talk?
Oh, yeah. He's
often?
A sharp guy. Me and him, we eat dinner about 5 times a year. It's me and P. That's what I call him. P.
Is every reporter from Canada named
What's up,
Pierre?
PL?
No, there are some. Not every single one. Garth. Plenty of Garths and Dales.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna here's what's if you're
Garth
from Canada,
Dale, Garth Dales, Pierres and Bobs.
If you're from Canada and you're an NHL reporter, I'm calling you Pierre, whether you like it or not.
Can I just say why I thought that was hilarious? Because Moser had earlier in the show, he yelled, "Shut him off," talking about himself. Shut him off. Mm-hmm. It's like words were exiting his mouth, and it's like he was having a conversation with his brain. Like, shut him off. And then Vic goes, "Is every Canadian hockey reporter named Pierre?" And Moser answers earnestly, "No, there's some. Not all of them, but there's some." Like, very genuine and honest. Anyway, whole bunch to get to. Game 7:30 tonight. Game 3. Return of Gabe Landeskog. Can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Can obviously watch it on Altitude Television. And Moj, I'm sure you guys have a whole bunch of things pregame packed up and ready to go.
It's being rerouted as we speak. Yes.
Yep. So stay tuned. Either that, if you're in the car, listen right here on the radio. Yes.
When we
Victor.
come back, there are 2 prominent mock drafts that just came out. Right, these mock drafts are a dime a dozen. I get it. You won't believe where they have both. You won't believe where they have Shadur Sanders going.
Get to it next.
Nuggets play tomorrow night, Vic. A lot to get to regarding game at number 3 in Los Angeles.
Do we know anything, just quickly, Vic? Any update on MPJ?
We'll find out today at practice. Okay. Nuggets go at it this morning before they embark on that trip to L.A. So we'll see if he practiced. We'll get an update. He said it was sore. With those kind of injuries, you really don't know till the next day. So we'll know a lot today.
Hey, can I throw a couple of things at you real quick? Where did it go? Doggone it.
Yeah. Before we get to all that, Moj, Vic had something on on the draft.
Right.
But
I'm looking at some of these mocks, and again, everybody has a mock. Todd McShay's mock draft. I'm going through this like a fine-tooth comb.
Who is Todd McShay with now? Is
Ringer?
he with somebody? Oh, he's with the Ringer.
The Ringer. So he's got the Broncos taking Colston Loveland at 20.
Okay.
He doesn't have Shadur Sanders in his first round at all.
Wow.
I was going to mention this. There's a sports book, and this is what I was talking about him falling. There's one book, I can't remember which one it was that I saw yesterday. They have his odds on dropping out of the first round at minus 120, like the favorite. They think it's more likely that he drops out of the first round than stays in, which is crazy.
So he doesn't have Shedeur in the first round. These other mocks I'm looking at, this one from Peter Schrager, and I think this is healthy for Shedeur, to be honest with you. He's got him dropping all the way down to 21, Pittsburgh.
I think that's that. I'm telling you, if you can get over the initial sting of like, the same thing that Brady Quinn and Aaron Rodgers went through, which he's not going to be there, but still, it's going to be like, Vic, to get to pick 21 is probably going to be 2.5 hours, something like that to get there. Well, where probably every time somebody gets picked, they go, well, Shedeur's still on the board. They're going to be doing that thing. That's an ideal scenario, though, isn't it? I get to go to Pittsburgh. That's a pretty talented team that has a stable, It's a stable franchise with a stable head coach. I mean, I think you'd like that.
I find that hard to believe, but there's two now. There's two mocks. There's another mock, Nick Kosmider here. He has the Broncos taking Omarion Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina.
I like him.
And then that's the beat writers who make their selections for each respective team.
Mm-hmm.
And for the next selection, they too have Shadur Sanders going 21. But it's a trade. He'd be going to the Giants at 21.
Oh, so they trade back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you guys this when they signed Russell Wilson. I don't think the Giants are just out on taking a quarterback. I really don't. I think that they're still probably looking. Now, whether they like, it'll be what? Dart, Shedeur, all the other guys, right? Milrow. I don't know if they like any of them, but I don't think that stopped them from going out and still looking. Russell's on a 1-year deal. It's like
correct.
Plays for a year and then next year.
But they have to plan for the future.
Right.
And that would be planning for the future. For sure.
I am just I'm somewhat stunned at how variable Shadur Sanders' stock quality is among some of these experts.
All it takes is one team to really like him, though, Vic.
You know what it is? I really think this is a problem in baseball, too. You get obsessed with the guy that throws 102 and can't locate, and the guy who throws 92 but can paint the corners and get guys out you don't care about because it's not flashy. And I think that's what they're doing with his arm strength. But I'm almost, for his own sake, I'm begging that he goes to Pittsburgh. Imagine you walk in as a rookie QB. Who are the wide receivers? Top of your head, do you guys know?
Oh, God, they got the George Pickens, and they just signed DK Metcalf.
They just traded for Metcalf.
Yeah.
Like, you get to step into a situation with Metcalf and George Pickens?
Oh, now, that's an ideal situation.
Now, Pickens is I think legitimately crazy.
He seems like
he's got some screws
a little
loose,
bit off,
but he's incredibly talented.
Very, very talented. And if I'm a guy that can throw to those guys, they're going to make me look good right away.
Yeah. So
Kuiper, just to show you how crazy all over the board this is. McShay doesn't have Shedeur in the first round at all. Kuiper's got him going 9th to the Saints. Others have him going 21st. I mean, usually when you're a top-notch quarterback, you're whittled down to, there's a variance of 3 or 4 picks in there. You sort of know.
Yeah.
This is all over the place.
Well, I think Kuiper has him as a better quarterback prospect than Cam Ward.
He said Sanders is my top-ranked quarterback.
I'm curious when Raj and Coach get on in the sprint. I'm curious to find out why Coach thinks this is such a big spread in terms of where he could possibly go. And again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But having a quarterback that can be your quarterback for the next decade, they're hard to find. And so teams, they'll jump when they get the chance.
Sure. By the way, the show that follows us, the Morning Sprint with Raj and Coach, they're going to have Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon, on at 11:20 this morning. 11:20.
Raj has his landing stick with him right now.
Fellas, I'm giving this to Brett right now.
Yeah!
If you're not going to be in the building tonight for Game 3, get to number 38 in Rhino, because the stick that Brett is holding right now, signed by Gabriel Landeskog, I'm giving that away tonight.
Hey, hook Moser a little bit with that stick. Hook him a little bit. High stick him. High stick him.
Screw.
No blood. Mosh got legitimately scared. He got legit scared. And let me hit you with a cross check. Can I just have a cross check? You don't want to play this game between your little wimpy teacher pointer and my hockey stick. And don't ruin this. This is going to somebody.
You ever get hit in the little tingy?
Can I give you a cross check?
No.
Just right across the numbers.
No, not at all.
That's what Gabe brings to the table, though. Get a little physical in there.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
He put in front of the net.
He put that one kid from Henderson in the headlock. I'm sure that kid went and told everybody, oh, my God, Gabe Landeskog put me in a headlock last night.
Can I tell you something about this signature?
I would never be able to distinguish what that is.
I could get gypped so badly on this. If this is what his signature is, that's just a scribble.
We should play that game. I've got some memorabilia with some signatures. I'm like, what in the hell is that? I wouldn't even know what it is, who it is.
And if I hold it this way, it looks like it says 26 instead of 92.
It's definitely a 92. I could see it right away.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
All right, I got a few. See if you can make out. This is a basketball.
Oh, that's definitely your mom. Bambina Lombardi. I can see it. Yep.
How about this one?
No, I have no
DMT?
idea.
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea who that is.
Absolutely no idea. Hey, can I drop a couple of things on you real quick?
Yeah, come here.
Would you? No, don't stop touching me. You don't want to do that. This is from Stan the Man in Toronto. Notes guy. They're your version of Dan Hyatt. Or my version, I should say. Nobody has produced the way Nathan McKinnon does at Ball Arena. He has registered a point in 26 straight games here since being blanked on November 30th by Edmonton. In the postseason, he's played 45 games, picked up points in 36 of them, going 33-37 for 70. It's an average of 1.56 points per home game, and that's the third best in the history of the NHL, with only Wayne Gretzky at 2.0 and Mario Lemieux at 1.74 being better than Nate. Minimum of 25 games played at home.
Wasn't Mikko on that list too?
Never heard of him.
It's the expected answer. Mosley, he's remarkable. He's so good and produces every time you need him to in a postseason game. By the way, I got a beef already. We never get breaking news. We never do it. We forget us breaking news. We never get breaking news during our show.
Mm-hmm.
So we finally get something today. Coach jumps on with us at 8 o'clock, and he says, there's a pretty good chance that Gabe plays tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at the score. It says Gabe Landeskog on the verge of suiting up for his first NHL game nearly in 3 years. Colorado Avalanche head coach Jared Bednar says there's, quote, a good chance the captain plays in Game 3 at home against the Dallas Stars on Wednesday, according to Altitude Sports Radio's Connor McGahey. Hey, Connor, buzz off. Get out of here. Let us have a thing. Can I just have one thing?
Well, no,
I can't believe you all are still listening.
He was listening. He put that out there. He didn't swipe it from us or anything.
I know it wasn't his intent, but it just goes to show you.
I don't care.
No, it's not his fault. It just goes to show you though how stupid the internet is. No, I'm not sure. I want to use this as a model of like, you cannot believe everything you read on the internet because what's the score? Is that what is that? Canada.
That's a sports thing in Canada. Yeah.
They take sources from people that they follow and stuff, and they just it's just a little mistake. It's not even a mistake. But it just goes to show you, not everything is real.
I mean, it's pretty real what Connor put out there.
I know, but the source Brett Kane wanted his flowers.
No, I wanted our show to have its flowers. I wanted our show. It's not me. I wanted the show. And then McGahee usurps all four of us and takes the credit?
On the old Twitch feed, Miss Moxie May. We're turning a, quote, good chance into a yes. I guess I'm on board with that, right? Miss Moxie May and everybody else, just follow your nose. Coach knows that Brett is going to ask that question because he's asked it every week for the last 1,000+ days.
How do you think he would answer it if he was uncertain?
We'll have to wait and see tonight. I don't know. You'll have to wait and see after if he skates this morning. We'll have to wait and see.
Let's hear the way he said it too, Nelly. Play that back again. The way he said the answer. Tone matters. Context clues. It's very simple.
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Yeah, there's
a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
I mean, again, it's what Vic said. If he was unsure that Gabe was going to go, he goes, "Yep, we don't know. We got to see how skate goes and blah blah blah." Right? That's the answer that you're going to get. And by the way, we've been talking about this forever. If it's not tonight, then when the hell would it be? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, Moxie, you have to understand that Coach knows Brett is going to ask it. And Coach knows when he gives that particular answer, he's a very smart guy, that Brett Kane and Vic Lombardi are going to take it, and they are going to run like Forrest Gump to the end zone with it.
Yes.
Which is exactly what you did.
Yes.
We get done with Coach, and I went, "Phew." And you go, so let's just say it. He's playing. I said, well, that's not what he said. He said
it is what he said. You know it. That's what he said.
So all of that being known, man, it's a very, very good chance. Very good.
There's a good chance.
Very good.
McGahee said, I said, quote, Bednar on Altitude SR. Guess what, McGahee? And I want you to listen closely. It doesn't matter. If I know your intent was not to take the credit, but you got it, so I yell at you. Because I don't know who did this for the score.
Brett.
It's your fault.
Hey, Connor, next time you do this, include Brett's name and his social security number just to make sure.
Well, don't do that. Just saying, I need somebody to yell at, and you're the one person I get your phone number, I can see you in person, I can yell at you. I can't yell at the internet.
That's good stuff, man. I've been kind of sideways since that time.
Since
8:01
Since your
a.m.
Dave Dravecki comp? Yeah, I would say so.
I mean,
hey everybody! When Gabe comes back, remember Dave Dravecki.
I was a curious listener. Like, you had me, and I go, you know what? I actually haven't heard this story, Moj. Give me the lowdown. And at the end of it, you're like, yeah, this guy comes back, and his arm breaks, and they have to amputate it. And I'm like, well, why would you say that? I didn't mean it stuff.
He was out for quite a while with major surgery. It didn't work. I shut myself off. What more do you want from me?
No,
I can't really think right now.
Moser.
I know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
All right. 303-504-0925. Got one last preview. Game 3 tonight. Avs and Stars, along with a fact checker. Next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by a thief. Hi, thief.
You know darn well that was not my intention to do
That's
that.
jacked up, Connor.
I mean, how dare you? How
Hey,
you take that moment
Sports
from
Center?
us?
Hey, I defended you, brother. I had your back. You know that.
I know. Thanks, Moj. If your show wasn't, 94 characters long, it'd be easier to type out in a tweet.
That is true. Obviously, we're playing around Connor McGahey with us on the phone. Just quickly, McGahey, I mean, we've been talking about it. Just what do you think? What do you expect for tonight? Landeskog back in the lineup. What do you think he's going to be?
I think that Landeskog is going to be – I mean, it's impossible to tell, but I think he's going to have definitely pieces of Landeskog of old all over the place, right? Is that a shift here? Is that a block here? Is that a deflection here? Is it a horse collar here? Is it a face wash there? I just think that Landeskog is not going to go if he doesn't think that he can be Landeskog to some degree, right? You're not going to be a shell of yourself. So I think you're going to get bits and pieces of old Landeskog. It's just a question of how big those pieces are, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and Connor, we were talking about this on the program here. You and I, when we watched that first Eagles game, and we're sitting at the table there, and it's far away, but you can see when he's skating, you can see what he looks like, right? But you can tell who it is because of his gait. We've watched so many games of his and called so many games of his. He looks the part, and maybe that's the best part. He looks the part. He looks like his former self.
Yeah, you're not like, well, that's a completely different person out there. Like he's not even skating like Gabe Landeskog. That was the impression that I got. Again, on the phone, held in landscape mode at the Yard House in Los Angeles, watching that game. But look, we've seen how many morning skates and practices now. There's one at Family Sports last week. I think it was Tuesday before the playoffs even started. And I mean, he was doing everything you do in the game, diving, blocking shots, doing all that kind of stuff. So again, we talk about the eye test for this sort of thing. So far, from the information we have, fellas, he passes the eye test.
Connor, I'll ask you what I asked the fellas here. What do you recall as the loudest moment you've ever heard at Ball Arena?
That's a great question. A couple people have brought up the return of Todd Bertuzzi to Ball Arena after Steve Moore. Yeah. That was loud, but I mean, honestly, I feel like the Stanley Cup final was it Game 2 where the Avs put up 8 on the Lightning. That was incredible. Coming on the ice for that one after taking a 1-0 lead in the series was way up there. I mean, look, Moj, we've been in every building in the National Hockey League, and this just isn't me pumping our own tires. I think crowd-wise and not stupid speakers cranked up to 11, I think crowd-wise, Ball Arena has one of the loudest in the NHL.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Plus, we got the tradition of the pom-poms. Say nobody else got that, right? They had some stupid towel the other night. It's going to
has
be
a towel. Only
big deal, and it's going to be off the hook.
Should be milkshakes tonight.
A lot of milkshakes bringing
I
themselves
heard
to
that
the
there's
yard.
milkshakes in the yard. I've heard that.
A lot of those going to be happening in the yard and doing their thing and all that. And Connor, real quick, listen, tough game too. Obviously, you lose in overtime. But can you please explain to the peeps and to the boys here, like I have, just how difficult it is to win a postseason hockey game, period, end of story, against anybody?
Postseason hockey on the road, right? I know that the Avalanche really in the stretch going back to last season really have almost been a better road team than at home. But if you ask any coach, any organization, any player, if you're the road team in a series and you go in and you come out with a split, that's a great win. There have only been 3 teams who have won a road game in the playoffs so far. The Avalanche are one of them. The Wild added to that last night, but it isn't happening this year. So a split is exactly what the doctor ordered. Up 2-0 would have been a nice treat, but it's 1-1 is exactly what you had in mind going into the series.
I mean, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. It's tough. I'll go back to even 2022, Connor. Home against the St. Louis Blues, round number 2. And the Avs win the first game 3-2 in overtime. Did people forget about that? They won the first game 3-2.
Yep.
And then they got pummeled in game 2. They lost 4-1 at home, and you're like, oh my God, no, right? Now you got to go to St. Louis, and they've earned, but then you started to come back. But you had lost the second game on your home ice. Then you come back with a couple of really nice performances. We all know what went down there. But I mean, nothing really comes easy. You got to work your tail off, or it just ain't going to happen. Period.
Yeah, it does, and that's what happened in Game 2 is I feel like the consistency wasn't there through really the second half of the hockey game, and that's where the game was almost lost. So they know that, and I don't think it matters venue. I think that the requirements are known by this group as to what they have, because you have a bunch of guys, Coyle, who's been there a ton. He got to the final in 19, didn't win. Brock Nelson has played in over 80 playoff games in his career. Those guys haven't won. So you have the mix of hunger for your first and knowledge of what it takes to win from the guys that have been there before, the 11 that have won a Stanley Cup in your lineup. So I think that's actually a good mixture for the team. They know what it takes, and they also know that this, the amount of rocket fuel mixed with kerosene that this game has tonight for them is something that nobody else really has in the NHL this playoff season.
You can hear Connor 7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 3, Avs in Stars. Should be fun, Connor. Enjoy it.
Sorry, Brett. Love you.
Yeah, see ya. Connor McGahey, radio voice of the Avs. Just quickly, can I say one thing in the middle of all the Landeskog stuff? I watched the 9th inning of the Rockies and Royals baseball game yesterday where it looked like another shutout. And a bases clearing double with 2 outs or 1 out, I think, from Jacob Stallings gives them a 3-2 lead. And then Tyler Kenley came in the game, and then they lost in extra innings. And there's your Rockies update from yesterday of Brett continuing to watch despite all reasons not to. There you go.
That's on you.
They're 12 out.
I try.
The fact that you allow yourself to be Kinleyed willingly is...
Oh, well, now, Moj, it's just like it's
now
masochism.
Now you got to see it happen.
Yeah, I need to see it now. Anyway.
They're 12 out, worst team in baseball.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Just 20 seconds.
Okay.
For tonight, I think, Moj, anticipation level for you tonight compares to what's the last time you've been like this amped up just to get to the rink and get after it?
Oh, man. Probably Game 6 in 2022.
Yeah.
The Cup's in the building, and you're in their barn. You can get it done that night, and you'd come off a difficult Game 5 where you sort of you looked ahead us a little bit,
Right.
This is gonna be awesome. I'm looking forward to it just because of the anticipation of what the crowd's going to react to. And what those people are going to be doing, and the amount of jumping around and insanity, Vic. It's going to be unbelievable.
I mean, as anticipated, a game in years, it has to be. Like, you might be right, Moj. Maybe it is the final. Maybe that's the last time.
Sorry, I've been distracted because my hopes and dreams have been dashed. I was going to run for papacy for the Pope, but says any baptized Catholic male can be elected Pope. But then if you read the fine print, I no longer qualify.
What's the fine print?
The fine print is not Vic Lombardi, though.
Says here, if you are not born into Catholic faith, you will need to convert. Other requirements include being celibate, unmarried, and acting with integrity. And that last one doesn't work.
The other ones you've cleared. You cleared the initial hurdles. It's just that last thing, the integrity.
Celibate, unmarried.
Well, his marriage is a sham, and we're not sure those are his kids. So,
you know what the funny part is?
Who are you?
I'm damn sure they are his kids. That's
no doubt.
No one
you say I had sex.
Take a look at baby Jamal
children,
Kale.
Believe me when I tell you, hey, all it took was Dante on the program a couple of weeks ago for 2 minutes to tell that's Vic Lombardi's kid.
You take one look at baby Jamal Kale, you see red hair, you're like, that's
honest to God. If I were named Pope, the first rule you have to play at some point in your life team sports, because I think it's the best way you learn about other people. not individual sports. At one point in your life, you have to play a team sport. Otherwise, you have to go to another faith.
Wait, what? That's your rule?
It's my rule. That's my rule. I make the rules. It's my office.
Okay. Francis didn't strike me as a hooper, Vic. I don't
Well, he was a big soccer fan, but that's how it works.
Okay.
At some point in your life, a team sport must be played.
That's actually a rule for you just to exist.
To understand cooperation, communication, hierarchy, competition, everything.
Not quite the dismount I thought this show would have today. But here we are, Nelly.
In fact, I could tell from some of our texters who text the show that have never played team sports. I could tell right away.
Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
No need to overcomplicate things. Sometimes Occam's razor. So my fact is that there's a good chance that Gabe Landeskog is playing tonight.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Thanks to Connor McGahey for breaking that news earlier.
Way to go, McGahey. Oh, man, I'm so excited.
Dude,
is it really only 9:56? Is that really the time that we
I got to
have?
get to skate. I'm just I'm in a daze.
Mo shows up, sees Landy. So, I heard you compare me to Dave Dravecki today.
He would have no idea who Dave Dravecki is, and that's fine.
Tell him the story.
I won't
Do
be
it the
doing
same
it.
way you did to me.
Open the show tonight with that, please.
Not since Dave Dravecki. All right. 7 o'clock pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Cannot wait. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow about Gabe Landeskog's return.
Are
And
you ready for
hopefully
this,
a
man?
dub.
Are you ready for this?
No, not yet.
I don't know that I am either. I'm freaking.
Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
You heard it here first on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane straight from the coach's mouth. And I know it's not 100%, but that's as close as you're going to get from Jared Bednar ahead of Game 3 of the Western Conference quarterfinal. The Avs and the Dallas Stars tonight. Gabriel Landeskog for the first time in over 1,000 days. And I know I told you this a couple of evenings ago on Game 2 when the NHL screwed up their roster report. Well, he's going to play tonight. Dallas and Colorado tied at 1. The captain's going to be in the lineup. And the energy at Ball Arena will be unlike anything that we've seen maybe since Game 7 of the 2001 Stanley Cup Final. Maybe. If you can't get into the building, make sure you guys join us tonight at number 38 for an Avs viewing party. Hang out with myself and Berto. Watch game number 3 as the Avs look to take a series lead and welcome back the captain. Berto's going to broadcast live starting at 6 p.m. I'll be giving away awesome prizes. And my awesome prizes are this. Because it's such a historic day in Avs history, I'm giving away a signed Gabriel Landeskog stick, multiple signed Gabriel Landeskog photos. We're going to be there with specials on Mountain Time Lager, Milagro Tequila, other prizes as well when you get in the door there. Watch with Avs Faithful. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino tonight, again starting at 6 p.m. as we welcome you here to the Morning Sprint. I'm Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Will be in here in a few minutes. Packed out show for you guys today. Coming up in hour number 2, we will be joined by Terrence Ferguson, Oregon Ducks tight end. He is number 5 on Dane Brugler's beast list for tight ends. Number 75 in his ranking. Number 94 overall in Leggy's ranking. Possibly a second or a third round tight end. Originally from Heritage High School. He'll join us in the second hour today as Coach Sanford sprinting in as the namesake of the show.
All kinds of action this morning.
Being the Landeskog's right back. Center, it's unbelievable.
We got a second, third round draft pick tight end that we got a chance to, be around. A lot going on, man.
Yeah, Terrence Ferguson again will join us coming up at 11:20 today. But we start right there with the breaking news this morning. Gabriel Landeskog expected to play this evening in a pivotal Game 3 as the Avs come back home to take on the Dallas Stars after losing 4-3 in overtime in game number 2. Bednar would go on to talk about how there was mismanagement of the puck. They only had about half of the team that looked like they were willing to push the pace at the second half of the third period in overtime. Energy will not be a problem tonight, right? If you end up failing this evening in Game 3, it will be an execution thing. There's no way that you can have bigger juice going into a game than what's about to happen 8 hours from right now. 8-9 hours.
The energy is going to be electric, but am I okay, Raj, if the morning sprint that's been very pro Gabe Landeskog return in Game 1, it didn't happen. In Game 2, even got a little bit of a veteran hair skate in there, didn't happen. Are we okay to say that this is happening?
This is happening. Bedsy doesn't. Did you hear it this morning? Did you hear it live?
I did. I'm one of those people, man, until it's happened.
KJ, play it again for me. Play it one more time for me.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
You can hear the smile on his face. He's playing. That's as close to 100% as you get.
That's like when you were a child and you're in the back seat of your parents' car and you're like, Can we get dessert tonight after dinner?
If you're good.
There's a chance. There's a very good chance until I have that Dairy Queen blizzard in my hand with a spoon.
When did little Mike Sanford not get a dilly bar when he asked for one?
When I was a bad boy. When I was a very bad boy. I don't know, man. I just
It's happening. Dude,
cool.
It's 100% happening. Right. It is 100%.
Do you kind of feel like a little bit of personal accountability because you pretty much almost guaranteed it Game 1? You were on the
I
pregame show and you did guarantee it.
So I did not guarantee it game 1. What I said going into game 1, and I hold this, game 1 and game 2 were mistakes by Jared Bednar. Not playing him in game 1 or game 2 was a lineup decision mistake. And I will hold right now that if 90,
KJ, you gonna send that to
if
Betsy?
92 Gabe Landeskog plays in game 2, you win the hockey game. You win the hockey game. I'm sorry. Miles Wood would not have been on the ice to create an offensive line or offensive blue line turnover in overtime. He wouldn't have been on the ice.
All right, Gabe's back tonight.
He's back.
All right, I'm in.
It was a mistake not to play him in game 1 and game 2. And they are rectifying that mistake tonight, which is good because Dallas punched you back in game 2. Their backs were against the wall. They knew their season was on the line. You lose game 2 at home, go down 2-0, it's toast. Game over.
Hearing from Jared Bednar today, there was also some conversations about potentially mixing up some things, changing up some lineups, and namely the second line and Val Nichushkin have not seen the success that you would think. And we're only two games into this postseason. Do you like the decision to make some line changes? And what do you anticipate seeing, Raj?
I anticipate Jonathan Drouin moving off of the top power play unit. Landeskog played alongside Lecky a lot in that Stanley Cup playoff run back in 2022. Nichushkin got handcuffed to McKinnon and Rantanen.
And this is like the good type of handcuffing.
Yes.
Like not the bad kind.
I don't hate the idea of going Nichushkin, McKinnon, Natchez.
I like it.
Nelson, Drouin. It's funny. You know what?
Say it again. Is that it?
Nelson, Lehkonen, Landeskog.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'd like to see.
Line 2.
However,
what does that do to your third line?
Your third line would be Drouin, Coyle, Kiviranta, Wood.
That's fairly salty.
It's fairly. I don't think it puts Drouin in the best position.
Yeah, but tell me what you've seen from Jonathan Drouin through 2 games, and even if you take into account some of the reconstructed Avs lineup rosters since all the deadline moves.
This is not. He doesn't match up with a team like Dallas well. He matches up with Winnipeg well.
Explain.
I think they are ultra aggressive on the power play, and Drouin needs a little bit more time. I think they know that he, on power play 1, is not a shooting threat. He's not shooting the puck. It just isn't.
What is Jonathan Drouin's greatest trait as a hockey player?
Passing and vision.
Okay.
Without a doubt. And that's the reason
Physicality?
No.
So that's a little bit.
That's a little bit
Dallas
lacking.
and the muck it up mentality of how they play.
He doesn't match up well against Dallas. I think he matches up way better against Winnipeg.
Do you feel like what you've seen too often is Jonathan Drouin getting sandwiched in between Stars defenders deep in that corner spot and not coming up with the puck enough?
Yeah.
That's what I've seen.
Yeah. You want more. I don't think Kale's been bad. I think Kale's been very good and fine defensively, really good at snapping pucks and starting off the offense from the defensive zone. You just need more production out of him.
Has Kale been a little bit gun shy to just pull the chain on some wristers?
I think all of them have.
Kale in particular, though, because that is such a dang weapon for this team. When he is either unmarked or, partially marked, it's almost like he has the ability, because of the power that he can generate on his slap shot, his wristers, that he can be an absolute weapon, not only to score goals from that high spot, but also to put the puck into very compromising positions for a defense.
My hope is your power play looks like this, and this will help Makar. When we saw the trade Rantanen to Carolina, and you get Natchez in return, the power play changed. It used to not, it was so stagnant and so one-timer focused and cross-ice pass focused that the Avs, when they're buzzing, you're getting grade A scoring chances and you're scoring. When they're not clicking, they're looking for the guaranteed goal on the power play. And that, it got stagnant. They made the trade for Rantanen, and then everything started moving because you had this glut of right-handed shots on your power play. And as a result, you can't set up that offhand on your off wing, so you're opened up, so your stick's to the middle of the ice, and that's easier to hit a one-timer on. It forced them to start moving. much like the Edmonton power play does, because they have so many left-handed shots on their power play. They've gotten away from that, and I want your power play one to be McKinnon, Necas, Nichushkin, Landeskog, Makar. And more movement out of those three, because the top of your power play would look like this. From the top, Makar, to his left, McKinnon on his one-timer side, to his right, Necas on his strong side wing. And what that's going to force you to do is start to be more fluid.
Cycling.
You're going to cycle pucks out. You're going to scissor at the top of the zone. And with an ultra-aggressive penalty kill like Dallas is, and you've seen, they go. As soon as your back is turned or as soon as you fumble a puck, they go, 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 go. It's a great way to coach PK. Now, if you're cycling, it takes one pass to beat one guy, and then you've got a 2-on-1 or even a 3-on-1 in certain positions if that guy goes outside the dots. If that happens, and Makar and McKinnon are able to switch a couple of times, that opens up the ability for Makar to skate from outside the dots on his strong side, left side as a right-handed shot, walking to the middle, and take those wrist shots from in between the hash marks. I think that's the fix to the power play. And if you miss the shot, now instead of Drouin going into the corner against Cody Ceci and Bischel, these big hulking guys, Gabe Landeskog and Val Nichushkin are the two guys going and retrieving pucks. That's the fix for me.
When you acquired Marty Necas by way of moving on from Mikko Rantanen, who, oh, by the way, there's a big Athletic article that just came out talking about his underwhelming performance and how it's not okay for the Dallas Stars. And we talked about that yesterday. Pressure's starting to mount up for Mikko Rantanen. But right after you acquired Marty Nachos, the Necas, you were cycling. I mean, you became overnight a cycling outfit on the power play.
Mm-hmm.
Why has that kind of started to dip a little bit? Since when you first got him on, it was almost like this new shiny object. You got your new toy, and you are showing it off. Nathan McKinnon was fired up, man. It's like it's gotten a little bit more stationary.
I couldn't tell you.
Has it not?
I don't know why. And again, I think the reason why is they are looking for the guaranteed goal.
Yeah,
they're looking for grade A plus.
Kind of like a steak. Everybody's looking for Wagyu or some type of 128-day
You know
aged
what's fine?
steak.
Little 8-ounce filet from Outback, baby.
I'll tell you what else is really good, man. Sometimes the cheapest menu option at a steakhouse is the sirloin. A top sirloin?
Give it to me.
A 12-ounce top sirloin? I like it.
I'm not going to spit on that.
It's good.
A little Montreal steak seasoning on it.
Really good.
Some potatoes on the side.
You don't always need to chase the tomahawk with
maybe some butter and chives.
That's all you need, man.
That's all you need.
Yes. I'll take it with just a little bit of salt and pepper, and I'm happy.
I would very much like them to not look for the tic-tac-toe, 3 passes, and you make the goaltender move from post to post 3 different times, and then it's a wide open net, and Ottinger's in row 7 at Ball Arena. Make 2 passes, get to the middle of the ice, shoot through 2 big bodies into Nichushkin and Landeskog, and score goals. Like, I'm not the guy who's like, shoot it all the time. I hate that person. You're as bad as mashed potatoes guy or getting the whole guy at a golf tournament. Shut up. But at some point, shoot the damn puck.
And I would say that the same thing holds true for the Denver Nuggets. Got open shots, take them.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Again, number 38 in Rhino tonight for a Game 3 viewing party. If you're not in the building, I'll be there alongside Mark Bertinoli giving away a signed Gabe Landeskog stick.
Oh my gosh, is this it?
Which I have right here. So if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, again, YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio, Twitch at Altitude SR, subscribe today. I'm giving this away today. As well as 2.
Chuck it over to me,
I'm
man.
not throwing it to you.
Why?
This is mine. Until it is someone else's, this is mine. This is not yours.
I'm bigger than you. I can sit on you and steal it.
I'll run away. I'm faster than you.
I don't know about that.
We haven't tested it yet. It's just all speak. You haven't proven that yet. Again, Terrence Ferguson will join us in 1 hour from right now. The Heritage High School prospect, possible 2nd or 3rd round tight end in the upcoming NFL draft. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to Altitude. What I said going into game one, and I hold this, game one and game two were mistakes by Jared Bednar. Not playing him in game one or game two was a lineup decision mistake. And I will hold right now that if 90,
KJ, you gonna send that to
if
Betsy?
92 Gabe Landeskog plays in game two, you win the hockey game. You win the hockey game. He's back. Better believe he's back. Way to rectify your decisions, coach. I love that. Again, Dallas made a push in game two, backs against the wall. Now it's your turn. That's what the playoffs are about.
They are.
It's about making decisions and taking advantage of energy and momentum. That's what this is for game three, man. Like Dallas had their chance to do it, and they got a green check mark in their box. And I think to start, I know we're many hours before the game, Bedsy's already checked that box.
As must-win games go, Raj, how must-win-ish is tonight for the Colorado Avalanche?
I don't think it's must-win.
Ooh.
I don't.
You mean to tell me that if you pull the ultimate energy trump card,
I think it's can't lose, but I don't think it's must win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, but
I think it is. I think it's a can't lose game because of what you're doing. Like I look at them and I go, tell me how they lose the game this evening. But do I believe it's like, oh, the season's over if they go down 2-1? No. So it's not must win to me.
Do you worry at all about?
I'm very confident.
The return of Jason Robertson and Miro Heiskanen.
Jason Robertson, no.
In the series, I'm saying.
Dude, he is in a big old brace.
So Miro Heiskanen will play in this series.
I think Heiskanen plays.
Maybe tonight.
Maybe tonight. It still feels a little early. Again, he had knee surgery in January.
Put the impact of Miro Heiskanen relative to the Avs roster. Like, who would be the equivalent? Is it Devon Taves?
Is Heiskanen 100%?
Yeah.
He gets put back in the lineup, and he is who he always was. He is as effective. He is their Cale Makar. There is no other Cale Makar in the league.
He is not Cale Makar.
No, but he's better than Devon Taves.
Okay. So
Miro Heiskanen's a legit top 5 defenseman in the world. He was selected 1 pick before Cale.
Yeah.
He was number 3 overall. Cale went number 4.
Hasn't had the explosive scoring numbers on a consistent basis.
Right. He's an amazing player. He's just not Cale Makar.
Right.
Right? Like, who are those other guys? Like Peyton Manning. Amazing quarterback. He's not Tom Brady.
I would argue that. Not in terms of titles. Titles
There's
won.
a lot of rings on Brady's fingers, man.
You're right. I don't know. I just loved Peyton Manning. To me, he was the person. If you love studying quarterbacks and the way that they go about their business, to this day, I will stand by. He was the model. He was the guy that was the offensive coordinator on the field, played with incredible fundamentals. Like, if I were ever pointing to somebody, that's who you watch, young quarterback. It's Peyton Manning. So, yeah.
Big time impact for Heiskanen if he's back in 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's not playing tonight, take advantage of it.
Speaking of quarterbacks, what the heck's going on with Shadur Sanders? You ever seen anything more all over the map than what's happening in the 48 hours leading up to the draft as it relates to Shadur Sanders? And his stock is either plummeting or it's still high, or does Shadur Sanders himself want to play just for a few specific organizations?
Are they plummeting the value of Shadur Sanders intentionally? This from Tom Pelissero, and he quotes an NFL assistant coach on Shadur Sanders. The worst formal interview I've ever been a part of in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. But the biggest thing is, he's just not that good.
Woo!
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Absolute, pure, and utter chicken crap. Anonymous sources coming out with takes like that. Put your name on it. You want to go out and talk to a national writer, a national TV figure, an NFL Network staple, put your name on it. What are you afraid to do? What are you afraid of? And I would argue that across the NFL, and I think even in the college football landscape, people that don't have Shadur Sanders on their team, on their roster, hate him. So this is probably coming from a coach who's got zero chance or doesn't have any need to have a Shadur Sanders on his roster. Therefore, what do? You throw shade. You throw crazy levels of shade. You do it anonymously. And you know what? That's cowardice. It's cowardice. It drives me nuts why this keeps happening. And you know what? I like aspects of The Athletic, and I know this wasn't an athletic deal. The Athletic has really majored in this type of journalism, the anonymous quote journalism. Frankly, I'm sick of it. I think it's dumb. You're not willing to put your name behind it, keep your mouth shut and sit in your stupid corner.
Why is there so much vitriol when it comes to Sanders in terms of his play, in terms of his personality, and we don't hear as much for Cam Ward? Is it simply because of who his father is and because of the name on the back of the jersey? Because if you ask Dion, that's Dion's answer. Why isn't there as much about Cam Ward? Because Cam Ward feels just as overly confident.
Yeah,
he feels just as reckless with a football.
Yeah, and I'm going to essentially do the same thing and cite anonymous sources, people that I actually talk to that don't want their name on record. Cam Ward had awful interviews at both the Senior Bowl and the Combine.
Are these NFL executives?
Yes.
And
yes.
Scouts?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just did the same thing.
I know you did. Talking out of both sides of your mouth here.
Oh man. Yeah. But it's the point. Like I wasn't going to weaponize those sources, and that's intentional. I'll say that. That quote is intentional to be used in a piece anonymously. My sources, I just had conversations with people that I know. And I'm telling feedback from more than 2 teams that I talked to that met with Cam Ward. Overly combative, defensive, chip on his shoulder to the point where you're like, are you a jerk? Are you disrespectful? Are you angry? Is that what that's what you're bringing to the table here? I don't like when people go out of their way, and I think sometimes it's intentional, to disparage other prospects, other coaches, and do it in an anonymous manner. And I think it's absolutely coward.
I do believe, though, this is, if it hurts the draft stock of Shadur Sanders, it's the best possible thing for him to tumble down the board.
Which might mean that this is all happening very intentionally from the camp of Shadur Sanders.
That's what happens 24 hours before. It's what happens the week of.
Because I don't know if you saw this podcast.
He is in a way better position if Mike Tomlin gets to mold him in Pittsburgh than he is if he goes to Cleveland or New York. A way better spot. He's in a way better spot if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan take him at number 11 than he goes to Vegas. It's a better situation now. Historically terrible, but better now. It behooves him to fall.
Because you would fall to a team that's potentially a playoff contending team.
No, I don't care about being a playoff contender immediately for Shedeur. I care about a curated environment for him.
And I think he has his sights set on one or 2 different curated teams.
A strong head coach, good history, and not necessarily Super Bowl competitive right now, but competitive to the point where you're not going to take 60 sacks next year.
Raj, did you see his comments on the Max Crosby podcast?
No, I did not.
All right, let's let that roll.
You got one more.
Whoever going to be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
Good, stop that right there. Max Crosby asked Shedeur what the best tandem of quarterback and wide receiver is in the National Football League. You want to know what he said as a tandem that he really respects? He said, Derek Carr and Chris Olave. And then later on, he asked for another one. He said, whoever the quarterback is, paired with DK Metcalf and George Pickens, which we obviously know that is.
I didn't hear Jerry Jeudy's name in there.
Didn't hear Jerry Jeudy's name?
I didn't hear Brian Thomas Jr.'s name in there.
I will be honest. He did just full transparency, he did also mention a team that would not align with
Sorry,
strong
Malik
head
Neighbors.
coach. He did talk about Malik Neighbors.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he said whatever quarterback is paired with George Pickens, he wants to play for the Giants or the Steelers. And he might play for the Giants if they potentially either move out of their pick at pick 3 and move back and can potentially add some other pieces around him. I think the place that he really does want to play for is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he hit it off with Mike Tomlin. I think that he likes that. I mean, think about that wide receiver tandem right now, just in terms of just raw, pure physical traits.
And you've got a defense that helps you.
The defense in and of itself gets you to the postseason annually. Like, they can have the worst offense, unwatchable offensive football, and they still make the postseason.
He'd look good in a Steelers uniform, just like aesthetically. He'd look good in it.
I think he would be a really good quarterback there too. I do.
Worst case scenario for Shedeur.
Wow. If all of this is true and if it's not just disparaging, either intentional from others' camps or his own camp, if the slide starts and it doesn't really seem like there's anything in the future. Once he gets past Jackson Dart, the slide is real.
Because Brett was talking about a sports book that had it at minus 120 this morning, that Shedeur wasn't going to go in the first round. And I feel like that's insane. The polar opposites that we're seeing, he could go as high as top 5 or into the second round, is insane to me. There's no way that happens in 2025 with this many quarterback needy teams, that he falls and Jackson Dart gets selected before him.
That's the worst case scenario, though. It could happen. This draft, and I've been following the draft, not as closely as I have the last 2-3 years because I didn't have the time for it. But this draft, to me, feels like the most unknown. What is going to happen? Where are the quarterbacks going to go that are certainly not named Cam Ward? Is Jenty going to be a top 4 pick? Because at one point we're like, he might slide out of the top 5. And now all of a sudden he's like, Jacksonville Jaguars are going to take him at 5. Heck,
the Jacksonville thing that's the most smoke screeny thing that I've heard over the last 3 days.
Explain.
I think Jacksonville is getting it out there that they may take him because it's going to entice a team to jump up ahead of them at 4 or trade with them at 5.
Yeah. Pick up some draft.
I think that's exactly what's happening with Jacksonville. They don't need him. They have a good enough running back room. Their defense is not good enough. You have to find a way to build around Trevor Lawrence, and that doesn't necessarily mean giving him another toy to play with. I think that means getting another high pick in terms of your offensive line or getting the best defensive player in the draft. If like Abdul Carter falls to them, if Mason Graham is available to them, if Jalen Walker is available there, I think that's what Jacksonville needs to do, and I think they're pumping up the value of pick number 5.
With this wild card nature, this Joker is a wild card nature of this draft league wide. Is there any team that is more all over the map in terms of what it potentially might do than our very own Denver Broncos here? Trade up, trade back, take a tight end, take a receiver, maybe take a defensive tackle. We're going to be surprised tomorrow night somehow, some way. I just feel it. There's going to be like the, whoa. That moment's coming.
I think they're going to trade up.
I do too.
I think they're going to fall in love with someone that, like, there's a possibility that Warren starts to slip just a little bit if the quarterbacks go early. And let's say Dart somehow goes in the top 10 and Shedeur tumbles just a little bit, but not down into the 20s. He tumbles to 10 or 11 or 12. And San Francisco trades out, someone jumps up to go get Shedeur at 11. And Warren's still there. I think you might see some fireworks. I've got as good of a feeling going into tomorrow's draft as I do going into tonight's Avs game. I think it's going to be an awesome set of 48 hours for us.
Please.
Avs win, trade up, get a big-time piece for your young quarterback. Nuggets go into LA and beat the Clippers in Game 3.
Please, if you're listening, get to number 38, the Rhino area, tomorrow night to join myself, Tyler Polumbus, Andy Lindahl, and most importantly, the man that made this noise, that noise right there, a calendar year ago, Darren McKee, because it is going to be a wild night of draft action and Denver Nuggets basketball.
Number 38 tonight, number 38 tomorrow.
Okay,
That's
I
the
don't
place to be.
I didn't want to push everybody to tomorrow night because there's a great
both nights.
Just
what else are you doing?
Just go.
It's playoff time. Your boss knows you're going to be late to work. Maybe you're going to be playing a little guilty the next morning. You're going to be working a little guilty. Go both days. Come party with us.
It's going to be a blast.
Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy, join us today. 303-504-0925. Again, tight end Terrence Ferguson, Heritage High School's own, will join us coming up at 11:20. Don't miss it.
Spring temperatures, they're here. Bluebird days up in the mountains they're there for you. Snow keeps falling. You're going to get some more snow over the next 5 days, and Loveland Ski Area is the perfect place to go. Hey, it's Coach Sanford. Season passes for next winter, they're on sale right now. So the 2025-2026 pass, it's available right now at the lowest price at skiloveland.com. Great news about that is that you get to use that for the next 2.5+ weeks until May 11th to use next season pass to get free skiing for the remainder of this year. And you got snow coming up to 6 inches by next Wednesday. So make sure you get that season pass, get your free skiing in, and visit skiloveland.com to get yours today.
Avs on the ice for morning skate. Gabriel Landeskog out there in a burgundy jersey. Power play 2. He is making runs, though, on the first power play unit. The guys in blue jerseys that I saw today, Natchez, McKinnon, Drouin. In burgundy jerseys, Nelson, Nichushkin, Landeskog. So there's a possibility the lines could look like this. This is just me guessing off of the 15-second videos that I'm seeing from morning skate.
Let's get weird, Raj.
McKinnon in the middle of Drouin and Natchez. Nelson in the middle of Landeskog and Nichushkin.
Tell me about
terrifying line.
Tell me about that line right there.
That's such a big hockey line.
How would you feel as a D-man with that line coming at you there, Raj?
Well, if you get pucks behind him in the corners, I don't want to go into a corner and retrieve that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a long night.
You imagine those backsides parked out in front of Vold Ottinger?
Woof. Coyle in the middle of Lehkonen and Kivi Ranta. Don't hate that. Couple of Finns. And then your fourth line stays the same. Drouin, O'Connor, Kelly. I think that's a possibility for tonight.
Don't mess with the fourth line.
Don't touch that thing. That is set it and forget it.
So first line gets one alteration?
Yes. Yeah, we'll see. This is not for sure. This is my reading of the videos that I've seen today, and I don't hate that lineup. In terms of lineups for the Nuggets, though, Coach, there's a big question mark with Michael Porter Jr. Can he go? Will he go? And if he does, how effective will Mike be?
Any news whatsoever coming out of the Nuggets?
Nothing right now.
It didn't look great, but
if he doesn't play, they have no chance.
But I thought the way he was rolled up kind of over, and then it looked like his arm got stuck in there, and then there was a body on top of him. I think, who was that rolled over him? Was that, oh man, who's the dude that jumped on his back? It was, oh man. Anyway.
Doesn't matter.
Guy.
Doesn't matter.
Clippers player with a bad logo on his jersey.
Chris Dunn.
There it is, Chris Dunn. I knew it wasn't one of the big two.
Told you it didn't matter.
It did, man. I thought this was oh boy, this isn't good. The way he got up, he was begging Adelman to go back in the game. Even when Adelman made the decision to put his best defensive 5 out there, which included, of course, Russell Westbrook, to get the ball back, which worked. You just didn't have all your best shooting options on the floor at that point in time. So we'll see. We shall see.
I know he's not playing well offensively, right? 15 points. He was 6 of 11 from the floor, but
I thought he played well last game.
I mean, 15 rebounds, it leads the team. It may have led the game.
I thought he also
led the
had
game by 3.
He had some critical 3-point baskets in times where the game required somebody to hit a knockdown 3.
When he rebounds like that, he does affect the game. And that's the reason why I think if he's not in, this series becomes very scary very quickly, if it isn't already.
Yeah, I don't love the void of known 3-point shooters, whether it's always on or not. It's a threat. And he can get hot. Quarter quarters, right? You might not start the game out tremendously. You might not even start out a game or two of the series as a knockdown 3-point shooter, but my goodness, it takes one quarter. And when a Porter quarter happens, I feel like the Nuggets don't lose basketball games.
Yeah, when he drops, between 12 and 15 in any given...
Drains 3 threes in a quarter.
Most of the time, it's like, hey, first quarter, he's got 17. And then for the rest of the game, he has 2. There's very rarely those consistent games that we see out of him where, and again, you're not going to consistently score 15 points every single quarter in a game. If he doesn't go, that means more Russ, more time for him, more shots for him. And is he going to shoot 50% from 3 for the whole series? History tells you no. History tells you that's one of the worst volume 3-point shooters in the history of the NBA. Is he still going to shoot 50% from 3?
We know this. Well, I don't know what he's going to shoot in terms of percentage of them going in. I just know that if he's given the opportunity to be on the floor, he is going to put volume at the rim. Period, point blank, end of story.
What's your confidence level on him after 2 games? He has not cost you a game, and he won you a game.
He did. I'm still terrified. End of game. I am. I mean,
he won you the game.
He didn't.
End of game 1, he won it for you.
Raj, he didn't cost you game 1. You won it.
He tried to.
Dude, the end of regulation
the missed
was
layup after
ridiculous.
the Jokic outlet pass rather. He tried to lose the game.
I have a solution in the event that Michael Porter Jr. is not available to make up some of that volume 3-point shooting. Trust the youngster, Jalen Pickett. He's been sneaky, man. He's a sneaky, confident 3-point shooter right now. And he's also the guy that does the right thing defensively and does the right thing offensively to not turn the basketball over. What have we talked about has plagued the Nuggets in this series, and frankly, each side of, and really the last 2 months of the season. I would argue it might have led to the dismissal of Michael Malone. Turnovers. So put responsible ball handlers that make smart decisions. It was the thing when I came out of game 2, as a coach, I would look at it and say, yeah, we were just sloppy. Sloppy. It was lacking that laser-like focus, that intentionality every time that you touch the basketball, that you're going to do something with it that is going to be for good intention for the basketball team. Right now, I just don't see that consistently with a guy like Russell Westbrook. Frankly, I don't see it in game 2. I didn't see it consistently at all with Jamal Murray. And we have already talked about it. Nikola Jokic in game 2 is
the 7 turnovers is too much. Like,
very careless.
It's a shame because you look at a playoff triple-double and you go, well, no one else is doing that. And then it almost feels as though you're taking Joker for granted because you're looking at a playoff triple-double and going, well, that doesn't matter. I'm just going to focus on the negative 7 turnovers.
Do you think going on the road, even though that the Clippers have been a team that's been dominant, I mean, they've lost one basketball game since my birthday, which was February 4th at home in that beautiful new Taj Mahal of an arena with crazy screens everywhere. Do you think it's possible that the Nuggets realize that it's going to take a Herculean effort, but also a very focused effort to beat this basketball team in game 3? Therefore, we see a more crisp addition of the Nuggets offensively.
The more important game, because both of these teams are split now at 1-1, Avs and Nuggets. The more important game 3, and I think it's by miles, is game 3 for the Nuggets. If you go down 2-1 against a hot team that should again, look at game 1. You should be down 2-0 right now. And that's a team that goes up 2-1 on you at home, a place where they play very well.
You're staring 3-1 down the barrel of a gun.
It's the more important game for the Nuggets. So you asked me, is it a must-win for the Avs? Like, what's the must-win meter on a scale of 1 to 10? I think it's like a 5 for the Avs tonight because they could lose, and I'd be still confident in them splitting.
Yeah, we know the Avs can go. Dallas. We know the Avs can go win in that building.
They've already proven it.
Yes.
For the Nuggets, it's like a 9 for me tomorrow night.
God, you made me so nervous.
I'm nervous about the team. Like, I'm sorry, there's more holes on the Nuggets than there are on the Avs right now.
Oh, you're right. I mean,
there's more holes. There's more question marks.
Raj, if you were to ask all of the national pundits and scribes in the NHL, who do you think they would say has the best lineup right now in the NHL?
Florida's pretty good.
Man,
Florida's a really
after
good team.
game 1, man, I saw a lot of the Spitting Chicklets dudes talking about just how terrifying the Avs roster is right now.
Don't get me wrong, they're up there. They're certainly top 3 in the 16-team tournament right now. How many? Now, if you ask the rest of the NBA, how many teams think the Nuggets have the best starting 5 or the best 8-man, 7-8-man playoff rotation? It used to be.
I mean, that was
far and away the best in the league.
That was the tagline, right? Think about it. What we were doing a year ago. Anytime there was an uneven performance, you'd say,
best starting 5 in the league.
Best starting 5 in basketball. What did that quickly change to? What's the bad Nuggets performance? Now it's followed by, we'll be all right. Never count them out because they got the best player on planet Earth. Is that not
feels like one rung down the ladder every single time? And then you look at what OKC's doing to a mediocre, middle of the road Memphis team, but they're just smacking Memphis up.
That game got a little closer at the end, but yeah, you're right. I mean, they're
smacking.
Dude,
them.
How about Memphis? How many games they have played so many basketball games over the course of the last 6 days. It's wild. They're the only team that's done that. It's been forced to do that with
waste of 8 days for Memphis here.
I know.
They got no chance in that series. Oklahoma City is a wagon, man.
They are.
You're going to learn one day, Coach.
We'll find out.
You know what? I hope we find out.
I hope we get past the Clippers because I will have You win this series against the Clippers, I will have the same levels of optimism surrounding the Nuggets versus the Oklahoma City Thunder. I will. But you got to get through this Clipper series, and it is a grind of a series, man. Physical. Ugly. I mean, the majority of this series so far has been ugly basketball. You just got to find a way to be on the better side of this game tomorrow night. You have to.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. 20 minutes from right now. Possible Broncos draft pick in the second or the third round. The tight end out of Oregon, Heritage High School's own Terrence Ferguson, coming up in 25 minutes. It's the morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's #1 for sports talk and exclusive home of Stanley Cup playoff action and NBA playoff action with the Colorado Avalanche and Denver Nuggets. Avs and Dallas Stars as coaches popping tops.
Popping a Joker energy drink right now.
Normally it's a Friday thing, but you can pop tops on a Wednesday. I like that for you.
Needed a little bit of a shot in the arm because I'm going to be watching a whole heck of a lot of draft coverage. Broncos, see what the heck they do. And the Avs, Nuggets, this is good. This is a caffeinated week, brother.
Caffeinated week. You seen the amount of sugar in those ones too?
Yeah, yesterday he called me a bag of milk. No, nothing. Stay quiet.
It was mean. I'm sorry. That was an offside comment.
I have not slept since then. Thinking, gosh, do I look like a bag of milk? And then I'm sitting there like, what does a bag of milk even look like? And
Puts your mind in a pretzel, doesn't it?
Then I Google image searched bag of milk. It's like, is that really what it looked like? Maybe I have second thoughts now about going to Circuit with my friend Raj and
come on,
going, taking the top off the convertible and letting the chest fur fly
we
a little
look
bit.
very similar. You just happen to, be 6 inches taller than me.
You know what, man? This too shall pass.
It's like 8 inches taller than me, but who's counting?
Why'd you have to talk about 8 inches this morning?
Whoa!
Raj, you know what? I'm going to tell you one thing, okay? I'm going to get off this sad song that we're going to do there, KJ. Dude, what a great night tonight's going to be at Paul Arena. Seriously,
awesome.
Think about this. I know that it's been one of those, is it happening tonight? No. Is it going to happen tonight? No. I was even a little skeptical, man.
We've been edged.
I have wounds. I got some wounds. It's happening tonight. Gabe Landeskog, man. The comeback story of all comeback stories. I can't think of another comp. 3 years. 3 freaking years is such a dang long time to not do something professionally. That's the statute of limitations on athletes. You get past 2 years, that guy's done. Stick a fork in it. The ramifications of what Gabe Landeskog is doing tonight, not just for himself, not just for the Avs franchise, but just for people that think that they can't do something. This is a landmark night.
Things that have happened since 2022. Both the Pope and Queen Elizabeth died. A war broke out in Russia and Ukraine. Roe v. Wade got overturned. The Nuggets won a title. I got engaged and married.
Whoa. And you're still married.
Still married.
Which is cool, man.
Trump almost got assassinated and then won a presidency again. And Mike Sanford was an offensive coordinator at Minnesota.
That's insane.
All of those things have happened since the year 2022.
Dude, I've gotten fired twice. That sucks.
Sanford's gotten canned twice since the last
You know
time
what, though,
Gabe
man?
played
I'll tell you
full
what.
season.
I'll tell you what. The Altitude Sports Radio listeners have kept me around for longer than 1 calendar year, which is big.
Heck yeah.
It's a big deal, man.
We're happy to have you.
Yeah. Nobody's, still got it. Still got it here.
Let's go. It's an awesome 48 hours in Denver sports here. I'm going to be out at number 38 in Rhino with Mark Bertinoli.
From the Safeway Twitch feed here, an Iceman died?
Iceman died?
In a
Val
movie?
Kilmer's dead?
In a movie and in real life, which is awful.
Yeah, what are the other things that have happened over the course of these 3 years that I'm missing? That was just a very quick Google search this morning when I was prepping the show. Was like, okay, what's going on? What?
I'll tell you one
happened?
thing that happened.
The Broncos selected Bo Nix.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing that happened. Patrick Mahomes lost himself a Super Bowl.
Yeah!
Which was great. Which was really good.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
That was good.
That's a good one.
Pills are good. Tell you what else has happened.
The Rockies have lost 250 combined games.
Yeah.
We need a full season of KB.
KB's still a Rocky.
Always on the IL.
Bud Black still managing the Rockies. Can you believe it?
Alexander Ovechkin became the all-time leading scorer since the last time that Gabe played. I bet you Ovi scored 100 goals since the last time he played.
Another famous bag of milk. That's who you were referencing when you talked about my body looking like a bag of milk. You said it was very similar to Alexander Ovechkin, which actually was a compliment.
That's what I was trying to do. I always try and pump your tires.
Because bands that make her dance.
Did you hear... I heard Jake Chikrin and Ryan Leonard. So Ryan Leonard's the young forward from Boston College that jumped up onto the Capitals at the end of the season. He was I think a first-round pick either last year or 2 years ago. And people were just asking him, like, what's it like to be in that locker room, which looks like the coolest place on earth. And apparently Chychrun and Ovi call each other. They don't, like, Chychrun's nickname is Chicky. Ovi's nickname is Ovi. Chychrun and Ovechkin call each other Bands.
I love it.
So they both have the same nickname for each other.
What's going on, Buns?
Oh, nothing, Vance. Just ready to go out and play another one. The Nuggets fired Michael Malone.
I was going to say
this.
Dude, since Gabe Landeskog last skated in Ball Arena, since that day,
Nathaniel Hackett was the head coach of the Broncos.
Listen to this, though. Michael Malone at that point in time was not an NBA championship head coach. So in that time period, he's gone from being the toast of the town, wearing his bling and a sideways hat at a parade that will never be forgotten.
We hired DMac?
To then being fired as well in that same period of time.
KJ, you said someone on the text line had something interesting for us.
Yes, Dominic on the text line has a question for you guys.
All right.
If Shadur Sanders falls to 20 and the Broncos get a call from the Cleveland Browns saying they'll offer picks 33, 67 this year, and a 2026 second-round pick next year, would you guys take that deal?
Yes.
What if Colston Loveland's available at pick 20?
Yes.
What if Tet McMillan is available at pick 20?
It's really tough, but yes. That's 2 second-round picks. So that is this year's second at 33, next year's second-round pick. You have yours at 50, what are they, 54?
I think it's 52.
52 in the second round?
You could do some damage.
And a third.
You could do some damage in the second, man. The guy that we're going to be talking to here in about, 10 minutes?
You could get him in the second or the third.
And a running back. You could potentially have a Quinshon Judkins, Terrence Ferguson run. Torrey Horton. Like, you could get some players.
That means you have 2 seconds, 2 thirds, 2 seconds next year.
That's sexy, man. That is so sexy.
If Loveland and McMillan are available, if Loveland's available, I say yes.
Because to what?
I say yes to the trade.
So
because
you bypass on Colston Loveland and let him go to Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. You got to live with that, man.
I know.
You're going to have to pay your penance, bud.
I know.
Twice a year. Yeah, but you know what? Brock Bowers went to the Raiders.
Dude, if the tight end position is as deep as everyone is saying this year, just like the running back position, I don't think I need to jump at the chance to get someone just to keep them away from Harbaugh.
I think he's also a great fit for Sean Payton. And that's been a consistent, there's been a link between the Denver Broncos and Colston Loveland pretty much since the beginning of this process. I would take it. I would take it. The only way I wouldn't take it, okay, is if either Tyler Warren or Ashton Genty are still available at pick 8. Move.
Speaking of Tyler Warren, here's Field Yates.
I'm wondering if Tyler Warren makes it all the way down to the Colts at pick number 14, because teams say, sort of like they did last year, the tight end position at its very best is just not as valuable as other positions that aren't at their very best, as in a solid right tackle makes more than an excellent tight end. So I wonder if Tyler Warren makes it to Indianapolis. And part of the appeal, Mina, is the Colts have not had a 500-yard tight end in a single season since 2018. That is not a big bar to clear, and yet the Colts have not gotten there in 6 full seasons.
If he's available after pick 12, you go get him. That is the ultimate joker. That's the ace in the hole. He is a touchdown waiting to happen in the red zone. He is the guy that you run quarterback sneak with and do all kinds of fun stuff with him creatively, because he's played quarterback in college, he's played running back, and then most importantly, he's a really, really good, versatile, all-around tight end. That's the case. Tyler Warren starts kind of sliding a little bit. Dude, you go get him. You want to know the thing that makes Tyler Warren so impressive to me, and I got to know it firsthand at media day for the Fiesta Bowl and college football playoff. His intelligence off the charts. So he's able to do all those different roles because he is so dang smart. Football savvy, football intelligence off the chains, and a very naturally intelligent individual. I think that would be the perfect guy to put into Sean Payton's offense. He changes things. And then go get a big time back in the second.
How's this? I have allowed you, and I'm going to say I have allowed you to have these thought processes on the draft.
I think my kids call them what do they call them? There's some type of thoughts. They're not invasive thoughts, and intrusive thoughts.
Intrusive thoughts.
I'm like, my 8-year-old son came at me with Dad, I've had a couple intrusive thoughts. I'm like, what are we doing? You a serial killer? Stay away from those things, man.
Stay away from me.
Yeah, gosh.
You have had 3 stances. Tell me if I'm wrong. It is trade up and get Genty if he slips past 6.
Yes.
It is trade up and get Warren if he slips past 10.
Yes.
Or trade out of 20.
Yes. The one that I'm
so you have a fourth. If someone's there, I need you to boil your thoughts down. I need 2 stances from you. 2. You get 2 draft processes tomorrow night.
What did I learn last year? I learned that Sean Payton himself finds a man crush in the form of a draft pick in the first round and then sees to it that person is a success story for his franchise. If at pick 20, he drafts either Luther Burden, Tet McMillan, or Emeka Egbuka. That tells me that Sean Payton saw something, whether it's the bag that Bo Nix had with all of his rollers and playbooks and videos, football, his football nerd bag. There might be something like that in the process that Sean Payton tells us after the fact with regards to whoever he selects at 20. If it's one of those 3 guys, I'm good. I'm not mad. I'm happy. And I say, you know what? Sean Payton's going to see to it schematically that guy's going to be a wild success story in his rookie year. Please don't take a D tackle. Definitely don't take a linebacker, safety, corner.
No, for the love of God. If the selection is defensive back, I'll lose it. I will lose my mind if it's a defensive back. Because we've seen mocks that have the Broncos taking a DB. My number one thing I want them to do, because I don't believe that Genty is going to be there. I don't think Genty and Warren are getting out of the top 10.
So here's mine. Here's my 2 stances.
Okay, 2 stances.
The first stance is move up for Genty / Warren.
I'll give you that. I'll give you the
second
wiggle room.
stance, trust Sean at pick 20.
Okay. So you and I have migrated apart from each other.
I got burned last year, man. I mean, I was pretty negative about old Bo because I was at that combine and he sucked. He was awful at the combine, dude. He'll tell you that. You can have the conversation with Bo Nix and be like, yeah, it was terrible. The moment was a little big for me for whatever reason. You know why? Because it wasn't real football. It was the Underwear Olympics. Bo Nix is pretty damn good at the real football. Sean Payton he finds his guy, he falls in love with him, and then he goes out to prove to everybody who doubted his pick, I was the smart guy, not you. And he wins.
My stances this year, I am all in or all out. You either get into the top 10 and you get Warren or Genty. All in. Current first. Future first. Likely either a current or a future second. I would hope it's a future second because I like the second and third rounds this year. All in. Get into the top 10 to get one of those 2 players. If you can't do that, I am all out. And that's the reason why I love that texter's theory. If Cleveland wants your pick at 20 to select a quarterback, say it's Shadur Sanders, and they offer you 33, which is the number 1 pick in the second round this year.
Ooh, that'd be so fun.
A future second, a current third, and maybe another pick, I am all out of the first round. Those are my 2 stances this year.
And our party at number 38, the draft party, would be a lot of fun.
I don't have to work at that. I might just come have.
Did you imagine?
I might just come have a couple 1 beers.
What would DMac? What sound effect would he make if we don't actually announce a pick for the Denver Broncos at a party for the draft night?
Where?
I think he'd be excited about the next day.
hey, let's rain check, do it again tomorrow night. And I think you'd make that noise right there.
There's no way he doesn't make a noise like that night. There's a Nuggets game.
Is he a
There's
creature?
Going to be a big time 3.
Is DMac a creature? Because you use mutant a lot for athletes. Is DMac a creature of sorts?
Of sorts.
Because that's a creature
Sports
like
creature.
That is a creature like sound. Tomorrow day.
Can you do your best DMac for me right now?
No, I can't even
The
try.
Broncos move up to number 5 rather, and select out of Boise State University the running back, Ashton Jeanty.
Hey, coach, you get your chance here? Oh my gosh, it's Ashton Jeanty! I'm crying. It's the best day of my life. I've already bought 6 jerseys for the entire Sanford household.
Coming up next, we are joined by Colorado's own, the 4-year Oregon tight end, Terrence Ferguson.
under center is Nix. And the play action for Bo Nix, lobs it for the end zone. Terrence Ferguson, touchdown Oregon.
And Scotty Edwards, the safety and coverage on it, absolutely had no chance whatsoever. Had his back towards Bo Nix, and Bo Nix does a good job at throwing it high to where your receiver can catch it.
First touchdown catch of the year for Ferguson.
It's the morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 ahead of Game 3 of the Avs and the Dallas Stars. But before we get back on the ice, we're going to head over to the Gridiron 24 hours from today. Round 1 of the NFL Draft. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi, joined in studio by Heritage High School's own Terrence Ferguson, the 4-year starter at Oregon. Terrence, it's great to have you in, man.
Man, appreciate you guys having me in.
How cool has this process been for you? Obviously, this is something I'm sure that you've thought of since you were 11, 12 years old. It's finally here. It could happen as early as tomorrow. Maybe it happens over the weekend. Are you feeling the jitters yet?
Not really. Honestly, it's been a really busy process, and it really hasn't hit me yet. I think when the day comes, it's going to be surreal. So but I'm super excited about it.
Terrence, when you talk about this entire process of getting ready to be drafted, it's very different than getting ready to play a football game in college or a football game in the NFL. Have you enjoyed this process? Have you had fun with the process, or has it been just strange and weird?
No, I've had fun with it. You know, I'm a competitor, so going to the Senior Bowl, going to the Combine, standing next to your competition, you know, with the tight ends and the other positions as well. But going out there and competing and showing why you're better than a certain person, I had a lot of fun in that part. Obviously, there's some behind-the-scenes stuff that is a lot of busy stuff and not as fun, but the competing part was a lot of fun.
What was the strangest part of it all? And did you get poked and prodded at all at any of the medicals or around the combine?
That's a personal question.
Any of those? Has anything that you were just like, this is weird, man? What are we doing here?
Yeah, you know, the whole medical process probably falls into that. You know, they do their due diligence and make sure that nothing's wrong with you, and it takes a lot of time and, like you said, a lot of poking and a lot of time spent with x-rays and MRIs, and I think that's kind of the weirdest thing. I kind of knew that going into it, though, so it wasn't a crazy surprise to me. But
number 75 on Dane Brugler's Beast list, number 5 overall on tight ends is where he has you ranked. What makes you stand out from other prospects around the draft process right now?
Yeah, I think a couple things. I think, one, you go look at the Combine. I don't think people saw the raw athleticism that I have. But, you know, I think that's one thing that stuck out at the Combine. But also, I was a 4-year starter at Oregon, a team always fighting for a national championship. And I was consistent throughout my career, I think. So, you know, I think being versatile and being able to play at Oregon for that long and really produce all 4 years and help the team win, I think that just separates me from other guys.
4-year starter at Oregon, that means you crossed over with a pretty prominent figure here in Denver right now, and that's Bo Nix. What's your relationship with him, and how do you see him as a leader on the field, and actually more important for me, and maybe even as a head coach over there in Mike Sanford, as a leader in the room?
Yeah, you know, me and Bo have a great relationship. As soon as he came to Oregon, we were like best friends. We connected off the field. Both men of faith, and, you know, I really look up to Bo in that aspect. But just watching him work every day, competing, and like you said, leadership is a big thing for Bo. He's like a coach on the field. He demands a lot, and then off the field, you know, he's one of the guys. And to have a guy that, one, goes in there and is super talented, but also demands a lot and comes to practice every day competing. You know, it doesn't matter if it's walkthrough. He wants everything to look a certain way, and I think that's what the great quarterbacks do. So.
Talk about the Denver Broncos. Did you grow up a Broncos fan as a kid?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I grew up a Broncos fan just because I was from Denver and my whole family's Broncos fans, but I grew up a Saints fan.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's kind of a little bit of a mix, but I definitely grew up a Broncos fan.
That's a good double whammy here.
Yeah,
you got
I know, exactly.
The face of your childhood New Orleans Saints that are running the Denver Broncos. What has been your interaction, you know, across the Senior Bowl, Combine, even local visits with the Broncos organization, and what would it mean to be drafted by the Broncos? And I'll be honest, something that on the morning sprint, Alex Ryanemi and I have been pounding the table for.
Yeah.
Terrence Ferguson get drafted by the Denver Broncos and reunited with Bo Nix.
Yeah, no, it's been surreal, you know, going to the 30 visit I had with them. I had a formal at the Combine. A lot of interactions with the Broncos, which is a good sign always. You know, it's Senior Bowl and all that in between. And, you know, it's surreal when you grew up, went to a couple games when I had the chances, and being able to have those meetings, and then obviously my whole family is diehard Bronco fans. And then being a Saints fan, meeting with Sean Payton and all those guys, the team I grew up loving, it was a surreal experience, but it mean everything to me. You know, I bleed Colorado. I love the state and Denver especially. You know, I think being a kid from here, it'd mean the world to me and my family.
Speaking of being a kid from here and loving the state of Colorado, when I was coaching at CU in 2022, the Oregon Ducks and your squad came and visited us at Folsom Field, and I'll never forget, somebody came up to me and said, "Do you realize that dude over there, he's from the state of Colorado?" I looked over, I was like, how did we not get that guy here?
Yeah.
So that one cut a little bit deep personally, just seeing your body type and athleticism, and yeah, frankly, I think you had a pretty good day at Folsom Field, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was a pretty good performance, and that was just your sophomore year, 2 years ago. And you know, when you think about your skill set and what potentially the Denver Broncos are looking for, there's a void, you know, as a pass catching tight end. What do you think about what your actual skill set to an NFL franchise? What would you bring immediately to a franchise, and what are some of the things that you like about your game that can translate to the NFL?
Yeah, I think, you know, like you said, pass catching, I think that's just kind of what I naturally do. God gifted me with athleticism, long body, but I feel like I have a good catch radius, and I kind of understand that part of the game a little more. But I'd say something that kind of gets overlooked is my blocking as well. You know, I take pride in being a versatile tight end, being able to line up in line and block, and I enjoy putting my hat on somebody. So I think being able to do both, but obviously you get paid to catch the football, and that's where everyone makes their money. And so I think being able to do both, but excelling in the pass catching game is kind of where I hang my hat.
What was your favorite part of the draft process so far, and what's been your least favorite part?
I say my favorite part was probably the Senior Bowl and Combine, just, you know, going out there, especially the Combine, like
Why?
doing the drills and running a 40 and jumping.
4.63 40 from a big man. You're moving.
Yeah, I wanted to run faster. We had hit better times during training, and that was kind of not really what I wanted to hit. But I think being able to showcase that, because a lot of people had saying didn't lack top end speed, wasn't very athletic, you know, and so going out there and showing that I was a good athlete.
Is that always in the back of your mind when you're either in the gym or performing? Like, do you actively hear that in your head of like, all right, someone said this about me and I'm about to prove them wrong?
Yeah, you know, I'm big into that. I take a big chip on my shoulder from anything. You know, I have a bunch of screenshots of, so if someone's putting some hate out there on me, you know,
I got receipts.
I got receipts.
Bo Nix might have some on me. I'm going to be honest. I've already apologized.
I've actually heard about this.
Yes,
so.
I've apologized to his wife, who I work with at Valor.
I
said that I walked back. I've already publicly came out and said I was wrong. Pick 12. Bo Nix was worth pick 12. There's no doubt about it. So, I do walk that back. Have you heard the term joker?
I have.
And what does the term joker mean to Terrence Ferguson?
Man, that's what I want to be, you know. I think watching the Saints growing up and watching how the tight ends have had success, and obviously it kind of changes for the offense depending on the people, but watching them having success with Jimmy Graham, you know, and those guys, that's what I want to be. That's what I grew up watching and wanting to be. So that'd be a dream, being a joker.
Who's your favorite interaction with in terms of either a head coach or a GM in your pre-draft interviews?
That's tough. Honestly, I don't know if I could give you one just because it's all been kind of hitting me fast, and I don't really remember exactly which one stuck out the most. You know, I've had a lot of interactions with a lot of people, thankfully, but they've all been amazing. And I don't think there's one that was above the rest right now.
What about one moment from college that stands out to you?
Yeah, I'd say winning the Big Ten championship. I went back to Oregon. I was going to leave last year to the NFL draft, but I wanted to come back, and you know, I thought we had a chance at winning a national championship, and we did. So winning something I say worth winning is a Big Ten championship. That was my first conference championship at Oregon, surprisingly. So going back and winning that with the guys that one of them I came in with, the rest of them kind of transfer guys, but
elder statesman too at the end there as a senior.
Yeah.
When you look back at just your preparation to get ready as a tight end in the college game, but now getting ready for the NFL game, most everybody has a tight end that they study, right? And at the pro game is somebody that they want to model their game after. Who is a tight end that you model your game after, and who would you say is what do you want to be able to do that tight end's been able to do?
Yeah, I'd say two guys, and they're two of the best. One, Travis Kelce. I feel like I have a similar wiggle and smoothness that he has. So being able to watch his routes, and obviously after the catch, he's amazing as well. So watching him, and he's one of the greatest to ever do it. So I watch a lot of his tape. And then someone that I want to be more like is George Kittle. He's a workhorse. You watch him put people on the ground in the run game, but also after the catch, he's running super hard all the time. So I think those are two of the best guys in the game right now, and I want to be one of the best, so I watch those guys.
Conversation about floor and ceiling. Well, you certainly have probably gotten some information about where you might be drafted, and what the floor would be, the very lowest that you potentially go, and the very highest. What are you hearing right now in terms of the range?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't really bought into it. My agent's going, and he's doing his work. And I'll probably hear soon about exactly where that is. But I've just kind of tried to leave it alone and told him I don't really want to hear it yet, just because I've been working, getting better, and just really focusing on that part of the game, not really worrying about where certain people have me. God's going to have a plan for me, and wherever I end up, that's where God wants me. Hopefully it's back in Denver, but we're just kind of working through it.
As most professional athletes are, four-sport athlete in high school at Heritage, track and field, lacrosse, football, also a hooper. Been paying attention to the Nuggets and all the craziness at the end of the season?
Yeah, fortunately I was able to go to a game with my fiance. She her uncle gave us some tickets, so shout out to him. But being able to watch those guys, it's a lot of fun. I love the Nuggets. I love basketball. That was my first love.
Okay.
So being able to go watch Jokic, the best player in the world, to do it, it was a lot of fun. And then watching these playoff games have been, wish we would have got the last one, but it's been good games.
Basketball and tight ends, they go hand in hand. What is there anything specific? Obviously you haven't played since high school in a competitive sense.
Yeah.
Is there anything specifically that you have been able to bring from the court to the field?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is when I was younger, I really couldn't catch the ball that well. Going up and getting a rebound is a jump ball, and I think it really helps with catching the football if you go up and get a rebound. And obviously there's a lot of other things that I think at the tight end position, boxing out, being a big body and getting a pass in the post, I think those all kind of translate. But also being able to run the floor and be athletic, I think it just trains those motor skills as well.
Nuggets game 3 and draft day 1 are going to be coinciding. What are going to be your draft plans just for the entirety of the draft, and however this thing does go? How are you going to pass that time?
Yeah, me and my family, it's just going to be my close family, and we're just going to kind of relax and spend that time with those people just because they're the reason I'm here as well. So, just spend some time with them, eat some good food, and just relax. Nothing big, no big parties. I'm kind of a relaxed guy, so that's
Terrence, the right answer was I'm going to hang out with Altitude Sports Radio at number 38 in Rhino. That was
draft
the right
party,
answer.
man. Draft party, Nuggets party. I mean, let's go.
Where was that in the pre-interview? What are you doing here?
Information.
That's Terrence Ferguson, Heritage High School's own, again, 4-year starter at Oregon, number 75 on Dane Brugler's Beast List. A possibility in round 2, round 3, who knows, maybe even round 1. You said your agent's doing some work. Our fingers are crossed for you to go as high as possible. They're crossed even more to see you back here in Mile High City. Terrence, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck. It was a pleasure having you on, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Terrence Ferguson. We'll take a quick time out here. Back in a few minutes on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 3 of the Avs and the Dallas Stars tonight on Denver's exclusive home for Stanley Cup playoff hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Oh, captain, my captain appears to be back on the ice tonight at Ball Arena, and Circus Sports Colorado has got you covered with player props. In fact, the line has been shifting quite a bit. Avs are 1.5 goal favorites. It's going to be a big one tonight at Ball Arena. So if you're looking for football, draft props, baseball, basketball, NBA playoffs, and hockey playoffs, Circus Sports has it all. It's got you covered because Circus Sports Colorado, the app, it's not just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. It's got high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. So make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app today or visit circussports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
it'd be great. Obviously, long awaited. It's definitely enjoy his return, and I know he's feeling good. So we'll see. We'll see if he comes in.
Those are the words of Nathan MacKinnon after morning skate ahead of Game 3 of the Western Conference quarterfinals. 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Make sure you guys get on down to number 38 in Rhino. If you're not going to the game, hang out with myself, Mark Bertinoli. We'll have a live pregame, intermission, postgame, between the pipes. Special Mountain Time lager deals, Milagro Tequila. I'm giving away 2 signed photos of Gabe Landeskog. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch right now, there's a stick behind me that is signed by Gabriel Landeskog because, as we found out this morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Coach's weekly show, 8 a.m. every Wednesday right here on 92.5, there is, and we quote, a pretty good chance Gabe is going to be in the lineup tonight. You could hear him chuckle with that. Gabe's making his re-debut for the first time in 3 years this evening. I cannot wait, and we cannot wait to get you in the building.
Get out of here.
The hottest ticket in the NHL tonight. We just secured a pair of tickets to give away. Keywords at 12:20, 1:20, 2:20, and 3:20. So with PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl. On the 20s, listen every single hour for keywords. You can text those in to 303-504-0925. Then at 4 p.m. today, we're going to call out a name of a winner for that pair of tickets. If you hear your name, you'll have 5 minutes to call us back. If you don't call us back in 5 minutes, we'll move on to the next name. All right? Keywords on the 20s, a pair of tickets to get you inside the building tonight for what might be the loudest pregame introduction in the history of Ball Arena.
Possibly in the history of the National Hockey League?
It's going to be loud.
The roof is going to go, it might end up in one of the nearby rivers.
It might blow,
in downtown
it
Denver.
might blow all the way over to Empower Field. We'll make Empower a dome.
Yeah, and then we can have a Super Bowl here.
And then we can have an outdoor hockey game.
Yeah, it's good.
You don't have to worry about the parking nonsense that happened at the Air Force Academy. That'll be your stadium series, your Winter Classic next year. Ball Arena, open to the elements.
Now
imagine a basketball game like that.
This is a sizzling hot ticket, by the way. And we're obviously, we have the opportunity to give away this ticket, but my goodness. Game 3 in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the cheapest seats that I see right now are $327 on StubHub. $327.
Yeah, it's skyrocketed. You could get those for as low as like $125 2 days ago.
Yep.
And if you didn't jump on it, well.
When do we give the keyword? Is it 12:20?
12:20, 1:20, 2:20, 3:20. And then we give away the winner at 4. And if you hear your name, you call us back at 303-504-0925. You have 5 minutes. And if you don't call back within that 5-minute time frame, the buzzer goes off and we move on to another name.
Raj, what's the key to the game tonight for the Avs?
Key to the hockey game this evening is taking 3 or fewer penalties, being at least 25% on the power play, so 1 of 4. And I need you up by 2 at some point in the third period.
Yeah.
I need you up by 2. Also, Gabe Landeskog plays in the top 6. I think that's a key.
And it appears to be not just a key, but a reality. Because not only did we hear from Jared Bednar the quote, very likely, or what most likely will play? Was that the quote?
Pretty good chance.
Pretty good chance. Pretty good.
Pretty good chance he's playing tonight.
But then it was backed up by morning skate.
Yeah,
and the jerseys that he was wearing.
He was wearing a burgundy jersey, which is typically like power play 2 on morning skate vibes, but it can also mean second line at the same time. And when I was going through the videos, these are the players that I saw in matching jerseys. Drouin, McKinnon, Natchez, all in blue. Nelson, Landeskog, Nichushkin, all in maroon, which would then tell you, because the fourth line is not changing, which is Drury, O'Connor, Kelly, that would tell you that your third line is now Charlie Coyle in the middle of Fins to the left and Fins to the right, Joel Kiviranta and Arturi Lehkonen.
Who's in the middle of that one?
Charlie Coyle.
And he's American, right?
Coyle's American.
Yeah. Good.
So you got an American sandwiched in between two Finns.
America.
With
some fans.
I like that.
Fans and some American.
And it gives, KJ, are you doing the game tonight? Are you producing the game?
Yep.
It gives you the opportunity to bless us with some Jimmy Buffett tonight.
And then come back with some Cletus Rivers.
Hold on. You give me a bad look. We're not Jimmy Buffett fan back there. We're not a Jimmy Buffett fan back there.
No,
I
am a Jimmy Buffett fan. I was getting ready to laugh at Coach's coach.
You ain't feeling that, huh? You ain't feeling that. Hey, you know what, Raj, my key to the game is tonight? There's going to be half of the roster has been very, very intimately connected with their captain for a long period of time. Not all of them have been with him through the entire journey of rehab. Certainly, there's been a ton of offseason and in-season acquisitions, but a majority of your locker room and your roster is comprised of guys that have seen the sacrifice, the commitment for this day to even be a possibility for Gabe Landeskog back on the ice. And you know what you do? You do everything inside of who you are as a hockey player, as a competitor, as a team, to play for that man. And that's what you do. That's what you play for your captain, period. You let your captains be the advocate for you, but you go out and play for him. You have a mindset and a mentality with how you skate, with how you take the ice, and how you play for 60 minutes and beyond if needed, that you will not let 92 down.
You imagine they put him in the starting lineup, and you have to start his line tonight, right? Because Alan Roach is the world's greatest PA announcer. Like, there's a reason why we lose him for certain games in the middle of February. Well, it's because he's at the Super Bowl doing things. Now, Roach typically does the NFL draft as well, doesn't he?
Yep.
So is Roach in the building tonight? If Roach isn't in the building tonight to announce that, I'm going to be a little bit upset. Get him on the PJ.
Well, if you guys need any help, I had my debut as a PA announcer, the Valor girls lacrosse team, last Friday. So I'm ready. Just get me ready to go, baby.
Roach has to be on this thing. I'd be pretty sad because this is an energy thing, right? This is an energy thing. You know what, Coach? You had your PA announcer debut. So
I sure did.
As you gave us your best Darren McKee, take the floor. Your starting lineup.
Back on the ice for your Colorado Avalanche from Stockholm, Sweden, number 92, Captain Gabriel Landeskog.
All right. I'm all about it. Run me through a wall, Coach. I'm all about it. That's not bad at all.
I think I just blew out a capillary brain cell. I think
it's going to be hoarse tomorrow on the show.
No, I don't think it's hoarse. I think I actually had an aneurysm. So it's worse than being hoarse. Instead, I have a functioning brain.
Again tonight, Avs and Dallas Stars, 7:30 p.m. puck drop, probably closer to 7:52 is my guess. Looking to take a 2-1 series lead. And as we learned this morning, Gabe Landeskog coming back to the ice, expected to be in the lineup. He took power play 1 minute, and the power play needs a little bit of fix. They need to have a better net front presence. They need to certainly be better at retrieving pucks in the corner. And if you don't think you're about to see the most physical hockey game that the Avs have ever played under Jared Bednar, you've got another thing coming. With that type of energy, it has to go somewhere, right? Like, that energy can't leave the 200 by 85 foot playing surface. It has to go somewhere. And what my hope is that Gabe Landeskog starts on the left wing, and he has to look at his old buddy, Mikko Rantanen, right next to him. And he throws a puck over the corner, and it gets sent up from Cody Ceci to Rantanen. And the high forward is Gabriel Landeskog. And he pastes Mikko Rantanen into the boards, and Ball Arena erupts. That's what I expect tonight.
I just had a intrusive thought, Raj. What happens if that jerk, that loser, that degenerate Marchment takes a shot low at Gabe Landeskog in the first period?
Cross-check him in the teeth.
Can't wait for it, man.
Take a 5-minute major if that happens. I don't care.
Can't wait for it.
All right, again, we are giving away a pair of tickets to go see the Avs tonight at Ball Arena, the hardest ticket to get in the state. Keywords on the 20's, 12:20, 1:20, 2:20, 3:20. We're calling a name at 4 p.m. If you hear your name, call us back at 303-504-0925. If you don't call us back in 5 minutes, we move on to the next name. Your first keyword to get you inside the rink tonight comes up in 25 minutes. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Granderson, PhD is next. My name is Alex Ryanemi. We will talk to you at 10 a.m. tomorrow to unpack the return of Gabriel Landeskog.
He is so back, baby.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
All right, let's break down, Tyler, morning skates. This is what we do now in the playoffs when we get into conspiracy theories and
your favorite stuff,
the land of we shall sees. And
did you get your stopwatch on how many minutes he was on the ice?
I did not. I was not down there for it today, but I'm going off the work of others, starting with our morning show, which had Bedsy on earlier today. And he was asked by Brett Kane if Landy's going, and it was kind of a we'll see, but it looks good. You got that, Dan? Yeah, let's hear that.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Then he was asked about it earlier today after the morning skate, and his answer was, we'll see. What's it based on? A gut feeling? Okay. Other breadcrumbs here. In the morning skate, now it depends who's out there for the morning skate, and usually the first power play wears blue and the second power play wears burgundy. But a lot of times guys are rotating on lines, and then they work on the power play penalty kill, and they'll go throw on another, practice sweater. But today Gabe stepped out just in burgundy, period. Now the other day he came out in green, if you remember, and then he worked on power play too, so he threw on a burgundy sweater. That's not that unusual. There's other guys that do that, like, hey, let's still stay color coordinated for what we're doing. Well, green was like not the fourth line, but the fifth line, like, I ain't playing in the game, guys. Burgundy, that's not just like I'm playing in the game. That means I'm on the second line.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, just listening to the voice inflection there of Jared Bednar, that sounded pretty positive. It sounded like the return's happening tonight. I mean, I'm taking that as affirmative. Yes, Gabe will be back. When he says there's a pretty good chance, and when he says it with a little bit of a chuckle there, he's telling us. And it's really not a surprise that he might have been a little bit more open on our airwaves and then maybe a little bit more guarded a little bit later. So here we go. Gabe Landeskog will be back tonight.
It all looks like that's where it's going. Nathan McKinnon from earlier today.
It'd be great. Obviously, long awaited. It's definitely enjoy his return, and I know he's feeling good. So we'll see. We'll see if he comes in.
Now, our own Alex Ryan-Nemi, hockey genius to the stars, was doing some looking at the video and trying to piece some stuff together because, again, burgundy would indicate you're on the second line, and he saw Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin also in burgundy. He saw Drouin, McKinnon, and Natchez in blue, and saw Lehkonen with Charlie Coyle and Kivi Ranta in, where do they go? Whites. And then grays, I believe, are the fourth line. So that's interesting, too. So we're going to have a shifting of the lines, and Gabe doesn't come back with the fourth line. Theoretically, if Gabe's going to play, Gabe's going to go up to the second line, be part of the top six.
Good.
So that's the drama that's set on the table for today.
Well, it'll be fun to get him back, man. I mean, the energy in that building is going to be something special, unique. If you got tickets to tonight, man, count your blessings because that's going to be a blast. Throwing him right out there in the second line. Clearly, they got confidence in where he's at, and there's no hiding him. It doesn't appear that it's going to be about last change or anything like that, where people were speculating that they wanted to make sure they got the right matchup so when they get back here at home. No, they're just putting him out there with the second line and saying, let's rock and roll. We got our best groups out there and play ball.
At this point, it would be stunning if he wasn't playing tonight. It would just, it would defy all logic based on everything else that's lining up for it. So unless there is some...
You did say that last time, too.
It was, because he was listed eventually as playing on the, on the starting roster. There were other significant breadcrumbs. Nobody was really, really super positive. But when he came out for the warm-up skate, I mean, everybody started freaking out a little bit. I mean, there were some serious indications, but not like this.
Yeah.
This is a lot more firm.
Oh, I mean, just listen to Jared Bednar. Just listen to his voice inflection. The dude's coming back. It's happening tonight.
Here's LOC on it.
For sure. I mean, the countdown's been on for a long time now. I think... it's obviously become more realistic over the past month here that a return is imminent. And tons of excitement from him. I'm sure whenever the time comes, he's going to have a lot of nerves as well. So, last game he was there for warm-ups, and just having his presence around, his leadership vocally is huge. Just little tidbits here and there that are definitely influential for guys to hear from someone like him.
He said if we're lucky enough to be in the building for it, we have tickets to give away for it.
Very cool.
How about that? We'll give your first keyword at 12:20, another keyword at 1:22:20, but Nate and Andy will have the pair of tickets to give away with the final keyword at 3:20 today with a chance to win after that. So, loads of chances to enter to get into this thing, and it comes with keywords at 20 after, 12:20, 1:20, 2:20, 3:20, and there we go. So we're going to share the load a little bit with these tickets for tonight. A reminder, at number 38, Incredible Bar in Rhino, the Avs viewing party. It's Raj and Berto Broadcasting. Starting at 6. Game is at 7:30, by the way, and we'll see where that goes. Raj will be giving away incredible prizes. There's specials on Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila. Great prizes and the chance to watch the Avs with the Avs faithful at number 38 in Rhino. We just saw from Raj, he'll have an autographed Gabe Landeskog hockey stick, as well as some other autographed stuff to give away as well. So enjoy it. Scott Hastings on his way to the airport to jet off to L.A. yet again. Scott, what do you think about this news about Gabe Landeskog?
Well, before I get into that, I got to talk about your viewing party tonight.
Yes.
And a great movie that happened a few years ago, but is well worth the watch.
Yes.
And I believe it's called the Milagro Beanfield Incident.
I know that, yes.
Wasn't that a good movie?
It's about unions and beanfields.
And beanfields, yeah.
Yeah, it's got all that together.
And an old guy that may be a witch or may not be a witch.
That's undetermined, yes.
Undetermined. Well, I guess the news is he's probably going to play tonight, right?
It looks like.
Yeah. If you go back, we first initially talked about, we said, do you want to go out and waste that effort and da-da-da on the road? And I think initially said, hey, how about that third game at home? That thing's going to be lit. And I'm thinking that was in their plan, that we're not going to play in the first couple of games. We'll play in that first game home. That way you get a little bit more juice and everything else that's going on.
Okay.
And it's great. It'll be determined. And if he plays tonight, you'll see whether he's going to play more than just tonight, right? I mean, if he looks like he can't do it, Forsberg came back for 2 games and said, man, this just ain't working. I can't do this. It could be one of those, or it could be the most glorious comeback in the history of sport.
I'm trying to keep my expectations low, although the Avalanche are kind of telling me maybe not to keep it so low if they're putting him on the second line, if that's the way it's going to work out, as DMac explained.
That's the way it looks like right now.
But can you guys imagine he gets a goal tonight? Oh, my gosh. That would be like an all-time Disney comeback
We
story.
have the ending to his documentary.
Yeah, sure do.
No doubt. Roll credits.
Well, listen, and Moser, I listened to the guys in the morning. Moser talk about it. He said he's got a big old tush right there, and he's be interesting. Somebody went and looked at this. How many rebounds he's pushed back in? How many deflections he's had over his career? And the key for that is now with the Avalanche, which I thought there was periods in that, or there was moments in that last game that they just kind of overpassed. Are they going to make sure and stick some shots on goal and let Landeskog's butt get in the way for a while?
All right, well, we'll spend a lot of time on this today, but, before we lose you, because we have a commercial break, as we do, and Jeff Legwold on the other side, but you're getting on a playing with the Nuggets here shortly. Anything we should be aware of? Any thoughts about where the Nuggets are at as they head off to L.A.?
No, I think they're in an okay headspace, and it's the dumbest answer in the world. What we'll find out, maybe we'll find out today, but we'll find out tomorrow for sure, is just how healthy they are. Has Murray got over that little cold thing? Has Joker got over it? What's the rehab like? Been like in 48 hours on his elbow, on Aaron Gordon's calf. You would think, as this series goes, and after the game tomorrow, everything's just one day in between now. Besides game 1, game 3 will be the healthiest the Nuggets will probably be. Can they take advantage of it, and will we be able to tell a difference?
We're out at number 38 on Thursday for the draft and the viewing party, and we hope that you bring back a couple of wins. Were you surprised at all how Minnesota went down at the hands of the Lakers, that the Lakers bounced back like that last night?
No. I think Minnesota's really good, but they're led by a guy who may be the most talented player in the league, and other than maybe John Morant, maybe the most immature. And I've seen so many teams go out and win a big game in game 1, and all of a sudden game 2, it was a nice party in L.A. for 36 hours, and then all of a sudden they get their butts kicked. So it doesn't surprise me. I think the only thing holding those guys back is their leader, who, again, I know Shea Gilgeous, whatever, but maybe the most talented guy in the league on both ends of the floor, because he's a dual threat, is Ant, but he's immature. I mean, we saw the $50,000 fine come down yesterday. I mean, that's the guy on the cover of EA Sports or NBA 2K. That's the guy that's going to be the future face of the league. That's the next LeBron James. I mean, there's some immaturity there that I think showed its head in game 2.
All right, my man. Well, safe travels with the team. We'll check in with you tomorrow, and it'll all be about the draft and the Nuggets. Tonight, we focus on Gabe Landeskog's return, and I'm hopefully you can find a cool place to watch that in LA tonight, my man, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks, Scott.
See you, buddy.
All right, boys.
There he goes, Scott Hastings getting on the plane with the Nuggets. Jeff Legwold will join us next. We'll have our first keyword, and this Shedeur stuff. Wow.
Yeah, it's going
Goodness
nuts.
Gracious. My God. We'll get into that coming up next. PhD on 92.5. DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. ED is a terrible condition. It causes stress in relationships, anxiety, and undue hardships on men, often their partner as well. So many men just suffer for years without seeking treatment. Is that your story? Well, let's get to a better chapter in your life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail, with treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, everybody wants to be in the building tonight. Ball Arena. We want to get you there. The Avalanche are releasing tickets throughout the day, and there's standing room only available as well. So you can still get some tickets. All available at coloradoavalanche.com. But if you want to win them from us, again, the building on us, text the keyword GOOD, G-O-O-D, along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. That is good with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll pick a name at 4 p.m. with Kreckman and Lindahl and announce that on the air. You will have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If you don't call back, we go to another name, so you got to listen and win. Keyword good. Good.
Don't mess it up.
Don't
Free
screw it up.
tickets.
Are you kidding me? First and last name, 303-504-0925. Next keyword is at 120. Jeff Legwold from ESPN, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, you had on your top 100 list Shadur Sanders in the 30s. And boy, are there some rumors and lips a-flapping about him over the past 48 hours. Where do you think, what do you think his true value is? And what from all these rumors should we decipher when it comes to the draft tomorrow for Shedeur?
Yeah, DMac, it's the lying season, as I call it. So, I mean, a lot of times you got to put rumors. You know, I always tell folks it's really the sources you believe in and trust and go from there. But, you know, who's reporting it and all of that. I think, you know, I've spent a lot of time evaluating the quarterbacks on this board. I think Shedeur is QB2 in this draft. I think he's a pretty sturdy QB2. I think he could be a really productive starter in the league. The issues aren't all the stupid things you hear, I think. I don't think it's his how he approaches people and, you know, the interviews and all of that. I've heard nothing but, you know, the vast majority has been really productive, good things about those interactions with him, with teams. I think it's just a fact he's undersized and is not considered a great athlete at the position, but he's got a great brain. He processes well, and he's really good in big moments. So I think with a nice ramp up to be a starter, he could be a really productive guy in the league in the right hands. If I'm Shedeur, I've said, you guys know, I'd want to come down the board and go to a better team. That's just what I think the better situation for him is. Not come in and save our failing franchise and a coach in trouble. I don't think that's the situation for him. But I have a hard time believing he would go too deep into the second, even if he somehow isn't picked in the first round.
Yeah, that seems insane to me. I mean, if he's the second quarterback, he's the second quarterback, and somebody's going to need a quarterback. Yeah. So I guess you ask yourself, who's got what to gain with all these stories that are coming out, and why right now? I mean, yesterday it was just like a barrage of just pretty insane stuff that was coming out about, you know, can I see that people think he's entitled? Okay, sure, I can see it. Can I see that people got these questions? But then you just ask yourself, who's got what to gain? And I don't know, Jeff. I mean, how real are these games that are played? Do teams I hate to say the Steelers because I don't know anything, but just in theory, say the Steelers like Shadur Sanders. Are there actual games played like this where teams like the Steelers, in theory, would put out this bad information in hopes that he does fall?
Yeah, I mean, Tyler, I would say having covered the Steelers and know a lot of people in the building, still, they don't do that, but it is done in the league. There's no question. I mean, there's no question. Some people would do that. I think personally, that's a pretty big jump over the unethical line to disparage a young guy because, you know, you've got these other motives. But, you know, hey, that's an ethics show we could do later probably. But it is done. You know, almost anything is done by somebody. You know, it's just it isn't like, you know, pervasive or anything, but there are people out there who aren't above trying to get things to fall their way in any round, let alone the first. But, the problem is I think most consumers of draft content haven't accepted the biggest fact of this draft, and that it is not a good first round. And we talk about mostly publicly in any coverage of the draft is the first round. So you're stuck with a very uncertain environment and people trying to fill the information gap in what is not a great first round. I mean, I've talked to somebody from every team in the league, and there's anywhere from 14 to 19 or 20 first round grades this year. That's low. And that's what's affecting what you're hearing, because there is so much uncertainty about what 14 or 15 players teams really like, because they're not the same guys.
So if it is not a strong first round, and there were reports over the last couple days that I don't know how serious to take him, that the Broncos are very interested in moving up. If it's not a great first round, in your mind, would that make it more likely to move up or to move back? Because I guess I could see the argument either way. There's not enough guys. We got to go get them. There's nobody we like. We got to move back.
Yeah, Tyler, I think the issue is moving up is it's going to cost you more on the old draft value chart than it would most years, because the people with those picks, it has a higher value in this first round. If you're in the upper half of the first round, you're getting players that are graded pretty significantly better than the bottom half of the first round. And the real meat of the draft is 2 through 5. It's a really good draft, rounds 2 through 5. So moving up will cost you a lot, and you might have to give up picks in the 2nd to 5th rounds this year, where the real meat of this draft is. So I think moving up, you better be sure you're going to get the guy you really want, because people are going to ask you more than those picks are worth on the value chart.
Give me a couple guys that would be worth it, in your opinion.
For them, you guys know where I stand. I think both tight ends are worth moving up for.
Okay.
I think the running back certainly is worth moving up for, but
when you say that, do you mean Genty and Hampton, or just Genty?
Just Genty.
Genty, okay.
I don't think Hampton's a first rounder, but that's my grades.
Okay.
Take it for what you will. I think Henderson is a better grade on my board than Hampton. But Warren and Loveland, both worth it, at need positions for the Broncos. They can get a receiver where they are on this board, but the tight ends and the running back you're going to have to move for. The problem is everybody likes the tight ends and the running back. So there's a lot of comp for those guys, because, again, on a thin board, those are 3 walk-in starters on offense.
We just had Terrence Ferguson here in studio, which was awesome.
He did great. I think people should know he did as much as you can do to help your draft stock from the end of the season to the draft. He really did well with people, and I hope he goes someplace cool, because I think he did a great job.
Well, he is in your top 100, correct? I think he's stuck in there.
I like him as a player, yeah. I mean, everybody says, he's not a great blocker. I don't care. Catch the ball, blocking, they can help him with that. A lot of it is scheme at Oregon. None of their tight ends have been great blockers. None of their receivers are great blockers. It's just the scheme they run. I don't hold him responsible for that.
Sell me a pin on why it makes sense to draft a defensive tackle in the first round.
Because if he's the best guy on your board, you better do it.
Boring. Give me a better. Sell it better.
I'm not in the business of selling, Tyler. That's your gig. I just tell it.
Besides Walter Nolan, is there somebody else that the Broncos could reasonably consider a defensive tackle in the first round?
Okay. I love Walter Nolan more than everybody. He's like number 4 on my board. I love that guy. I think he's spectacular. But no, I think I think Nolan is a good pick. I know there's some concerns about the Harmon's medicals, but I think he's worth where the Broncos are picking. Those are walk-in players for a defense that could use guys up front. But I have a really, really hard time to watch the Broncos spend their free agency money the way they did and believe they're going to pull a defensive player off the board in the first round.
It feels weird, yeah.
That I think that's where the trouble is, that's where the value is going to be. Wide receiver and likely defensive players will likely be where the value is when they pick.
Do you buy the reports over the last few days about the Broncos wanting to be aggressive, moving up in the first round?
I buy everything, Tyler. I think it's underestimated overall in draft coverage how much teams talk to each other right now. Like I see everybody running stories about, Cleveland and New York talking to people about their picks. Well, yeah, everyone talks to everyone about this is where you get it squared away to know who you're going to call on the clock. This is where GMs make the rounds to all the other teams to see where, when would you be willing to trade? When, who's on the trading potential? Would you even consider trading that pick? Those are all the discussions that are being had right now. So yeah, if teams aren't talking to everybody else, it's malpractice.
Let's go for deeper value later round picks. Specifically, I'll start with Tez Johnson. The likelihood that he could go, say, in the 6th round to the Broncos.
Yeah, he may even go before that. I mean,
really,
he's a love-hate player among scouts. There's no middle ground. People either really adore him and believe he will get open no matter how small he is because his route running skills are elite.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great route runner. The issue is he's really small, one of the smallest players on the board, and he didn't run great in the pre-draft time, but he sure looked good at the Senior Bowl, and that always carries a lot of weight this time of year. But I think he's a day 3, but I think he could go a little earlier than the 6, maybe, if the board falls right.
I got a couple others. Most undervalued pickup on your draft board, most overvalued player on your draft board.
Most overvalued?
Yeah, well, the guy, it wouldn't be on your draft board. Let me put this a different way. The guy you think who's getting the most hype, who's likely to go the highest, that just ain't worth it. Who's that?
I don't know if he's not worth it. He's a guy I have a lot of questions about. James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee.
He's got tons of hype. Yes.
Well, it makes me wary when you're that good and your coaches suddenly decide not to start you in games.
Okay.
That makes me think there's something going on, away from the defense to make that happen. So if I was a team, I'd really want to dive into that. I know what I've been told, and I just think that if I'm a team, I want to know what's going on there.
All right, best potential steal then in the draft. Staying a little bit more positive here.
Yeah, no, I love Travion Henderson probably more than most.
2nd round, 3rd round.
I put a high 2 grade on him, Tyler, whatever that's worth. But I did it. I really like the safety from Texas, Makuba.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a really undervalued player, and I always put a player at number 100 that I value higher, and I like Nick Nash, the wide receiver from San Jose State.
Will you be surprised if Shedeur drops to 21 to the Steelers?
I won't be surprised. If I'm Shedeur, I'm ecstatic if that happens. I just can't say that enough. And I feel bad for the guy. It's not his fault. His dad's famous, and guys are, players are getting paid in college football right now. Caleb Williams made $11 million last year before he became a pro. Carson Beck has a Mercedes and a Bentley, and he's still in school. So let's not get all wrapped up about who's entitled and what. I mean, it's the way of the world. You got sometimes the draft is a bunch of old people talking about young people, and you really got to sift through it.
Okay. Any other last minute pieces on anything we haven't asked you about?
What about the local kids here?
Sure. Yeah, good one.
Jimmy Horn, Will Shepard, Horton out of CSU. Where are you out on those guys?
I think that their trouble is it's a really deep position. So, they could get pushed down the board and be graded a full round or 2 rounds above where they're actually picked. But I thought Will Shepard had the best pro day of anybody at CU that day. He was spectacular. And you want to know how to do a pro day, that's how to do a pro day.
How about Gunnar Helm real quick before we're out the door here?
People really like him because that's, especially your offenses that want an inline tight end as part of the job description. They don't, offenses that don't just want the guy to line up in the slot or out wide. If you want an inline guy, those teams really like him.
Jeff, I'm trying to figure out how the Broncos can screw this one up, and I'm lost. There seems to be so many good options for where they're at and what they can do. The depth seems to be right for positions of need. It really feels like they're going to nail this one.
Well, they need to. I mean, if you're going to be good in this league, we all love free agency because we know the names. But if you're really going to be good year after year after year, you got to ace April. And that's just a fact. I've said, I keep coming back to the one thing Sean Payton said when we all sat in with him last week that was of real importance. You don't pass on crystal because you need a blender. And if they stick to that, that means best available. And that's how you should always draft. Always.
And draft night in the lobby. Did I hear that right?
Oh yeah. No, it's the COVID lobby system. That's where we were during COVID. So welcome to the lobby.
Yeah. If people don't know, there's massive construction going on. So they are having the draft night in the lobby of the building, from what I understand.
But I was over there the other day. I had to tape some TV stuff for ESPN, and the beams are up.
Wow.
On the new facility. So they're making progress.
That's awesome. All right, Jeff. Hey, all that work, we know how much you put into it. Tomorrow's the big payoff, or over the weekend starting tomorrow, and we appreciate it, man. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Legwold, a reminder, if you want Avalanche tickets, our keyword is good, GOOD, 303-504-0925. We'll have keywords at 12, we had one at 12:20, at 1:20, 2:20, 3:20, and Nate and Andy will give those tickets away for what we anticipate will be the return of Gabe Landeskog. Let's get into the entitled things with Shedeur. Very curious about your take on it. Man, oh man, Shedeur in this process has been something else. Details next. Playoff Grizz with the Avs, playoff Katie with the Nuggets. We'll give you an update on what's going on there. The time has passed to register for the keyword for the Avs tickets. We'll have another opportunity at 1:20 for you. Appears that we were right about something, Tyler, with there was a little bug going around the locker room there, a little sickness bug going on. So we kind of nailed that one.
Yeah, Edelman said that he was surprised Jamal even played in the game.
We'll dig into it deeper after 1 o'clock. And like I said, we have playoff Grizz, playoff Katie. So we got the Nuggets and Avs, and especially leaning towards what's going on with Gabe Landeskog coming up a little bit later. But this Shedeur stuff, first of all, what's your overall take on, I'll call this entitlement gate?
Zero surprise, man. And I mean, you're yesterday when we had a flood of just terrible stuff coming out about Shedeur, and all anonymous stuff for the record, okay? You got to ask yourself, okay, well, why now? You're 2 days in front of the draft. Who's got something to gain? Is there truth in this? If there is truth, where do you find the difference between the truth and the lies? Look, man, I mean, stuff like there was a report that came out yesterday that says an NFL assistant coach on Shadur Sanders. Okay, pretty vague. Doesn't give us a team, doesn't give us a name. That was the worst interview, the worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. Really? The worst interview of your life? I mean, are we going for hyperbole here, or what are we going for? When you hear things like that, like, come on. Could I see that Shedeur came across as entitled to somebody? Yeah, of course I could. Do I buy for 1 second that Shadur Sanders was the worst formal interview when you've got guys that have gotten up there like Paxton Lynch that don't know football? Like, do we think that Shadur Sanders doesn't know football? I don't even know what to say about some of the stuff that comes out, dude. Then you get another report that comes out yesterday that says an NFL scout has compared Shadur Sanders to former Browns quarterback Johnny Manziel. Really? That's what we're doing now? We're comparing Shadur Sanders to Johnny Manziel? I don't think much of it at all, other than every year pick your guy, and there's going to be a guy that goes through attack after attack after attack about 48 hours before the draft.
Here's Stephen A.
I just want to be on the record. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, Doggy. I'll say it right in front of you. I believe that Shadur Sanders, people don't want the thought of having to deal with him because that's dealing with his dad. In other words, your dad's going to be in your ear. Your dad's going to talk to you. Your dad is one of the greatest athletes who have ever lived and is obviously highly accomplished and knows football inside and out. So as a result, him listening to him, he's going to ask questions. He's not going to just take instructions, just because you say so. He's going to question. He's going to challenge your football intellect. And obviously, they'll know where that comes from, because if that was my dad, all right, and I had that kind of background and I had that kind of pedigree to lean on, that makes it more challenging for me to get somebody to march lockstep with what I want them to do if I'm not him. I think that's what this is about. They just can't admit it.
I can buy that. I mean, I think that's reasonable. Sure, I can see there's plenty of teams that don't want to deal with Dion, that don't want to deal with the overall aura of the Sanders family. But when we start comparing Shadur Sanders to a cocaine addict, when we start comparing Shadur Sanders to Johnny Manziel, an alcoholic, all these sorts of things, that was struggling with things totally unrelated to football, I'm like, well, that's stupid. Okay, you don't want to deal with Deion Sanders? That seems pretty legit. That seems like something that somebody might be actually concerned with.
If it is the lying season then, and this is just all a bunch of bunk, would you be surprised to see him fall as low as 21 to the Steelers?
Not at all. No, I wouldn't be surprised by that.
So there may be some teams put off by everything, by Prime, by his attitude, by all that stuff.
Absolutely, there could be. I buy that 100%. But when we use this hyperbole of the worst interview of my entire life, give me a freaking break. I know Shadur Sanders knows ball, and what coaches want to see more than anything else during these interviews, do you know ball?
Why wouldn't the Giants take Shadur Sanders?
You got me, man. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, why wouldn't they? Travis Hunter's just that generational.
Because they could get Travis Hunter. Okay, fair. But if it goes Cam Ward,
Travis Hunter,
then what?
I don't.
Abdul Carter?
I mean, I don't have a great reason for you.
All right. Why would he drop past this? Well, if you don't have him pass, if there's no good reason to go past the Giants, then there certainly wouldn't be a good reason to go past the Saints. And if there's no good reason he'd go past the Saints, then what the hell is he doing at 21 to the Steelers, right? I mean, what are we doing here? It's not his talent. And do you think there's any legitimacy?
Well, no, I mean, in these reports, they're also just saying he's not good at football. Okay. Did you watch the film? I mean, if you want to come at me about arm strength, okay, cool. We could debate that. You want to come at me about athleticism? I agree. He's not the most athletic dude in the world. But when you start making comments like he's not good at playing football, well, now we just know that we've got agendas that are being played because it's just not true. Turn on the film and you're going to see a dude that's lights out.
Where do you project him not going, but being in the NFL?
Meaning what?
Who could he be like? Who do you see him as? You said it's ridiculous to compare him to Johnny Manziel. Okay.
Yeah.
What's more reasonable?
Maybe a Geno Smith, a Teddy Bridgewater, something along those lines.
Bump around guys.
Geno Smith, the bump around guy?
A little bit, yeah.
Just got $45 million.
Oh, he bumped around to some cash. But
I'm referring to Geno Smith today.
Oh, well, he failed with the Jets.
I'm referring to who he is today. I know his early story, and that's not what I was trying to imply.
Do you mean that Shedeur need a little time in the league?
No, like I said, that's not what I'm trying to imply. I do think it depends on the situation, yes. I think who he gets drafted by means a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He does need to go to the right situation. He does need to be in a right schematic fit for him. And if he's not in the right fit, could I see him having a Caleb Williams type of rookie season? Sure. If you had Caleb Williams last year, are you out on Caleb Williams as the future of your quarterback?
No.
Hell no.
No, but it's not a good organization. The Bears are crap. They have been. They have searched for a culture. Listen, I kind of get it. You might be a little bit lucky, and so might the Steelers if he falls to 21. I mean, boy, would that be Steelers' luck. That'd be incredible. And likely you'd win right away. Likely you'd be in the playoffs right away if that were to happen.
It'd be an amazing situation. Mike Tomlin has spoke so glowingly of him. He hasn't even tried to hide his interest in Shadur Sanders. Look, Jeff told us that he's still the second quarterback on his board. Okay? Even if you want to say Shadur Sanders is a second-round talent, if he's the second best quarterback on the board, he's getting drafted in the first round. I know that.
Let me ask you a tricky one. Is Shadur Sanders entitled?
Probably to the same degree that the majority of these quarterbacks are. Meaning, I don't know that there's a huge separation.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to feel different because he's a Sanders,
mm-hmm.
and there's a lot that gets carried with that. But, look at these guys in college football right now. Look at how much money they're making. Juju Lewis is entitled.
So they're not.
Juju Lewis is driving a Lamborghini. He's 17 years old.
It's kind of ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
And Shedeur grew up entitled, theoretically, if we're just looking at it from a financial standpoint where these other guys haven't. But they all got to the same place. They're all stars at big-time college programs. They all got loads of NIL money where guys never got that in the past.
Cam Ward entitled?
Probably. He probably is. He's been a star football player for a long time.
And that's the thing that has driven me the most nuts throughout this entire draft process is how Shedeur just gets knocked over and over and over for the personality traits when him and Cam Ward are the same human being. I mean, we've got video after video after video proof that these dudes, when they work out together, they talk the same, they trash talk the same, they talk about the same things. They're like the exact same human being, yet we don't ever hear anything about Cam Ward.
There's only one difference. Who Shadur Sanders' dad is.
Yep.
That's the difference.
And so then you ask yourself, is it true?
Yeah.
Is there any more truth to Shadur Sanders than there is about Cam Ward?
Okay, we'll get back to this as the show goes on. We'll give you a health update with the Nuggets, and all the breadcrumbs are leading to Gabe Landeskog playing. We'll have tickets to give away with keywords 120, 220, 320 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are filled with our intrepid reporters today with Playoff Katie and Playoff Grizz. So let's get to it. And we welcome Katie in first. So good to have you here, Katie.
Playoff Katie,
How's it gotten
playoff
old yet?
Katie, playoff Katie, playoff. It's the postseason, Denver. Let's go! Let's go! If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. Let me know. I'm about to beat this thing up. Let's go!
Let's go!
Playoff season is the mode. Let's go. Want it? Let it go!
Katie Mitchell from Mix 100, who does a great job there and a great job for us with the Nuggets.
Ooh.
Everybody was sick today. Is that right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was the big story, I guess, is Jamal came sick yesterday, or Monday rather, and then everybody kind of went through the players and the front office a little bit. Makes sense, though, before the game that he was feeling that way. I mean, they still play great, though. I think that's the other thing about the game today is, or the practice today, is everybody said they thought they played better in game 2 than game 1, and even though they won game 1. And I would have to agree with a lot of that because it felt like they were really on it until the end there, So I don't know. I think that a lot of hope still in a lot of the players. We got to talk to Christian Brown and Peyton Watson as well as coach today. So yeah, a lot of revelations about the series.
Here's
so
what
far.
Adelman said about being sick.
Yeah, a lot of us were, for sure. And Jamal was. I when he showed up, I didn't know if he was going to play. I mean, he was very sick. But you know how he is. He got hydrated. They put all the meds in him, whatever they did. I don't know. But he was able to play 40-plus minutes, feeling not so well. So he looked better today. You know how it is. Like every day you feel a little bit better. Obviously, get a good night's sleep tonight, have all day tomorrow, and get ready to go tomorrow night.
Ooh, yeah.
So Michael Porter Jr. had an interesting 24, 48 hours. After the game, he walks around the locker room apologizing to his teammates.
Yeah.
We also learned that he's got a new foot brace for his drop foot that he's been struggling to break in. How's the aura around Michael Porter Jr.'s team right now?
Well, Adelman kind of said that he was a little bit active at the practice today, not really giving us too much as far as how much, how long he was on the court or anything. But he did say that he was trying his best and he doesn't know if he's going to play as of now, but he will play if he can.
Well, here he is talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very optimistic because Mike's one that I don't think gets enough credit for how tough he is, what he's played through over these years. So his pain threshold is something that people don't understand and don't get, that he deals with all year long. So do I know if Mike's going to play? No. But I do know if Mike can play, he will. So trust Mike.
Yeah, and I think the other players didn't really talk too much about it. It was just Adelman saying that one little line there. So, but you're right. He has had an interesting last couple days. So it's a neat way to put it.
And just be clear for anyone, I actually wasn't referring to the foot being an issue. The issue is the shoulder.
Yeah.
When he landed on that with, what was it, 10 seconds to go, 15 seconds to go, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Probably an AC joint sprain, I would guess. But that's the specific injury.
All right, Katie, what else can you tell us about what they had to say today?
Yeah, I think that, again, they have a really good attitude going into this Game 3. They're excited to go into LA, Intuit Building, or the Intuit Dome. It's really a neat place. Have you been there? Have you been there? I know.
have not either,
and
no.
people talking about it is just
The wall.
insane. Yeah,
The wall,
yeah.
yeah.
So they know that they have a task just in how loud it is and everything. But Peyton Watson had an interesting line in which he said, it's still just a hardwood basketball floor and 2 rims. That's what we're going there for. So as much as it is a sight to see, they're going there to get a win, and they're hoping to get 2 coming back to Denver. So yeah, they still have a really good attitude. Nobody seemed solemn. Nobody seemed like this was a shock to them. Everybody thought this is how the series was going to go, that it could be 0-2 for them. It could be 2-0, like they could be on either side of that, but to have it 1-1, nobody's surprised that both teams got a win so far.
Well, it's probably nice they got a day off, too. They do
Yeah.
get an extra day between games 2 and games 3. That probably helps the team. We were speculating there was a bug, there was something going on, and that proves to be true with the whole organization.
It makes total sense now that we know that after the fact.
All right, does that change your minds about, they can flush that out? Could that make a difference?
No, I mean, in my mind, just you're not sick. You're not. I know there's something going around. Man, they pump us full of fluids. We get everything you possibly can, and you go out and you play ball.
What do they do to pro athletes if they've got the cold, if they got a flu?
Well,
what is the secret? Is there some sort of secret?
Well, first off, it's not hard to come by the Z-Pack if you need a Z-Pack. That's passed out the second you need it because they want to make sure nobody else is that you aren't contagious to everybody else. But you get the pregame, you get the mid-game, you get the post-game IVs. They pump you full of nutrition and all of that and keep you as hydrated as they possibly can.
And that's what they said Jamal went through when he got there before, Monday's game, is they got him to the doctor. He was pumped full of who knows what, and he played. And, he played to the best of his ability. So you're right.
You'll get 3 IVs.
Through.
One before the game, one at halftime, one after the game.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Hydrated.
Does it really seriously give you like some sort of – is there some sort of relief that the end result is some sort of crash afterwards as well once that wears off? Is it a sort of just a temporary sort of feeling?
Well, you're sick. So naturally at some point you're going to crash. Yeah, once the adrenaline wears off, once the Toradol wears off, and once the IVs start to run out, you're going to crash. But, I've played with mono. I've played with 103-degree temperature. I've played with it all, so it sucks. But once the game starts, man, usually that adrenaline just takes over.
It's just a switch.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Katie, any other observations from?
No, I'm just really still hopeful. I am a huge Nuggets fan, though.
Right.
I'm not ashamed to admit that at all. But I still think we're playing with the best basketball player in the world. These guys know what they're playing for. They've got to get a win on the road, and I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to come back series at least still tied up. I'm an over-optimistic person, so I'm going to say go there and get them both. But,
All right, Katie, great job.
Thanks, guys.
Anybody wants to see it, it's up on our YouTube page right now.
Playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff Katie.
Go Nuggets. All right, guys, thanks.
Thank you, Katie
It's
Mitchell.
the postseason.
We'll hear about all our adventures on Mix 100 tomorrow morning as well.
Let's go. If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. Let me know. I'm about to beat this thing.
We really don't have a short version of this.
What are you saying? You wish you did?
Well, we'll have playoff Grizz in here in about 10 minutes, and he was out with the Avalanche. And boy, oh boy, do we have some breadcrumbs on that one, Tyler, in terms of Gabe Landeskog. And we have keywords for tickets to give away as well. Any other concerns here with the Nuggets, or do you think this series is just inevitably, I don't know, dog eat dog? It's just as David Adelman said, a sports war, that'll be decided at the end of every game. And like Jokic said, it'll just come down to whatever the details are as to who will win.
My biggest concern is, can Kawhi Leonard just miss a shot? Maybe 3 in the entire game. If we get Kawhi to miss 3 shots, that would be fantastic. The series is unfolding exactly how we thought it would. These are just 2 great teams that match up very well against one another. So I don't feel like I'm not on an extreme right now. I'm not extremely positive and not extremely negative. I'm nervous and I'm optimistic. I feel like this team's got a great chance to win.
I do too. I feel myself much more anxious and nervous today about the Nuggets than the Avalanche. I think the Avs should have even won that game in Dallas. I think the boost they're going to have theoretically with Gabe coming back, and we'll dig into the details in a second. Boy, it really is. There's something to be said about the advantages of just starting on the road, Tyler. Because once you get one of those 2 games, man, to a certain degree, the pressure's all on the other team. And you've already wiped away the disadvantage by stealing one of them games. So, well, hey, there you go, Nuggets. Now you got to do it.
I am more concerned about Aaron Gordon's health than I am about Michael Porter Jr.'s health.
Why is that?
Well, first off, I do think what David Adelman said is true. One thing we know about Michael, he's pretty reliable. Meaning he does not miss basketball games, despite all the injuries, despite the back, despite the drop foot, and now he's got a joint sprain in his left shoulder. He'll probably play ball, but if you have to play without Michael Porter Jr., I do think you can survive. I absolutely do, especially just given how inconsistent he generally is. Aaron Gordon is a different story. Who can match up on Kawhi Leonard better than Aaron Gordon? And it's not that I'm concerned about him playing the game. He's going to be playing, but just how banged up is he?
You really did win the game the other night without Michael Porter Jr. AG, yeah. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, how do you go from a sprain of your shoulder and the issues you have with your foot and all these type of things? But I cannot ignore he had 15 points and 15 rebounds. So despite everything, now that came before he hurt his shoulder, okay? Because the shoulder injury was late in the game, so who knows? But it is his non-shooting shoulder. Although even an idiot could figure out you use your entire body into the rhythm of doing anything athletic, whether it's your shooting shoulder or not. The body's all connected.
Yeah,
correct?
but better your left than your right.
Right. And then you just sort of factor in, well, you're still 6'10", and so you can go get some rebounds, go get some tip-ins, go get, hustle around there, throw yourself around. You can still do all that, I suppose.
Well, my non-professional opinion here on Michael Porter Jr. is he probably got an AC joint sprain. And, I mean, if you're talking about the way you fall on that shoulder like that, I mean, I had an AC joint. My left shoulder used to be 3.5 inches lower than my clavicle, and I had that whole thing cut down because I had so many AC joint sprains, and they suck. They're really, really painful. But it depends on the severity of it, and you absolutely can play if you can live with the pain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, football was different because I didn't necessarily have to do anything like uber athletic with my arms. I had to hold people off, and I had to use my strength.
Did it matter what side you were playing, right or left?
Yeah, it did, because my outside hand was, generally speaking, my strong hand.
Okay.
But my point is, if it's not a grade 3, I feel pretty optimistic about him playing in the game.
All right, well, we'll find out, man, and we'll have quite the drama tomorrow. We'll be at number 38 to watch it all. We'll have our NFL draft coverage. We'll have the I think Brett Kane is the official host of the watch party, although I'd love to get Brett's 2 cents on whatever happens in the draft. So that's the place to be, number 38. In fact, tonight, the Avs viewing party is at number 38 with our guy Raj. He has an autographed Gabe Landeskog stick to give away, thanks to Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila. That is at number 38 tonight. Hockey Josh, playoff Grizz. The breadcrumbs leading to one of the most remarkable, we anticipate, moments in Denver sports history tonight at Ball Arena. Details on that coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, just go to the best dealership in the state of Colorado. That is my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Relationships matter in life, and that's why I keep going back to Phil Long Ford ever since my rookie year in the NFL. Every time I need a new vehicle, it's the only spot I need to go shop at because they always get me taken care of. They treat me with respect. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 vehicles on their lot right now, and they locked those rates in before things started to get out of control. That means that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. With over 1,000 vehicles, we're talking about cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, they're going to find the vehicle that you want at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they've got an award-winning service department, so remember, once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and visit them online at phillongford.com.
You want to be in the building tonight? Historic, electric. And we want you there. The Avs are releasing tickets throughout the day, as well as standing room only. Who cares? Who's sitting down anyway? It's all available at coloradoavalanche.com. If you want to win them from us and get in the building on us, just text the keyword CHANCE along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The keyword is CHANCE. First and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll pick a name at 4 p.m. with Kreckman and Lindahl, and then we will have you have 5 minutes to call us back to claim your tickets. If you don't call back, we'll announce another name. This hour's keyword is CHANCE. Text CHANCE with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Here we go.
Griswold!
Griswold!
Griswold! It's playoff time! Excellent! Griswold! Griswold! Covering the Avs! Excellent! Woo!
Got Josh Grismer down with the Avalanche. Here's Mikko Rantanen. Remember him? Talking about the return of Gabe Landeskog.
Your buddy Gabe could
Your
make
buddy.
his return tonight. Just as a friend and a guy who knows him well. How good is that for hockey?
It's great. As a friend, I'm very happy for him, and I was happy to see him play a couple of games in the AHL, and well deserved, because the journey he's been through, I don't think anybody else has, at least in hockey, has gone through what he's gone through. So it's remarkable he's coming back, if he's coming back, and as a friend, but as a opponent, obviously no mercy.
No mercy. No. I'm going to go hit him as hard as I can.
No mercy. Grizz, set the scene for us down there today.
Yeah, so again, Gabe was one of the first people out on the ice today, but jersey color changed. He was wearing the burgundy sweater, which is usually power play 2 and what you love to see. So he got a lot of time on PP2 today. And the interesting thing to me that I saw at the actual practice is I thought they would just stick his butt right there in front of the goaltender and just tip. And that's what he was working on. He didn't do that at all. He was walking the blue line. He was moving up. He was moving down. He was moving around, which, again, that could all change come game time. But they were working him today. Like, he was seeing what feels good, what he's comfortable with. Every single sign, including earlier on MLK, points to him playing tonight.
Yeah, here's Bedsy.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Said with a smirk.
Yeah, a little bit. He was a little bit more serious about it earlier today. He wasn't quite as smirky.
No, he during or after skate, he said again, it's kind of that gut feeling type thing. And then also he was not so, I guess, joking around in the media scrum as he said, yeah, we'll see if he plays tonight, and there's a chance. There's a chance that he plays.
Now, just talking about the jersey thing. The last time Gabe was out there, he came out wearing a green jersey. He switched into a burgundy. That's not that unusual. Guys sometimes do that if they're on a different line pairing and sort of a different power play or penalty kill. It's not that unusual. They bring extra sweaters out and guys just switch them in, switch them out. Gabe did that the last time, but today he didn't have to do that.
Nope.
And it would lead you to believe that he's just on the second line, period. And our own Alex Ryanemi was looking at, sort of looking at who's who. And Gabe looks like he'd be on the second line with Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin.
Yes, that's an interesting concept, too, because for a fact you're not breaking up the fourth line. Those guys have been together for months on end, so you're not just going to stick Gabe in there and say, hey, go do your thing. He's not going to be slotted in there. I don't think I saw him at all with the third line at all today. So that would make one to believe he would be slotted in at the second line, that's big minutes too. So that is big minutes. Bednar has been known to change lines, which he actually said today there will be lineup changes throughout the game. So he's been known to make quick line changes if something's not working. He'll be tinkering here and there. You could absolutely see him on the second line to start the game.
Well, there's sort of two ways to look at it, right? And I know you just said there's no way you're breaking up with the fourth line, but you can put it with the second line because you're like, okay, maybe that's how we hide him a little bit with really good talent.
Maybe, yeah.
Or the thought process is no, we just want to make our second line as good as it could possibly be, and this is our best option. Which of those two would you think it would be?
Probably the second one that you said. Probably, because I don't want to point anybody out, but what was the big mistake that happened in overtime against Dallas?
Miles Wood.
That was Miles Wood losing the puck at the blue line. That was a turnover. Avs lose. And Miles Wood, poor guy's been, in and out of the lineup with injury throughout the entire season. But I think slotting Gabe in the second line, two things can happen. Nichushkin is such a powerful player, and he makes the guys on his line better. And Brock Nelson is such a sure-handed veteran. Those two guys together can really help elevate Gabe's confidence, which is the big thing. Going back to the NHL after almost 3 years off, that's insanity, especially in a playoff game. So those two guys together can bring the confidence up for Gabe.
Well, Bednar has said in the past, he wants different things from different lines, and Miles Wood wouldn't even come close to playing on the Avs second line. And by the math, Arturi Lehkonen may be playing on the third line, which is, again, odd. But it does lead you to believe, hey, man, maybe Bedsy will just be, mixing things up as the night goes. So you shouldn't take anything, like, hey, this is just the way it's going to be all night. Let's see how it plays out. Miles Wood probably won't even be active tonight, and if Gabe is on the second line, well, it's kind of a weird substitution. It's not like a strict, like this guy, that guy sort of thing, although it may come across like that. It's what you get out of him. Well, so I guess what they're telling us, guys, let's see if we go for it. If Gabe's back, he's Gabe. Like, he's not like a less than. He's Gabe. We anticipate
It seems crazy to me that is the thought process. I mean, I get it. He is Gabe Landeskog, but dang, dude, 3 years is a lot of rust. That is a lot of rust.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He's going to come back and be Gabe Landeskog, which would mean what you're saying earlier would make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, hey, let's put him where we can. Let's just get in front of the net. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, but the big thing is we talked to
I have
Charlie
questions
Coyle
about that, by the way. After you answer,
okay,
this.
we talked to Charlie Coyle today, and a question was asked to him about changing up the lineup a little bit. And he says a lot of the times it really can bring a spark to that lineup. You slot guys in different areas, guys that have maybe had a little bit more experience together, so on and so forth. I think if you bring Gabe up there, first of all, obviously Ballerina is going to be rocking. It's going to be insane.
It's going to be insane.
That spark that is added with the two other line mates, whether it's Brock Nelson and Nichushkin or whoever, those guys are going to also be juiced. They're playing with Gabe Landeskog, Nelson for the first time ever, Nichushkin for the first time in years. So that is also a spark that could be brought to the second line because, look, it hasn't been producing. You have to find a way for the second line to produce.
I just had a dumb question. A dumb question.
Perfect show for it.
Yeah. The art of the deflection is fascinating to me. It really is.
Hardest thing to do.
Like I get the concept of not wanting the goaltender to see.
Yeah.
I get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how can we assume that us deflecting this puck is going to make this puck have a better chance of going in the net rather than some dude that shot the puck exactly where he wanted to shoot it?
It's goaltender positioning. It's all positioning. And you saw it perfectly when McKinnon had the shot the other night to game one, and it turned into a changeup instead of a fastball because it deflected. That's what you want.
It was like a knuckle puck from Mighty Ducks.
That's exactly what it was. And so you see that the change of speed and direction plays with the goalie's head. I played goaltender in hockey until 8th grade, and they started shooting the pucks faster. I couldn't keep up.
Nice.
It's the exact same thing.
It just seems like if I deflected that puck, more times than not, I'd be hitting that thing out of the net.
And you might be, but those guys, Joe Pavelski, who was an Avs killer with Dallas for years and the Sharks, he was perfect at it. Gabe Landeskog is so good at it. He knows, unlike us, he knows where the puck is going to go when he deflects it. We have no clue.
Well, it goes up or it goes down or it stops or, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Right.
These guys are good. They really literally take thousands of reps where they can just angle their blades and their sticks one way or another. They're just capable of doing things that seem ridiculous to us. So I think they kind of know what they're doing. I
don't think they have any clue where that's going to get deflected.
I think there's a lot of luck with it, too.
There's luck,
I think there's a little bit of both.
They do.
Maybe a lot of bit of both. All right, so here we go. Now the big question is, where does this rank? Let's just anticipate. I mean, there's just no indication he's not playing. And I would assume, why not lean into the drama, start him, have him there on the ice when you can start any line. They start all sorts of lines on the ice. That really doesn't matter. They start fourth lines as well as first lines. Let's assume he's on the ice starting. Where, fellas, does this rank in terms of greatest ball arena moments?
Oh, my gosh.
Where is this tonight? Where are we at?
I think in terms of the loudness of ball arena, it will be at or equal to or more than when they won the cup last. I mean, this guy is so
They
loved.
last won the cup at home
In 01.
in 01. I was there for it. I was lucky enough to be there for it. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that right behind that? Is there something else at Ball Arena that can compare with this?
I think the handing of the cup from Joe Sakic to Ray Bourque is like this significant of a moment, having Gabe come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not winning a championship, so I don't know how you could even compare it to that.
All right, so it's under that. What's next?
Well, I'll say this.
When you won the championship with the Nuggets, I'm going all Ball Arena events.
Oh, okay.
If you want to put the championships above it, okay, I'll roll with you on that. That's 2.
I mean, I'll say this. It's single-handedly the greatest comeback story in the history of Colorado sports. Never, I would argue, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Never have we had an athlete out 3 years and come back from that.
Does this night top championship finals games? Like, is this bigger than, say,
winning the championship or just finals games?
Just finals games.
It depends on if he scores.
Oh, my. Can you imagine?
If he scores, I think you can put it up there. If he just exists, no.
Okay, because, like, you know,
you're right.
the Avs played Tampa in game 2 and won 7-0. To me, that was like
unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. Like, it was like the perfect hockey game. It felt like they were scoring every 5 seconds. The roof was blowing off the place. You know, it was unreal. It was incredible. Does tonight top that, or because, hey, man, easy does it? That was the Stanley Cup Finals. That's a championship moment. But it wasn't a deciding moment. You had plenty of games left to go.
I say tonight tops that, whether he scores a goal or not.
Just his presence out there.
It's going to be something. It's the most long-awaited. How long have we talked about this?
3 years.
I mean, it's the most anticipated, long-awaited event to happen. I mean, we've been talking about this since, could it be last year? Last year at the start of the season, last year halfway through the season, last year in the playoffs. It's been talked and covered over and over and over again.
Well, where does it compare to when Forsberg came back?
Well, Forsberg came back, I think it was 2 away games, wasn't it?
2 away games. He never played at home.
He never got to play at home.
And that was in the middle of the season. So it blows that away.
Yeah.
It was cool.
And I loved Forsberg.
But it was ultimately a failure, and it just was a...
Well, that's why I said it matters what happens. Like if he just exists, it's not that cool.
Oh, really? Just him stepping out on the ice?
It'll be fun. It'll be cool for the moment. But then if you lose the game and he doesn't do anything, I don't think so.
Is there that risk as well? I think what makes this there's so much anticipation tonight because, listen, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but there's the other side of the coin. It's not good. He shouldn't be out there. It's a little bit, perhaps even embarrassing.
Of course that risk exists.
And what do you do then?
And then what do you do then?
You make a decision in the next game. And it's probably a really tough call, but it probably won't be as tough a call as you think because Gabe's going to understand that and Gabe's going to know that.
Jeez, man.
It just got so dark. That made me so sad.
Don't blame me.
No,
That's
it's a reality. It's a reality. I mean,
well,
it really is.
If it was a slam dunk and we all knew how it was going to go, it wouldn't be quite as exciting. You know, it's the risk of kind of the unknown. That being said, watching him play with the Eagles, I don't know, man. He looked fine. And he played in back-to-back nights and recovered fine. And he's warmed up fine.
What I loved about those games are the back-to-back, but what you're watching him do, I mean, the dude was putting guys in headlocks. One thing I loved to see from him was he dove to make a puck not be not an offsides, he was going after a puck and dove for it. When you see a player do that, that means he's not timid. He's not worried or thinking in the process about your knee. And that's what you want to see. If he's actively thinking like, I don't want to take this hit because of my knee, you can't play in the NHL like that.
Was Gabe available in the locker room after the morning skate today?
No, he was heavily guarded by some Avs personnel.
So he was in there changing.
He was in there changing. He didn't look at us. He was facing away and heavily guarded from.
Guarded?
Well, I mean, there were 2 Avs personnel people there that were not allowing us to ask questions.
Okay, media personnel people?
It was not McNicholas, but it was the 2 people under him.
Okay, his assistants. All right. So they were standing around like
looking at us going, no. Not today.
Okay. Then I guess tonight after the game.
It has to be. I mean, it would
has
have
to
to
be.
right?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
it
my
has
God.
to be. Can't say no to that.
You cannot say no to that.
It's exciting.
I'm a little nervous.
I'm excited.
I got to admit, man, I haven't really.
I'm glad we could just lock in on just the Avs tonight.
I know.
Thank God
too,
we don't
yeah.
have to deal with 2 games.
I agree.
You know what's funny is
I
you say you're
agree.
nervous. My very first interview ever with Altitude was with Gabe, and I was shaking in my boots.
Yeah, but
years
that's-
and years ago.
That's an easy one because he's a smooth guy.
He's so good.
Yeah,
it's
that's
unbelievable. Yeah,
that's nothing. All right, great job, Grizz. Excellent, my guy. Good stuff.
Grizz World! Grizz World! It's playoff
That's gonna be
time!
fun. It's gonna be fun.
Excellent! Grizz World! Grizz World! Covering the Avs! Excellent!
No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. And we still have a few minutes to throw in the word chance as a keyword to win Avalanche tickets for tonight. 303-504-0925. Standing room only tickets are still available, believe it or not. And you can get those at coloradoavalanche.com. No dumb questions coming up next here on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. ED, erectile dysfunction. Oh, man, it's lousy. And it's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. So if you're suffering with the issue of erectile dysfunction, get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, they've treated tens of thousands of men. So if you're in this intimacy destroyer sort of situation, schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So there's one near you. Call them today at 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, if you got a no dumb question YouTube channel, that's fine. Twitch, that's cool. Text line 303-504-0925. We'll have another keyword to win Avalanche tickets coming up at 2:20. So will Nate and Andy at 3:20, giving the tickets away at 4 o'clock. This isn't a question here, Tyler, but on the Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I'm going to the Avs game tonight. According to my Apple Watch, my heart rate has been around 100 BPM all day.
Okay.
I'm usually around 60. I'm so amped up from Shane.
I mean, you should be about 20 minutes into a very solid walk to get to 100 BPM, but that's all right. Don't worry about it.
Okay. There are tickets still available. How about that? They're standing. I mean, you don't have to go to the secondary market if you're willing to stand up. You ever stand up for a sporting event, like the entire? Have you ever not had a seat and just had to stand up for a sporting event?
I've not done that, no.
I've done it a couple of times. It kind of sucks.
I would imagine.
But I mean, you're in the game. You're there. It feels all right.
I mean, I've been to the Rockies rooftop bar as a visitor.
Yeah.
But not as bought my only ticket to be there.
Yeah, I've bought Avs tickets because they do this. They sell standing room.
Where is it?
It's a weird concept about just standing room. It's on the 100 level, and it's it's kind of like you stand behind where it's kind of the handicap section.
Yeah, okay, I know
and
exactly
you're
where it is.
Against the wall.
It's not bad.
It's really they're great. It's a great place to watch the game. It's just that you're not supposed to sit down. But that's an interesting concept. I know they won't pack it in, but the Nuggets look hurt and gassed. Would it be the worst thing in the world if we got bounced in 5? Longer off season, get started on front office changes. I mean, do we have a shot against Oklahoma City?
I mean, yeah, it's a dumb question.
Wow.
It is a dumb question.
That is a loser question right there.
Look, man, first off, the best thing for this organization would be the Denver Nuggets go on a run and they hire David Adelman as the next head coach, because it means they don't have to search for anything. They got their guy, right? And you certainly will not know that you got your guy if they get bounced in 5. That's definitely not going to help it, nor is it going to help anything with the coaching search. So me as a Denver Nuggets fan, I want to see the Denver Nuggets play basketball as long as I possibly can. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, man, I love you. Thank you for watching and listening and the whole thing, but that is a loser's mentality, my friend. I mean, gear up the second place parade with that attitude. No dumb question.
Do you stop watching shows if you lose a character that you love?
You want to talk about it?
No,
I saw it.
I didn't say anything.
I know you don't want to ruin it.
I just asked a question.
I know where you're going though, because I watched it last night.
Okay,
shocked me.
Yes. Don't even say the name of the show.
I'll leave it alone.
Because people will be furious if we even mention the name of the show.
It's up there with Game of Thrones for shockers, though.
Well, yeah, because this show, you just didn't see that coming.
How is this show even going to go on without him?
I don't understand.
Me neither.
I don't get the logic behind this one. It almost makes me not want to watch the show.
It's so weird.
I do dig the show. Don't get me wrong, but without that character, what do they have?
I don't know. It makes me way less interested in that show. Not a little less interested, way less interested.
Exactly. It seems like a huge mistake.
I find myself rooting for the zombies at this point.
Wow, you're an idiot. You just can't help yourself.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, now everybody knows exactly what we're talking about.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I can't believe it took you so long to watch it.
Yeah, me neither. I love it. It's been really good, but I'm the whole. See, I don't want to spoil for everybody. I don't know what they're trying to do with this show anymore, and my interest level has gone down massively.
Yeah, but you're gonna watch the next one. See, I see all these people acting like they're not gonna watch it anymore, and I get that. I was frustrated by it, but I'm gonna watch the next one, and I'm gonna watch the one after that.
I will see with me. I don't know. But it was like, what's the point here, frankly? So I'm with you.
Okay, so there's a
a
lot of people saying, well, they're just following the storyline of how the thing was originally written.
I don't care.
Rewrite it.
Yeah. Let me get back to sports here a little bit. Is Landy coming back tonight going to make tonight's game too emotional for us to focus and win?
No, I don't think so. This has been building for a long time. There's nothing abrupt about this. Landy's been back on the ice skating with the team for a month plus. He had the AHL. That was kind of like the initial, okay, Gabe's back on the ice. And then you know what? In hindsight, maybe it was a good thing for the team, not for Gabe Landeskog. Maybe it was a good thing for the team that he got dressed up in game 2, that he went out there and he skated for warm-ups, because then they got to see Gabe, and now it doesn't feel like this is as unusual. It's still going to be unusual. You can't take it away.
I think the harder question isn't about the players, it's with Bedsy. And if it just ain't happening with Gabe, if it's not happening with him and he's playing, does Bedsy just rotate him out and just drop him down to another line or blah, 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 blah? I mean, you can just put a guy on the bench. That happens too. It's happened a million times.
Why'd you have to say zombie?
I'll just move on. Is tomorrow...
we were doing fine.
Is tomorrow a must-win for the Nuggets? Is tomorrow a must-win for the Nuggets?
Yeah.
I'll say no, but go ahead. Why do you think it is?
Yeah. They'd kind of capitalized on this momentum after they fired Michael Malone, and they found a new energy. They found a new love. But what was hanging in the background is anarchy. That was always hanging in the background. When you fired Michael Malone, that was the true story. You got anarchy in the building, and you don't need anything to confirm that. You've got injuries. You got Michael Porter Jr. AG's baked up. You don't want to fall behind, because now just narratives and storylines start getting built for you.
Well, I'll just go with the logical numbers scenario. And in general, you've got to win one on the road. You don't have to win both on the road if you're the home team initially to get home court back your way. So I feel like you probably have to win one of these two. But in my mind, it can be one of these two. I actually don't think it's a must-win for the Nuggets. I wouldn't even be that bothered. Now, talk to me about Saturday night if you do happen to lose on Thursday, and that's a different conversation, obviously. But losing game 3 on the road, I don't know. It's certainly not the end of the series. Puts a little bit more pressure on, but there's pressure in every game. Every game's important. Every game's big. Let's see here. Oh, boy. Yeah, people are. Oh, I'm getting some crap. Yeah, I see it.
Right. We had one rule. There was one rule. Don't ruin it.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Oh, my God. Well, we got a lot of people that watch the show, don't we?
Yeah.
They know what we're talking about.
I do see another thing that I've never done in my life.
What's that?
You asked if I've ever bought standing room only tickets.
Yeah.
Do you know I've never sat in a student body section for any sporting event?
Really?
Ever.
No kidding.
Yeah, never done that.
You never, like, at CU went to a basketball game and sat with the kids?
I did go to the basketball games a lot. But we had special tickets that we got.
For the athletes?
Yeah. Or we got it from our buddies, And
they were separate from the student section?
They were. Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty fun.
And quite frankly, I kind of enjoyed being able to sit down, so I never really felt the need to go sit in the student body section.
Yeah, because they generally stand the whole time. Yeah, you're right about that. There's not a lot of sitting going on.
In hindsight, that's an experience that I missed out on. And now I'd just be that weirdo. I mean, you can't be that weirdo now.
Yeah, you're a little bit long in the tooth for that at this point. I don't know. I mean, you're kind of everybody's worst nightmare when you pull up to a sporting event anyways.
Oh, at church, I always sit in the last row in the aisle.
Yeah.
I'm very conscientious. I'm not trying to ruin anybody else's experience here.
Right. I mean, somebody sees you, like, when you get on a plane, everybody must be like, oh, my God. Please don't sit next to me. Please don't sit next to me.
You ever go to a movie by yourself?
All the time. All the time.
In the last month, maybe last 2 months, I've never really done this. I've done it once before when I was living away from my family out in Virginia.
Okay.
In the last month, I've actually gone to 3 movies by myself.
I think it's great going by yourself.
It was very enjoyable.
Oh, it's Well, first of all, you're
and
going.
I was so tempted to just stick around and pull the double dipperoo because I had no obligations. You know, I could have cheated the system. Nobody was going to know.
Nobody. Well, you're going in the middle of the day, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a 3 o'clock show,
It's so
2 o'clock show.
It's so great.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about anybody else. Get whatever you want at concessions.
Here's
go in for previews or not previews. It's freaking awesome by yourself.
Here's my breakdown of the movies I saw. Okay. I saw Sinners. You know what that one is?
I do not.
That's the one with Michael B. Jordan where they're like, it's kind of another, actually they're vampires.
Vampires?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, vampires.
Okay.
All right.
It was okay. It's worth going to. It was a big swing. I'll put it that way.
All right.
Big swing.
Michael B. Jordan, vampires. What else?
Warfare.
Well, what's that one? What's that one?
Maybe one of the best war movies I've ever seen in my life.
What war?
They're in Iraq.
Iraq. So relatively modern.
And it's not a fun movie to watch.
Okay.
Heavy.
All right.
And you're going to walk out with PTSD yourself.
Okay.
That was good. And then I saw the Robert De Niro one. I forget the name of it. Where he was playing two different actors.
I don't know.
Yeah, that one was not very good.
Okay.
That was another mob one. Yeah.
Recently?
Yeah.
I do not know.
Yeah.
To go to a movie these days.
You know what's the deal? Michael B. Jordan was playing two characters also.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's got to be great though.
Yeah.
Do you buy the ticket ahead of time, or you just go?
Once or twice I bought it online, and once I just showed up.
Dan, is it kind of sad that Tyler's going to movies by himself, or
It's beautiful.
That's fine. I've never been to a movie by myself.
Really?
Never.
Ever?
I would do it. I just never have done it.
I'll invite you next time, Dan.
Well, that wouldn't be by myself, would it?
I know, but he wants a friend.
No, but he wouldn't be.
He wants a friend. He's never done it before.
Well,
so I'm saying I'll invite him to the next movie.
No, but I'm sure Dan's gone to the movies with a friend.
I got it.
Exclusively. That's what I've done, yes.
So you're going to ask Dan out on a date?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm busy that day.
Alto Nights. That's what the movie was.
Big question of the day. It's the impact of Gabe Landeskog back on the ice for the Avs. That's next. Where, all right, let me frame it this way. Does the return of Gabe Landeskog, which every indication he's coming back tonight, give the Avalanche a better chance to win?
I'm going to say yes. Yeah. Does Jared Bednar do it? The question would really be there. Is Gabe bigger than the team? Because if Gabe is not bigger than the team, then yes, Jared Bednar is telling you that they've got a better chance to win with Gabe Landeskog on the ice.
How do they know that?
I don't know. They probably don't. They probably don't know. I mean, you might feel good. You might feel like, all right, he weathered the storm. He went out. He survived every challenge we put in front of him, AHL, everything else. You don't really know. And that's probably why he didn't play in game 1. It's probably why he didn't play in game 2, because you didn't really know. And you wanted to find the safest environment you possibly could to make that return. And I do wonder specifically with putting him on the second line.
If that happens.
Yeah.
Which it looks like it's going to happen. But
if that happens, is that because it makes the second line better? Or is that because it hides Gabe a little bit?
It's a good question. You know, in this, and we were looking at just the who is wearing what today, and we're just guessing here. We are just guessing. But our guess, and Raj's guess, and Raj is a, hockey guru. In fact, you can test his knowledge about hockey tonight at number 38, where we're having a watch party for the game. Berto will be broadcasting live starting at 6. We have an autographed Gabe Landeskog stick to give away, thanks to Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila. But as we were, and that's at number 38 in Rhino. Love number 38. We'll be there tomorrow for the draft, our draft coverage, and Nuggets watch along. So it's Avs tonight there. Tomorrow will be Nuggets and draft at number 38. So great place. Can't wait to be there. But when Raj was just looking at here's who I think, based off today, you've got Drouin, McKinnon, and Natchez. Then you've got Gabe, Nelson, and Val. The third line has Lehkonen, Coyle, and Kiviranta. And then you go with Parker Kelly, Drury, and Logan O'Connor. No Miles Wood in this theory. And by the way, it does look like, based on, again, reading between the lines, Malinsky for Eric Johnson tonight. Does look like it's going in that direction. So you're not putting Gabe on the fourth line. You're actually saying that he's still a top 6 dude. So it's not just about some mercy minutes or whatever, just, clean things up. If you're playing, you're back in the fire.
Well, isn't that what Bednar said about 2 weeks ago? If Gabe's ready, Gabe's playing. And by saying that, in essence, what you're saying is Gabe's name is Gabe Landeskog, and we expect him to be Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah, he's really not directly playing for Miles Wood then, although it might seem like it, because Wood has no shot to be a top 6 guy. Wood was a healthy scratch as they were getting healthier as a team for quite a few games near the end of the season. Now, this indicates also that Ross Colton is hurt, but what if Ross Colton gets better? Are you telling me? Because really what this is Ross Colton's your second-line guy, and so he's out, so Gabe's in. Well, what if Ross Colton's okay?
Well, look, the only thing Gabe really has to do in order to stay in the lineup is not hurt the team. As long as he doesn't hurt the team, he'll continue to be out there, because I do think there's something to be said about having Peyton Manning on the field. Even when Peyton Manning is in the final year and he's struggling and he's not himself, when Peyton Manning was on that field, there was just confidence. There was a swagger. There was a belief. It's all going to work out, right? He wasn't Peyton. He wasn't himself, but his presence was there. And when Gabe Landeskog is out there on the ice, the only thing he really has to do is not hurt the team. And I think it helps the team simply by having his presence.
Now, they are in the early stages, relatively early stages of this series. This is not, win or go home tonight. Season ain't over if you lose tonight. Nobody wants to lose a playoff game, and the anticipation will be high. But the series isn't over. You still have time to make more adjustments if need be.
I think this is a fair question.
Sure.
Someone asked no dumb question. They call them the Dirtbags. Let's just call them Dallas.
Okay.
Will Dallas target Gabe? Or is there so much freaking respect around the league for Gabe Landeskog and what he's doing right now? I hate, this sounds insane to say in a playoff game, but, would you want to be the guy that destroys Gabe Landeskog and derails it?
That's a hell of a question. Because everybody knows what he's been through.
You can't take it easy on anybody in a playoff game, but you know what he's going through. Are you you're certainly not going to take I wouldn't think. If I was on that ice, I was playing for Dallas, I would not take a questionable hit on him.
Well, everybody knows where the injury is. That's not a mystery. I mean, literally everybody knows. So oh boy, well, that'd be a scumbag move. If somebody made a cheap, deliberate shot, that would draw some sort of penalty.
Now, clean hit, game on. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, he's part of the game. He's, that's all well within. That's fine. That's all part of it. But I think what he's implying is, will somebody
Mikko do it?
Well, Mikko barely hits anything, so that ain't Mikko's game. So I don't know if that's going to be
Mikko.
Would he do it?
I mean,
I think if Mikko was in the corner fighting for a puck, he'd hit Gabe like he did anybody else. But I think what that texter's asking is somebody going to go for his knee as a cheap shot and be willing to take a penalty for it to, send some sort of weird message?
I'm going to say the answer to that's no. Nobody's going to take a cheap shot on him. They'll play good, tough hockey, and if he needs to be hit, they'll hit him.
All right.
I just think the storyline is so big, and there's so much respect around the league. Nobody's going to want to be that dude that's a dirtbag. If we want to use that word, dirtbag,
yeah.
Is anybody going to want to be a dirtbag on Gabe Landeskog?
I don't anticipate anybody would do that either. But I don't think anybody's going to take it easy on Gabe. I think they'll be aggressive with him. I think they'll be physical with him. But that's always who he's been anyway. That is his role. That's who he's been. So, I mean, he's going to be in positions where it's going to be easy to be physical with Gabe because that's the type of player he is, period.
Yep.
Mikko ain't that guy. Mikko is this big dude who's not all that physical, doesn't really fight. He's not that guy. The puck's in the corner, the puck's in the corner. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna hit, we're gonna do everything. I mean, if Gabe's not willing to do that, as he's always been, because that's his game, then what's he doing out there? I don't think he's gonna have a problem with that at all. What I think you're asking is somebody can take just a cheap shot and go low, just try to take him out at the knee.
Right.
That would be the scumbag of all scumbags.
I don't think anybody's going to do it.
I don't think so either. But we've had some scumbag moves over the years here. Nothing like that, though. I can't imagine somebody doing that. Besides, the game has changed. It's just not quite like that. It's not that there's not fighting. It's not physical, but it's not really like that anymore. Not really. You got too much to lose in a playoff game. You're going to be sitting in the box for... if it's a major or something.
I thought Nathan McKinnon was about to go throwing hands like something serious there for a hot minute.
Yeah, because Nate's a psycho. Nate's got a... Hey, man, did you see the Tim Horton commercial with him and Sidney Crosby?
My TV had a seizure during that exact moment.
Oh, really? You didn't see it?
No, well, I saw it, but here was the problem. Nate just starts to kind of start mucking it up, And then for whatever reason, my TV just starts rewinding 30 seconds at a time, 30 seconds at a time, 30 seconds at a time, 30 seconds at a time. So I kept seeing the first 2 seconds of it over and over and over, but I didn't get to see the results. So I don't even really know what happened from that, but I'm assuming not much.
It's not even that. I mean, it's funny because he's dressed up in a wig and he's with Sidney Crosby and they're like, we're in disguise at the Tim Hortons and we get recognized.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was talking about when Nate was mucking it up.
Oh, when he was mucking it up. Oh, I was just talking about the commercial. Nate just mucking it up he had that smile on his face like, I'm going to kill you. Like I'm about to kill you, and I'm smiling because I'm about to kill you. And he's Nate McKinnon. He's not, he can muck it up with anybody. Oh, we're going to watch it here? Oh, the Tim Hortons commercial. Well, you got that. You got the Tim Hortons commercial. Yeah, so they're going to the Tim Hortons, and you're up there in Canada, and putting on a clever disguise, and he's got a porn stash on and a wig, and Sidney Crosby's got a whatever. And there's a Canadian flag there on the register just to let you know, Tyler, we're in Canada, in case you had any doubts about where a Tim Hortons is. Like you're going to run into one of them like in Englewood. And then it's like, yeah, Sid, do you want anything? Do you want one of the cards? And they're just laughing. uproariously because they can't believe Sidney Crosby got recognized. It's really not that great of a commercial, but it's funny seeing Nate trying to have some sort of sense of humor.
How's the coffee, though?
Tim Hortons coffee, it's whatever.
Okay.
I'll tell you this.
Canadian Dunkin' Donuts.
It's a Canadian Dunkin' Donuts. It's one of the most overrated, like, oh, I got to go to Tim Hortons because I go to Canada. No, you don't.
Like Dunkin' Donuts on the East Coast.
Kind of. It's not that special.
It's not even remotely special.
No. It's not a big deal.
It's a lot of sugar.
It's just coffee and donuts, dude. You know what Tim Hortons
you
is?
go to Dunkin's, though.
What?
On every other block.
Oh, there's coffee and donuts very available.
Yeah.
You can find it everywhere. You know, if we just got a second for stupid foolishness here, we have one of the funniest inter-office bets going on right now. Do you know about it? The Chick-fil-A bet?
Nope.
It's really good. So they're building a new Chick-fil-A pretty close to where we're here, this building.
Where? There already is one.
There already is one. So the bet between Raj and Brandon Evans, salesman to the stars, is which Chick-fil-A is closer.
Where's the new one?
See, it's at specifically it's at Yosemite and the intersection of 470. So we're
by the 7-Elevens?
How do I describe it?
There's that
exactly
7-Eleven right there.
Maybe you could be right. I'm not so sure about what else is right there, but it's literally on the corner of like where you'd get onto 470 and Yosemite. Now,
that one's way further.
Not if you go out the back door.
No, that one's further. Absolutely further.
Well, that's the nature of the bet right now.
Oh, which side of this? It sounds like you're on the side that one's closer.
Oh, I'm definitively on that side.
No, that's not closer.
But it is hysterical that they're building another Chick-fil-A.
So who took what side?
Raj has the new one, and Brandon has the old one.
Oh, I got Brandon's back.
Okay. All right. Do you want to put some money on this?
Well, there's got to be like a Chick-fil-A sandwich or something online, right?
Their bet is Chick-fil-A once a week for a month.
Once a week for a
month.
That's a pretty solid bet.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there was
Brandon's winning this.
This is office bets.
I heard you talking trash to him, like you were so confident. You're wrong.
Well, are you driving there or are you walking there?
Distance is distance.
Okay. So whatever the shortest reasonable distance is would matter.
Point A to point B.
Okay. But they were talking about what not only the distance, but what takes
Get a pedometer.
Takes you the least amount of time. And all
right, well, least amount of time, definitely taking the original.
The new one does not have any cross streets. You don't have to cross any lanes of traffic.
Do you have to go? All right, hold on. I need to understand something.
Yeah.
Do you have to go underneath 470 or is it before 470?
Before 470. Because you can just take the path and you can walk up. And it's shorter just to walk there. I mean, obviously it takes less time just to drive in a car. But distance-wise, going out the back door, it's a great bet, though. It's a freaking awesome bet. And Dan's putting up a...
Well, you're talking so much trash in this thing. You got to be involved in the bet some way.
Oh, I'm not right now. The only reason that I even have a dog in this fight is because that's how I take my bike all the time to go home. I go past it. I've been watching it be built for the past, 5 months. And I just know how close it is, but I hadn't really paid super close attention till yesterday. I know we're way off track here. But it's just a funny office bet that's going on right now. I'm kind of dying to find out the end result. But if you want to get in on it, I'm more than happy to bet with you just individually. Aside from those two.
Old ones. Well, I don't know the exact location, so that's not helping me here.
See, the tricky part is how you actually measure it. Yes, Dan, you want to chime in here?
Well,
real
I'm
quick?
on Google Maps, and according to Google Maps, the one this way, the old one is 0.5 miles from here.
Okay.
The new one is 0.8.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that involves driving, not walking.
Who walks?
Well,
no, you're right. You're right. This is driving.
And nobody would get walking.
Nobody walks.
Nobody.
But it's still the same distance.
Sure. I'll take whatever bet you want.
Okay. But see, we would need parameters to bet, and I would bet it's walking.
Nobody walks.
Nobody walks. So everybody has to drive. So it has to be based on driving.
Name a person in this office that is going to walk.
Well, I would walk because it's closer to walk than to drive. It would take you less time to probably walk there than to drive there.
Dan, do you know a single other person in this office that would walk?
But no. It's a compelling question. Like, what's closer? Well, what's that based on? Is it based on me driving there, or just the shorter distance.
So are
there
you
walking.
implying it would take you a shorter
It's
amount
about
of
time.
All right, I'm calling BS on you again.
Okay.
Are you implying it would take you a shorter amount of time to walk there than it would for me to get in my car and drive there?
No, I'm not saying that because the car is ultimately faster.
So either
than
way, you
walking.
lose the bet.
I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying the shortest distance because the question was distance itself. Is Brandon coming in to get in on this conversation?
Good, bring him on in.
Okay. Because it's the nature. We'll get to the keyword here in a second. We're sorry to slow you down and really appreciate your patience for this kind of level of stupidity. If Brandon has something to say,
we don't have all day here, man.
if he has something to say, he should just come in.
We don't have all day here.
Is he coming in? Okay, here he is. Brandon Evans, the pride of Arkansas.
First time in my life I've ever had your back, but I got your back.
Okay,
you got to press on.
What's the nature of the bet? The Chick-fil-A bet. I love this bet, though. It is such a great bet. Now, you should talk, right? There you go.
If Raj is right and the new one is closer,
yeah,
I'll buy him Chick-fil-A once a week for a month.
Right.
But he's wrong.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Is it
Yep.
Distance based on what?
How it's not.
How else do you base distances?
So it's
a pedometer.
It's like what takes me to drive.
We're
there.
walking.
We're walking.
Yeah.
Fine, you
Oh,
can walk.
okay.
You can walk. You can drive. Whatever you want.
Okay. So it's walking.
Yes. In any way you cut it.
But since when
the
do we
old
walk?
one's closer.
Go ahead, Tyler. What'd
Since
you
when
say?
does anybody walk anywhere in this office?
I don't walk at all.
Exactly. So why are you walking? Why don't you guys just get in a car and drive?
Because there's a red light up here that he can turn right on red. I have to
go to
across.
yours, you only have to go through one light. They have
But
to
I
go
could
through like
get
3 to
stuck.
get to that one.
Yeah. In fact, you might not have to go through any lights because I think you can go through the parking lots. Period. At the home whatever store there
It's the
is.
only way to do it. We got to walk.
Okay, buddy. I can't wait to see it resolved.
Hey, by the way, I've done this for my backyard, trying to get bids on things.
Yeah.
You can go to Google Earth.
Yeah.
And you can draw the line, and they'll measure it for you. So you could draw the walking path.
We're done with our foolishness. We appreciate you hanging in there. It's time for another keyword. Everyone wants to be in the building tonight. The Avalanche are releasing tickets throughout the day. There are some standing room onlys as well. It's available at coloradoavalanche.com. How about that? If you want to win them from us and get in the building on us, text the keyword PLAY, P-L-A-Y, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. PLAY, first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a name at 4 p.m. We'll have another keyword at 3:20, and you have till 2:45 to get registered right now. At 4 o'clock, throw out a name. You'll have 5 minutes to call back, claim your tickets. If you don't call back, we go to another name. This hour's keyword is play. Text play with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The next keyword comes up in 1 hour from now. Good luck from Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, the day that you realize that your hair is falling out on you is a bad day. Maybe it's getting thin. Maybe you straight up got a bald spot. That's a bad day, but I got good news for you. All you have to do is commit to getting your hair back by committing to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, and it's going to work. You're going to get that hair back. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Guys, Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. And you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call 720-459-HAIR. What I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. You got no time to waste. Call 720-459-HAIR. Commit to getting your hair back. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Oh, what are you going to do, Miko? No mercy. Okay, Miko.
You challenge Miko?
Okay, Miko.
You going Marquette King on Miko?
A little bit.
Or what?
Or what, Miko? All right, it's Let's Football Go. Dan, Bud, Squins, Tanners, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's go, Dan.
All right, guys, an NFL assistant coach said this about Shadur Sanders, quote, "The worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled, he takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good," close quote. Now, I sent this to you guys last night. There's a NFL mock draft 9.0 on Sports Illustrated. It has the Broncos trading up with the Cardinals to 16, and they take Omarion Hampton. Jalen Milroe is taken by the Steelers at 21, and Shadur Sanders in this mock falls out of the first round completely. Do you guys think there's any possibility that Shadur Sanders falls out of the first round?
It's so ridiculous that the Giants wouldn't take Shadur Sanders. It's hard for me to even believe the Browns wouldn't take Shadur Sanders. So, yes, I think it's ridiculous he would drop out of the first round.
Yeah, it's absurd. And in terms of the anonymous NFL coach there, the worst interview you've ever been a part of in your entire life, really? Like the worst interview you've ever had? He never plays on time. He's bad at football. Like, talk about extremes here. I mean, if you would have just said, yeah, we didn't like his attitude, I could buy that, right? Like I think we could all believe that Shadur Sanders could come across arrogant. We could all believe that, they might think he's entitled. Okay, I could buy they think he's got arm strength issues. But when you start using this hyperbole and you start talking about the worst ever, and the guy, he says he's not even good at football. Well, that's just not true. You're not watching the film. Maybe there's concerns about the arm strength. The dude is good at football. He's the second best quarterback in this year's draft, and he'll get drafted in the first round.
A reminder, the place to be for tonight for the Avs viewing party, the Nuggets viewing party tomorrow, our NFL draft coverage, number 38 in Rhino. Next story, Dan.
Real quick, sorry, Dan.
Sure.
Jackson Dart gets drafted in front of Shedeur. Now it gets interesting. That gets interesting.
Listen, man, this is why I love the draft. I think the Broncos are going to do great one way or the other. Shadur Sanders has become the story of the draft. Not even Travis Hunter. It's Shadur Sanders. Fascinating, man. It is going to be one hell of a night tomorrow night. It's gotten far more interesting because of this. That's for sure.
By the way, do you guys think the Browns, there's any chance they pass on Travis Hunter at 2? Or do you think that's pretty much a lock
Sure,
at this point?
if they just like Abdul Carter and value a pass rusher to go with Myles Garrett, I mean, it's not crazy. I think it'd be a mistake, but, whatever.
If they pass on Travis Hunter, they're not passing on for Abdul Carter. They'd be passing on for Shedeur. That'd be the only way they pass on him, is if they simply just said, we need a quarterback. But they wouldn't pass on him for any other player.
Okay. I agree. I'm not fighting you on it at all. I'm sitting here just wondering what the Giants and the Browns really think. Who do you think you guys are? And where do you think you are in the world? Joe Flacco was going in to work out. You got your quarterback's Russell Wilson? Really? I mean, seriously. How bad do you think Shedeur is? Next, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Terrence Ferguson. He was in studio with the boys this
really
morning
cool.
with
Yeah,
Coach
awesome.
and Raj. Here is Terrence Ferguson on his relationship with Bo Nix and what kind of person Bo is.
Yeah, me and Bo have a great relationship. As soon as he came to Oregon, we were like best friends. We connected off the field, both men of faith, and, I really look up to Bo in that aspect. But just watching him work every day, competing, and like you said, leadership is a big thing for Bo. He's like a coach on the field. He demands a lot, and then off the field, he's one of the guys. And to have a guy that, one, goes in there and is super talented, but also demands a lot and comes to practice every day competing. It doesn't matter if it's walkthrough. He wants everything to look a certain way, and I think that's what the great quarterbacks do. So, okay,
just thoughts on Terrence's thoughts on Bo there, and do you guys think he could be an option later in the draft for the Broncos?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a name you should absolutely be aware of. If you're not aware of him by now, you're running out of time. But Terrence Ferguson had a phenomenal combine performance. He was an absolute freak. Had a great career at Oregon. Local kid, went to Heritage High School. And you get to, if you don't draft Colston Loveland in the first round, now we get to rounds 2 and 3. Terrence Ferguson's going to be in that mix with Gunnar Helm and a couple others that simply make a whole lot of sense for the Broncos.
Yeah, it looks great. I would be fine if Terrence Ferguson was your guy.
And breaking news, he likes his friend at quarterback.
Breaking news. You could have a situation, theoretically, where your tight end's Terrence Ferguson and they draft Tez Johnson as well. It could happen. I would say it's unlikely, but I'm just saying it exists in the world of possibility. And if that happens, then I think the entire Knicks family has to move from Alabama to Castle Pines. I mean, that would be kind of ridiculous. But I thought that was awesome. I love it with the local kids. And I don't know Gunnar Helm personally. He's a Creek kid. I'm wishing the best from him out of Texas. Are we missing any other Colorado kids in this draft, Tyler, that you're aware of? There probably are some others that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head.
I don't know. I mean, are we including Horton out of CSU?
No. Like kids that went to high school here in Colorado. That's where I'm going with it.
I'm not sure.
But Terrence did, and so did Gunnar Helm, and it's such an amazing night. Last year we had, guard Ravens, Roger, who was Rosengard. And that was so fun to have him in studio and then see him go through that process and then just watch him all year develop into a bedrock starter for the Ravens. That was incredible.
Had a phenomenal year.
How's he doing? Have you kept in touch with him?
Oh, yeah.
Even in the offseason?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I stay in touch with. I probably talk to his dad more than I talk to Roger nowadays.
Okay.
But yeah, he's doing fantastic. I mean, he is loved because they were having major offensive line issues out there, especially at the beginning of the year. And Roger wasn't starting at the very beginning of the year. And once they plugged him in there, man, he is beloved out there in Baltimore.
See, one of the things I love so much about the draft is at the end of the day, it's just pick after pick is like a dream come true. And it's one story after another. It's the busiest NFL news day time, those 3 days of the year. It's the busiest day. It's the most interesting. So I love the NFL draft. I'm proud that we're going to be covering it. I can't wait. And that's tomorrow night. And it's, it is during the Nuggets, so that's a little tricky. But the draft is awesome, man. And I'm glad we're covering it. Next up, Dan.
Lastly, guys, the Cleveland Browns, Pittsburgh Steelers, and Minnesota Vikings are considered the teams that are most likely to trade for Kirk Cousins. The Vikings are least likely to consummate a trade for Cousins out of that group, as he obviously previously played for the franchise. The Falcons have made clear they are moving forward with Michael Penix as their starter. So if Kirk does get traded, where do you guys think he ends up?
Oh, you've been on this from the jump, Tyler.
Well, I've definitely called my shot when you dum-dums are like, yeah, they're going to keep him as a backup. Like, what? No, they're not keeping him as a backup. We won't know till after the draft. Once the draft comes and goes, I guess if I had to call my shot right now, I'd say the Cleveland Browns, because it sure feels to me like the Browns are going to select Travis Hunter. And then what, are they really planning on playing Joe Flacco the whole season?
I have no idea. Are they really planning on having Deshaun Watson return to the team?
And the coach, Kevin Stefanski's got a major background with Minnesota and not necessarily direct hands on Kirk, but the system, the scheme, all of it.
If they could figure it out, your quarterback is Kirk Cousins, backed up by Joe Flacco, okay. Your receivers are Travis Hunter and Jerry Jeudy, and you got Myles Garrett coming around the edge.
Not bad.
Dude, right? Like, and you got a good coach. Stefanski's a good coach. Could be a problem for teams.
The Kirk deal, the trade's still not going to be easy. Even though I'm sitting here acting like, yeah, I'm already right. It's not easy. Look, man, the Falcons got to absorb almost the entirety of that contract to trade him.
Why would they eat it? Because it's not like he's a bad guy behind the scenes.
Because do you want the Michael Penix throws 3 interceptions and now we got Kirk Cousins' chance?
It's the Atlanta fan base, though. They're terrible. Is it really that big of a deal if you get a chant from a weak fan base anyways? I don't know if that's enough. We'll see. It's a lot of money to have to deal with.
It's deeper than that, though. It's a potential divide in the locker room. Kirk's going to be well loved in that locker room. He's going to have his guys. It's not that Kirk's a bad dude, but Kirk's loved. I know that. I can tell you that firsthand.
It does. I will agree with you there. It's like as soon as like Russell Wilson wasn't playing and that was it, as far as I was concerned, just get him. And by the way, I was in that locker room when he wasn't playing, but he was still there. It was awkward as hell. It was weird. It was. You're right about that. If it's just over, like this Malone and Calvin Booth thing, if it's over, it's over. I don't care when it is. You just move on. You just don't want that around. I agree with you there, man. And Kirk's a good dude. He's not going to upset any apple carts, but he's still going to be there. Then you're going to have guys, especially vets, rightfully so, that are like, how does this guy give us a better chance to win than this guy? Reasonably so.
No, but he's going to naturally upset the apple cart upstairs by being himself and being a phenomenal
Good
leader
dude. Yeah.
and being a dude that is gravitated towards, being a dude that might seem like a bigger presence, all those sorts of things. That's going to take off the brass.
I just still don't understand what Atlanta was thinking about in the first place with this whole deal. But they do have a quality quarterback in Penix. They do, and that's the most important thing. I just think they made things unnecessary for themselves, but I think Kirk's a good guy, and you're right. If Cleveland could figure it out, and they get Travis Hunter and Kirk Cousins and Jerry Jeudy, that's a dangerous team. Right like that, snap of the fingers. The word play, the keyword is play, your first and last name, 303-504-0925. You got 5 more minutes to text that in for a pair of Avs tickets for tonight, your first and last name. Kreckman and Lindahl will have another keyword at 3:20 and give the tickets away at 4 o'clock, where you have to listen to win if you're registered, but you can't even be in it unless you register. Can't wait to get Nate and Andy's take on one of the most monumentous days in Colorado sports history, and that is tonight at Ball Arena. It's PhD on 92.5.
Yeah, a lot of us were, for sure. And Jamal was, when he showed up, I didn't know if he was going to play. I mean, he was very sick. But you know how he is. You know, he got hydrated. They put all the meds in him, whatever they did, I don't know. But he was able to play 40-plus minutes, feeling not so well. So he looked better today. You know how it is. Every day you feel a little bit better. Obviously, get a good night's sleep tonight, have all day tomorrow, and get ready to go tomorrow night.
You can go to the YouTube page for Altitude Sports Radio, and you can see David Ottelman's his full comments from today and reaction from Jared Bednar, players, full coverage for you, as well as live unique shows like In the Paint, Between the Pipes. We'll have our draft coverage, not only on the radio, but on digital as well. And that includes tonight with our Avalanche watch party at number 38. Between the Pipes after that. Dan does a phenomenal job within the paint. He's been doing that all year in terms of the post game for the Nuggets. So check it out. Make sure you like and subscribe. There's a lot of good stuff on there. And we appreciate you watching us right now. You can watch all the shows live on YouTube as well as Twitch. A little bit of sickness there. Okay. Interesting. We suspected that. We talked about it without knowing it for sure, but that was confirmed today. What, if any, impact do you think that'll have if they can just get a little bit healthier as time goes in the next few games?
Yeah, well, first off, good on you. You noticed that from Jamal after the game and pointed that out.
You know what the real tip-off was, really? There was that. Aaron Gordon on Sunday, when he came in to do a little bit of media, Tyler, was just like, he just like wasn't himself. Like it was odd. And Jamal looked like a ghost. And even Jokic was like, wait a second, is he okay? So it's interesting to hear that was going around the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not trying to undersell it by any means. I have no idea how sick they are. I have no idea what's running through the locker room. I have no idea what end it's coming out of. But I will just tell you, general experience, being sick as a professional athlete, man, we got access to a lot of resources. And these guys take care of us. And you got fluids getting pumped into your body 24/7. And when it comes to game day, you're going to get that pregame IV. You're going to get that halftime IV. You're going to get that postgame IV. They're going to make sure you get all the nutrition in there that you need. You've been on that Z-Pack already, so trying to make sure that you're not contagious to anybody else. I guess I'm not worried about it. Okay. I'm worried about Aaron Gordon's physical body. I'm worried about how banged up he is. I'm worried about who can guard Kawhi Leonard. I don't like how often Jamal Murray gets matched up on him. I don't think there's anything you can do about it when you get in those pick and roll situations. I'm worried about Michael Porter Jr.'s shoulder. I'm not overly worried about some illness running through the locker room.
All right. And a couple of other notes, and we'll get to the Gabe stuff, especially with Nate and Andy here in a second. Very curious what their thoughts are. Adam Schefter is saying lots of interest in Jackson Dart. That just came out a couple of minutes ago as he was doing one of the 10 million ESPN shows that he's on. Could we see a situation where Jackson Dart gets chosen before Shadur Sanders?
I mean, maybe. And when you were asking me in the last segment or maybe a couple segments ago, could I actually see a world in which Shedeur goes out of the first round? I'm like, no, but the but is if Jackson Dart goes first. I mean, if Jackson Dart really does bypass him, what team would it be? The Saints, maybe. Maybe the Saints are high on him. I think it's a possibility, yes. Would I bet on it? No. We got Lindahl walking in here.
What do you think, Andy?
Yeah.
The stuff I've heard is insane. I have been completely wrapped up in this draft stuff because it just feels like I think all of us are going to be sitting down at 38 maybe for the longest first round we've seen in 4 or 5 years,
I know.
right? Nobody knows what they're doing.
Right.
Look, Jackson Dart, all of a sudden, I don't know where it's coming from. Allegedly, Daboll's not in on Shedeur, doesn't like Shedeur. That was part of the Shedeur hate campaign yesterday. I saw a mock draft today. Trying to remember who it was. Gosh, it was
Peter Schrager had him going 21.
It was Schrager. Giants jumped up to grab Dart. So apparently they like Dart. So
I actually didn't see that. Where did the Giants jump to get him?
Like 26 or something back into the first round. But again, the word is out there that they like Dart. I heard Leggy on with you guys. Look, I understand. I don't care. You don't have to love his personality. And I do get the watch waving and all that stuff that's going to annoy fans. Sure. But look, I watched that guy. I watched that guy at the 2-yard line, at the 5-yard line, at the 10-yard line in a game where the O-line has not done crap for him, at least in the second half, if not all game.
I got it.
And just lead a team down the field and get the winning score or the tying score or whatever it was.
Like I could buy that stuff too. I could buy the questions about his arm strength. I could buy whether he's entitled. I could buy all that stuff. But when we start reading things like he's not good at football, I'm like, give me a freaking break.
Now you just don't like him.
Yeah.
Which just say you don't like him. I didn't care for his attitude. But here's the thing. How many of these guys, I've not heard great things about Jackson Dart, quite honestly.
Well, Mike Sanford is really low on Jackson Dart.
Well, he was out at the Senior Bowl with his little towels, really worried about where his little towels were, wearing his big chain. That doesn't bug you? That's not a problem?
Right.
That's not Shedeur-like? Whatever. By the way.
I mean, I'm still sitting here because I watched a lot of Cam Ward last year. Because I'm watching the ACC football. I'm watching Syracuse. I was watching Miami. I watched the Orange beat Miami. I'm trying to figure out what's so great about Cam Ward.
There is, but you know how it is, guys. I didn't know if I would do it today or tomorrow night. I'll do it right now.
Okay.
I apologize for being so hard on you last year and even mean about the quarterback thing. Because as I watched this thing this year.
Apology not accepted.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We could keep it going for another decade.
What do you mean? Like, about what? About quarterbacks? Like, what?
I just felt they were forcing it. But as I watched things this year,
yes,
I am glad that we are not in the pool with all the teams trying to figure out the quarterback.
Either
thing.
you got one or you don't, Andy.
Well, okay,
and
but
you
would
know,
you say, now look,
you can't choose when you suck. If you're there, you're there.
You've seen everybody. Seen everybody rate the Cam Ward. To your point about Cam Ward, he wouldn't be in the top 5 this year.
Hell no,
He would have jumped any of them.
Oh my God, I am so glad the Broncos got in it last year compared to this year. Are you kidding me?
Is there any chance? And I like Brian Callahan. I got to know Brian. So the funny thing with this, how I got to know Brian Callahan. I don't know if I've even told you this. One of the cheerleaders, Allison Daniels was her name.
There you go.
Allison Callahan wanted to get in the media.
Yeah.
But she would always come out. We do our little show at CB and Potts. Remember that one in Greenwood
Of course,
Village?
of course.
She would come out inside calendars. And so I got to know her a little bit, and Brian would show up, and we'd all have beers after or whatever, you know?
Okay.
Brian was like, hey, I'll be your source sometime. You need to be your source. And he was like, I don't even think he was QB coach. Like, what was his first role here? Wasn't it like quality control or
quality
something?
Control, that's
we're
exactly
talking
what it
like
was.
at the very beginning
the
of
lowest
his
man
coaching
on the
journey.
totem pole.
Yeah. So I got to talking to him and got to know him a bit. Is there any chance that Travis Hunter's the surprise pick?
No.
I don't think so.
No, you're not rolling with Will Levis again.
Remember, Cam Ward is not much bigger than Shedeur, and I keep hearing size
Well, they're
is
like
one of
the
these
same.
problems.
They're like the same human being.
know,
and that's part of what
Why
drives
wouldn't
me.
you just call Aaron Rodgers and just deal with Aaron Rodgers for a year?
I don't know. I mean, you're not solving any problems by doing that.
Is there any chance the Niners call Aaron Rodgers?
I think
this Brock Purdy thing continues to get a little interesting.
Maybe, but I think there's a chance the 49ers draft Shadur Sanders.
Oh, I'm with you. I think Mike said that on our podcast last night.
I absolutely believe that there's a chance of that.
And
I mean, look,
think that would be phenomenal for him.
Something weird is going on with Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, it's called $50 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, they are not committed to this guy. And now all of a sudden you got Chris Sims out there who's dogging on Brock Purdy. Chris Sims has got Kyle Shanahan's initials tatted on his ankle. Okay, I mean, he's not saying things that he doesn't feel approved are coming from the 49ers camp.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your
No, that's it.
I got
go
too
ahead.
excited. You've
Go
done
ahead.
the show with me before.
Yeah, go
You'd
ahead.
see we do this in the morning. He'd have half a point still to go, and I'd be like, oh, wait. Oh, look, Dad, right over there, there's a deer.
Squirrel.
Yeah.
All right. Will Shedeur go number?
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he's
I'm
like,
interested.
listen.
You know.
He doesn't even know it. He just did to you what you did to me.
Yeah, he's like,
I doubled
you
down.
sucked on that show. I'm going to jump back in. You were wasting your time in the morning.
Absolutely hilarious
Go
right
ahead.
there.
Go ahead.
Will Shedeur go number 3 to the Giants?
No.
Tyler.
No.
It's going to be Abdul Carter.
I'm going to say yes. You can't be that stupid.
Oh, yeah,
if you're the Giants. And you're just rolling with Russell Wilson for what?
Joe Shane walked in and said, I don't think Saquon Barkley's worth blah, blah, blah.
I gotcha. Could you be that stupid
Yes.
again, back-to-back
Yes.
years?
They don't like him, they said. The word is they don't like him. Daboll does not like him. And again, it's the report, but Schrager has been adamant the Giants and the Saints are not into Shedeur. Now, we may find out tomorrow night
That is
that was
crazy.
all a lie. But I could see. How about I'll put it to you this way, just to give it from their
That
point
would
of
be
view.
so stupid.
I get it, but
It makes
listen,
no
I've said it.
sense.
Someone's going to talk themselves out of a good quarterback. I don't think Shedeur is going to be generational.
It
but I
doesn't
think he'll be a
matter.
good
You got to give
quarterback.
it a shot. What else you got?
Okay, but let me ask you this: it's your final, and see, I think this kind of fits into New Orleans too, with Kellen Moore. Daboll's on the hot seat. Moore's in his first year.
Yeah.
Do you want Prime popping off about either scenario all throughout the year as to whether they're working with his kid properly or not?
Well, that's probably the interviews. You know, somebody says it was the worst interview of all time. Give me a break.
Yeah.
The worst of all time. The one that is very easy to buy, I don't want to deal with Dion.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. I agree with it.
So absolutely, I think that can factor into it.
All right, real quick.
Hold on. Let me just say KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Yes.
Now you know what he deals with. He
I
gets
gotcha.
real quick all the time.
That's fine.
Why were you so sad about that legal ID?
That
was the most emo legal ID
This
I've
is what
ever heard.
Look at what he's looking at. That's what he's sad about.
There
And he's
we
like,
go.
God, I got to look at this for 4
I'm
hours.
just
tomorrow
counting the
night, too."
moments. I'm just counting the moments when I can interrupt Tyler and Andy again.
That sounded like Vic Fangio giving the legal
Hey,
ID.
If you'd have been there 5 years ago, who knows what would have happened with that station?
Yeah,
We might have saved a few more dollars.
doubt.
We had the Sean Payton's daughter's mock draft. Have you
I
seen
saw
that?
that,
What
yeah.
do you make of her putting Omari in Hampton? See, I think it's all subterfuge. I don't think there's any way. Sanford admitted to me
That's a
on the
good one.
podcast last night he'd lie to his own daughter. He would not give her the real info because that's how football coaches are.
I would absolutely support that. I do not think he would tip off his own daughter.
You can't.
Who is
can
she
ya?
working for? What is she doing?
FanDuel.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't realize she was like in the industry. I just thought she just did a market.
If you're giving your daughter who works for a betting site bad information, that's evil. That's evil.
You're not a football coach.
You're a bad father if you do that.
Sanford said football coaches trust no one.
Do you want to? Yeah, but how much is your future resting on the
Josh
Broncos pick?
McDaniels wouldn't let the cleaning crew in.
Yeah, but
they
he's
were
a-
worried they would see his board.
He's a weirdo.
They
though.
don't even. Do you think they care? They want to vacuum your crappy office and go home.
Wait,
man.
hold on a second. Sean Payton's not a weirdo?
We're all
They're all touched a little bit. They don't got something wrong with
A
them.
little bit. If you're a football coach in college or the pros, you have every screw loose.
Yeah.
You're
Dude,
not okay.
especially now in college.
So let's diagnose Mike Sanford.
You're not well adjusted.
Well, he's out now.
He's only a high school coach.
By the way-
he's more adjusted now.
Fair.
Yeah.
Twitch had a big battle as to whether you or Sanford were going to win the old Marshall Manning recruiting war.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
I
what?
don't think I've got a very
Wait a
good
second,
chance
what?
of landing Marshall at Ponderosa High School. I thought about
You
recruiting him and
blocked for
everything.
the old man.
Yeah, but I just, it's mainly about distance. That's all. Nothing about notoriety or anything. Just, it's a long ways to drive.
Are you guys even allowed to talk about it? Are there like high school rules I don't know about now?
I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows what the high school is? I think that there's a good chance we're going to have this conversation very quickly. They just put him at Kent and just sort of revolve the program around him and let him play quarterback at Kent High School.
No.
I go to Kent, Denver.
Well, what was Valor first before they were 5A state champs?
I know, but now they're 5A.
Well, now they are, but they were 4A and then they were 3A. They just kind of built the program
So he
from nothing.
pulls his own Shedeur. We get
Yes.
we get
Would
Peyton
that
and
shock
Marshall
you?
as the new Dion and Shedeur.
That'd be
and he
awesome.
starts at Kent.
If you were a top level kid
Then
and
he goes
they
back to Tennessee.
well, is it crazy? Is it the craziest thing in the world?
Again, as a guy that's lived here, I don't remember ever good Kent football.
Well, of course not. But there was no Valor football at all until they invented the school and they put all sorts of money into
Does
it.
Kent have a stadium?
I'm out of this conversation right now.
Whoa!
Do they-
Yeah, he just got a text from his head coach.
No,
Don't you talk
because-
about anything.
Do they interrupt practice for a butler to come out in a tuxedo? Tea and
For a
crumpets.
sparkling water? For a Perrier?
Is that the only huddle in America where they go sparkling or tap?
Yeah, we'll take Perrier, please.
You guys didn't have that going on a creek, did you?
Yeah, well, that was actually coming out of the water fountains.
Yeah, exactly. I love when Creek becomes the blue collar school. That's
we used
awesome.
to talk about Tyler's butler on air all
Oh,
the
yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How is tonight in terms of all-time events at Ball Arena? Where does it rank? Assuming.
Hopefully it goes well. Well, okay. there's two different ways to measure it, all right? There's when he hits the ice and everybody loses their friggin' mind. I think it's going to be like one of one. I mean, I was in the building when the Nuggets won a championship. The closing moments of that game are the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. Once people knew it was happening, it was absolutely ballistic. This will be a pop. Like, Gabe's going to jump over that board, and the place is going to go absolutely ballistic. Then it's like, okay, after that, then you do have to win a hockey game. Then you actually do have to, like, show up and play well and win the hockey game, and that's where it's like, okay, is it going to live up to it? But in terms of, like, it's like the pro wrestling, when you hear the glass break and Stone Cold comes down the tunnel or whatever, that's what it's going to be like.
What if Gabe starts the game?
Well, I think he has to start the game. Who starts the game doesn't really matter. They start fourth lines all
either
the time.
way, it's
Yeah,
loud
but
as
what
hell.
if he's out there?
Yeah.
I mean, you said hop the board. What if there's no hopping the board?
Or he might just be in there. You're right.
If he's active,
Opening shift.
I assume they'll put him on the opening shift to start the game.
What if?
That's 35 seconds that we'll all be fine with.
Yeah.
What if? Because some unwritten rules have been broken. What if Gabe decides to teach Mason Marchment a little bit of a lesson for his shenanigans?
Hold on.
What does that mean?
Meatball Lindahl rolls in here, and his number one concern is that Landeskog elbows Marchman in the eye tonight.
I don't need him to elbow.
Not
jersey
3
over the
years,
head. No,
not the greatest story of the greatest
the
comeback.
greatest story would be him whooping a little tail
Hey,
like
I'm
he
telling
did
you.
Braden Shen.
I was up there at Loveland. He was hunting that headlock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He wasn't part of that mess.
You're not
going
going
to
to keep throwing your skates up with my guys' faces
And
around. I'll tell you
he
that.
might hate Mason Marchman more than he loves Gabe Landeskog.
Oh no, Jamie Benn's top of that.
I believe
list.
hate is your love language.
It is. When it comes to this, yes.
to take your foolishness a little serious, isn't that part of Gabe's game?
Yeah.
It's part of his job.
Why wouldn't that be part of Gabe's game tonight?
You saw it the other night. Kiviranta legit won at it, Marchment. He won it at him. He
Why?
did not. Guys are getting kind of tired of some of what he's pulling.
From what we understand, too, it's not that Gabe's just playing that. He's going to be on the second line.
No. He was on the second power play.
Just to be specific about things, the way they do it is sometimes you grab a jersey and you throw it on because they do practice.
I get it.
And then they do power play penalty kill.
Little
and
Birdie told me third line is what's likely.
Okay. He was not wearing. I got what you're saying.
So would that be with Coyle and Kiviranta? That would be the line that he would skate on rather than Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin.
Look at him assessing me. Look at him.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out who your little birdie is a little bit on that because the indications would make more sense that he plays on the second line with.
I don't think you want him
Nelson
that many.
and Val.
I don't think you want him that many. First off,
it's a lot of minutes. Yeah.
First off,
but who's to say they don't switch things up as time
he'll
goes
go.
anyways?
He's
And they're not
always-
happy with the second line, period.
He's always blending his minutes. So you're right there. They're always blending the minutes. I don't again, second line minutes. What did we say? The fourth line was like 12 to 14, probably 15, 16 maybe for third line. See, I don't know that I want him getting 20 minutes first thing out of the box.
I can't imagine. I would think they're looking at like 12, 14 minutes.
Is there
tops.
more upside or downside to things tonight with Gabe?
I think it's nothing but upside.
Yeah.
Nothing but upside.
No, I really think it's nothing
Okay.
but up. Because first off, okay, and again, I know everybody loves Miles Wood, okay?
They do?
Or whomever you take out of the lineup.
Yeah, Spring certainly doesn't.
I was saying.
But that's just it. Like it's you're talking about a bottom six winger that you're replacing him with. In addition to that, you get the emotional charge out of it. Oh, by the way, Gabriel Landeskog's a better hockey player than any of your bottom six wings, maybe even with 3 years off. So I think that's nothing but upside tonight. And oh, by the way, if it just goes where I want to accept the possibility, if it just goes terribly, well, you're the exact same hockey team you were, which is a team that's capable of winning the Stanley Cup anyway, right?
Where does tonight just rank, period?
I don't know. I have to see it yet.
Really?
I just don't know what to expect, DMac. He's just been out so long.
Moments of anticipation and the vibe in the building, and
it's pretty high, man.
Dude.
Here's what's hard, though. Yeah, it'll be awesome that he's out there.
All right, how about this? What anticipation event? Maybe that's the right way to put it.
Anticipation?
The
the
going
debut
into a game.
of Albuquerque Isotope superstar Zach Veen in a Rockies uniform. By the way, he's back there.
He's back.
He's back there
Dealing
now.
with the Topes.
They already.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
When they send him down? Oh, today?
They already decided he's not a major leaguer.
Oh, I was watching Bud Black blow that game last night. It was a thing of beauty. God forbid Hunter Goodman actually bunt with runners on first and second and no outs. And the call by the guys on TV, who I love, like it would be atrocious to even consider Hunter Goodman bunting. But it really was tinged with, I don't know if he can even do it. And for the Rockies just to blow it after making a nice little comeback to put the game into extra innings in the first place. It was the vintage Bud Black as an incompetent manager to go along with poor talent. It's just the chef's kiss of Rockies baseball last night.
They are back on a 29-win pace.
Nice.
29.
I didn't know they sent Zach Veen down.
Oh, yeah.
Sent him back down.
That went well.
Yeah.
You got to keep Jordan back.
Hey, one more note from last night's game. That dude for the Royals, Pasquantino, you know what his nickname is?
Rockies killer?
Nope, Pasquatch.
All right.
Pasquatch.
I don't know how I feel about that.
That's a good nickname.
You like that?
I like that one.
Upper level?
The Pasquatch.
Somehow sneaking in 35 seconds of Rockies talk seems atrocious.
We do every day. We basically do every day in crosstalk.
I mean, you know, in most towns, like the one you grew up in, the Sox are king.
In most
You know what I mean?
communities.
Yeah, they have a team they're excited to
Did
talk
you guys
about.
see what the Cubs did last night, by the way?
Oh, you're gonna one up Red Sox guy?
Oh,
What are we doing? Talk to me.
You better believe it. Yeah, Cubbies coming back, winning in extra innings, 11-10 over the Dodgers at Wrigley Field. Oh, it was a thing of beauty, man. We're lining up for a pretty good summer. Feltner was good last night. All right, Landeskog.
Well, now hold on.
Playing.
What is the? Help me think of this.
Okay.
Because
anticipation.
Yeah. What have you anticipated? Like
anticipatory.
I think we anticipated Bo's first start because again, I didn't know how it was going to go.
It's also game one of the NFL season,
Sure.
which gets anticipated for 6 months.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just
It's
not
built
the
in.
same. It's game one of the Broncos season, which is always massive.
Help me out. Okay, maybe. How about Jamal Murray's return?
You know what?
Is that the closest
Actually,
we got?
I will tell you what was more anticipated than Bo Nix's debut was Russell Wilson's debut.
Good call.
Yes.
I won't argue that.
That was a bigger deal.
This better go better than that.
Now, Bo is already better than Russ ever was in a Bronco uniform. So, there will be hot anticipation for this year and the debut of Omari and Hampton in a Broncos uniform this year.
No.
Why are you
I don't know. It just hits me wrong.
Why are you so anti?
It hits me wrong.
Omari and Hampton.
I don't know because I don't feel like he's the Joker everybody makes him out to be. Hey, Sanford and I got into this on the podcast. Go and subscribe to the Altitude
What
YouTube
is
channel.
non-Joker about him to you?
Because I think he's a really, really good running back.
Mhm.
I don't know that he's the motion him out to slot receiver. Now, listen, I will also tell you, my definition of the Joker is a Christian McCaffrey, a guy with phenomenal hands, a problem for whomever tries to cover him. What I've read about Hampton, and look, I say this every year. I've read draft evals. I haven't watched and combed over tape.
Yeah.
I don't know. The guy could be great. All these guys tomorrow could either be great or suck. Let's be honest about it.
Right.
So I'm not acting like I'm the truth teller of running backs. Just the description on Omari and Hampton feels a little more Javonte like. How about this? Does Omarion have like
Javonte was your leading receiver as a back the last couple of years?
Yeah, that's fine, but he doesn't have top level speed to turn the small into big.
No.
Does Hampton have that? Am I missing that? Is he like a 4.4, 4.3 guy?
Hampton right now looks like young Javonte.
Right. But to me,
what young Javonte could have been without, his knee exploding. Maybe he could have been special in Sean's offense.
But he never had that break a tackle, next speed, you ain't catching me.
Mhm.
Like to me, a running back Joker is a guy where if you miss a tackle, you're going to pay for it with big yardage after.
Sure.
And I don't think that's Hampton. Now, maybe not. Is Travion Henderson that? He's pretty fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's where that lies.
I mean, Hampton has better receiving numbers than Henderson did. Granted, Henderson had to share the backfield with Quinton Judkins at Ohio State, but you look over career numbers, it's Hamptons are better than Travion Henderson as a receiver. I think they're taking it back. I think they're going to take it back at number 20. I don't see them going to get Genty. And quite frankly, Andy, this is where This is where like the sober part of my brain argues with the guy that just wants the sick content, right? The best content for tomorrow night would be the Broncos trading up to Jacksonville at number 5 and taking Ashton Genty. That would be the coolest thing that the Broncos could do, right?
Darn right.
Yeah. Now, the thing the Broncos should do is figure out the team that's dying to get a quarterback and trade back in the first round and get themselves more picks. That's the thing they should do, because that would be the thing that would give them more bites at the apple and a better football team. But who wants that? Who wants sober team building happening? That's so boring. I don't want that to happen, and I can simultaneously feel as though that's the smartest thing that they could do.
Sanford said last night he thinks it's worth trading next year's first and whatever other picks. Not, let's say it's a third this year and 2. No, to go get Travis. Just go to 2. Just do the dang thing.
That would be cool.
But if Travis, now think about this. You have a Travis Hunter, Patrick Surtain, double dip at secondary.
The content part of it would be the very coolest thing that you could do, would be to go and add Travis Hunter. But let's think about this for a moment, okay? Again, the idea is to make your football team better. Travis Hunter is a generational talent. There's also the possibility, and this is the thing that I keep reminding myself on Travis Hunter. The more that we think about, like, oh man, this guy going to play 120 snaps a night in the NFL is going to be unbelievable, And it's just like, well, there's a reason nobody ever does it.
Yeah.
And
it's a brutal game.
It's a brutal game, and then you break down, and it's like, if they're trying to maximize the two-way playing ability of Travis Hunter, is that ultimately shorten his NFL career?
See, I'll just say it. I think his offensive stint will be much like Champ Bailey's or even Deion's, where it's a 3 or 4 year thing, and eventually he just becomes a corner.
That's
what I think happens. I might be wrong. I've been wrong about plenty of things. But yeah, I don't know. Here's what I do think. Here's what I laugh about.
I mean, go get Travis Hunter is a sick idea.
Let's say Travis Hunter pushes you into upper playoff contention and you give up next year's first pick to try to go get this done. I mean, what are you talking about? 27, 28? Like, I do think there's a part of me that at times feels like we tend to hold on to these picks sometimes like grim death when probably you shouldn't. If you could just go get the guy that changes the franchise a little bit more, because Bo's already helped change the franchise.
Yeah.
If he changes it a little bit more, then what are you doing? What are you worried about? I don't know. Because if you start picking in that lower half of the first round, what's it to you?
I mean, a team that, and hopefully, ideally, they will, For this franchise right now that has made one first-round pick, in the last, that's the thing that I keep going back to is like you gave up so many draft picks. The part where the Broncos are even sniffing being a playoff team right now, and they were the 7th seed a year ago, it's a minor miracle. And give Sean Payton all the credit in the world. And we've talked about it before. Andy, did they benefit from the schedule? Of course they did. But they also beat all the bad teams. They took
won
advantage.
The games they had to win to get in.
Exactly. They took advantage of the schedule luck that presented themselves. But how sound is that to continue to just give up valuable picks and in the first 2 days of the draft? Like,
no, I'm with you, but then I think about
sound.
I think about Surtain and Hunter in the same secondary
Awesome.
with Hufanga back there.
Awesome.
I don't know. That's kind of tasty.
I know.
That's because again, I don't know what next year's pick's going to be.
Right.
What are we talking about? Is it going to be another crappy class? Is it going to be another not so many first rounders? I don't know.
Sober, like this is the thing is I'm being sober guy. Sober guy sucks, okay?
You know what?
Nobody wants to hang out with sober
You're
guy.
talking to me into Friday Night Andy. I'm starting to feel a little Friday Night Andy. Let's go out. Let's have a few. There's nothing Saturday.
Yeah.
I ain't live with a headache.
You don't need to stay home and play video games. Let's do this.
What do you mean that bar is open till 4 a.m.? Well, why not?
We have got a keyword for you. We're going to give it to you when we return because you want to win a pair of tickets to go see Gabriel Landeskog and the Avalanche tonight. And we've got a keyword for you. We'll give it to you when we come back. You will text it in, plus your first and last name. You'll be entered to win Avalanche tickets. Plus, when we announce the winner at 4 o'clock, You have to be listening. You'll have 5 minutes to call and claim your tickets. Don't be the guy or the gal that has their name called and then doesn't call, and you miss Gabriel Landeskog's first game in over 1,000 days.
Yeah, and the reason why you got to do this, we ain't wasting these tickets, folks.
Nope.
Someone's getting in Ball Arena
That's
tonight.
right. Somebody is doing it. Plus, Nick Kosmider coming up on the other side.
Come on, don't do Nick like that. A little more enthusiasm.
Nick!
Kosmider. He was the captain of his volleyball team in college.
Was he?
No, I don't know. He's tall enough. He could have played.
He is pretty tall. He's probably a mean hitter. I don't know if he played
No,
libero.
he's Karch Karai.
Oh, okay.
He's coming down with the hammer. Wasn't St. John Smith the setter?
Can you spell Karai?
I cannot. Not even try.
K-I-R-A-L-Y. Karai. Tell me how that works. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Everybody wants to be in the building tonight, and we want to help you get into Ball Arena. The Avalanche are releasing tickets throughout the day. There are standing room only spots as well, all available at coloradoavalanche.com. But if you want to win them from us and get in the building on us, just text the keyword
tonight.
That's right.
I love
the
it.
keyword is
tonight.
Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. What's that keyword again, Mark Springer?
Tonight.
Yeah, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We will pick a name at 4 p.m. with Kreckman and Lindahl, love those guys, and announce it on the air. That person will then have 5 minutes to call back and claim their tickets. If you don't call back, we'll call another name. So stay tuned. Again, this hour's keyword is
tonight.
So text
tonight
with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. This is the final keyword, so make sure to be listening at 4 p.m. to win. Best of luck to all.
Tonight.
Nick Kosmider, everybody. Captain of his college volleyball team, joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Nick, we don't know if that's true, but we're just going to run with it. Is that okay?
I'm here for it.
Okay,
in an alternate universe, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Nick Kosmider, The Athletic, covering the Denver Broncos. Latest beat writer mock draft, which I think is the last one you're going to do, Nick. I'm pretty sure you only did 75 of these leading up to the start of the NFL draft. With the number 20 overall selection, you have the Broncos taking running back Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina. Andy hates this guy.
Hate is a strong word. It's not. I feel like I went up to taste the steak and it wasn't quite what I wanted.
Listen.
It was a steak that somebody blew their nose on. Omarion Hampton.
Come on.
Nick,
don't draw that picture.
Why are you? Why do you think Omarion Hampton would be a good selection for Denver?
Well, I want to first just say that I tried not to be in spot 20. I tried to create a different path to somewhere else. I knocked down the doors of Colton Pouncey, my good friend and colleague over there in Detroit, trying to get him to come up to 20 to take an edge rusher or a defensive lineman, which I think is a real possibility. I think that's, again, you're probably a little bit more likely to trade with NFC teams. And obviously with Aiden Hutchinson coming back from his injury, I think they're looking for depth on the defensive line and in the front seven in general. But he just bypassed me and went all the way to 18, to get his guy that he was afraid wouldn't be there. And
Shamar Stewart. Yeah.
I made that attempt. I also got my friend Charlotte Carroll on the phone in New York to try to get her playing Joe Shane to come up to 20 from 34 to take Shadur Sanders or whoever else that she thought was the QB du jour. But she passed and instead traded one pick behind me because the Steelers wanted to get out of that spot. So look, Andy, I tried for you in mind to get out of that spot and draft someone else, but maybe all roads just lead to Omarion Hampton and there's nothing we can do about it. I don't know.
Oh, Nick. All right. I feel like maybe you just cheated off Sean Payton's daughter's mock draft. I don't know. I'm just, we're going to find out how much good information that he gave her. Nick, I've been asking everybody. You and I talked. You joined us on the podcast a couple weeks ago, and we talked about could there be a surprise defensive pick. You and I have gone over all the positions, some of the players. Now that it's 24 hours away, do you think there's any chance they're drafting anything but offense?
Yeah, I still do. I still think that a guy like Derek Harmon and the interior pressure, far and away the best interior pass rusher in terms of pressure rate last year. He kind of fits the mold of the guys that they like. Even Walter Nolan, right? They had him in, and even though top 30 visits are not a direct correlation to actually, selecting guys, I think he's the guy that teams are certainly interested in. Our friend Jeff Legwold has him graded a lot higher than I think the rest of the draft community. I think was his number 5 overall prospect. He's an interesting guy, and so I really do think that the defensive line is a possibility. I still think it's a lot more likely that they go offense, especially because we're talking about three positions really that they could target, and that's running back, tight end, and wide receiver. Whereas defense, could they potentially take an edge rusher? Yes, if they have a guy like, you know, what if Jalen Walker falls to within range and you just had him graded really highly, you know, but outside of that, I just don't see the first round where they're picking in the first round as an area where they're going to really get anything other than front seven. Whereas again, offense, there's just more possibilities. And as we get closer to this thing, you know, I'm starting to feel a little more and more like receiver, you know, could be it for them. Again, there's really four different guys, you know, Ted McMillan, Luther Burden, Matthew Golden, and Emeka Egbuka that really no one has a great handle on where they're going to go and how teams view these four guys. You know, so again, I just think there's a lot more opportunity for that player to be an offensive player.
We're talking to Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. Also, check out his podcast. That is the Not Another Bucking podcast. Give it a listen. Basically, Nick takes a lot of that great content that he writes in The Athletic and gives you some of that stuff right there on his podcast. So make sure you check it out. Also, subscribe to The Athletic and read his stuff right there. Nick, what is your sense on this Shadur Sanders madness that's happening right now? Because I do think it impacts the Broncos. Not that they would draft him, but that they are picking in a spot where teams could be trading possibly into to think about going to get somebody like a Shadur Sanders. Right now, what is your sense of where he's going and how that impacts where the Broncos are drafting?
Yeah, you know, I will just say that if I'm ever in a corner for some reason, I wouldn't mind having Kyle Brandt to be the one sort of defending me. I don't know if you guys saw the clip of where he took up and really went after this anonymous coach who had the quote about Shedeur earlier that came out this morning from Tom Pelissero, where he said the formal interview, worst one I've ever been in. He's just not any good. And Brandt went off because, you know, here we are 3 days before the draft, and you know, some of these things come out and you've got to take it with a grain of salt just based on, like, you know, what are some of the agendas involved in these things getting out there. Like, I think there's a lot of that you have to dissect and try to look at with a discerning eye. You know, look, I think there's a couple realistic options for Shadur Sanders, and that's New Orleans. I don't think that the Giants are going to take him at 3. I think they view that too early for either he or Jackson Dart, if that's the guy that they ultimately want. So them at 34 coming into the fray, like we talked about a little bit ago. Certainly the Steelers at 21, and then New Orleans at 9. You know, I just don't necessarily think he's viewed as a top 10 type quarterback. Certainly not a top 10 overall player. Quarterback is a premium, so you can reach to put a guy in the top 10. But you know, to me, it's more likely that he's going to end somewhere, you know, between 20 and 30. However that ultimately looks, and so I do think it's possible that the Broncos benefit from that, you know, and another benefit could be like, do the Saints look at a guy like Jackson Dart and have a really high opinion of him? Like, you know, obviously a new coaching staff with Kellen Moore, you know, ultimately will want his own guy at quarterback, just like Sean Payton did with Bo Nix, and perhaps that's his guy. And so again, I think it's really possible that you have ultimately 3 quarterbacks that go in the top 20. And then the Broncos could benefit from that. But again, it's certainly nothing to the degree that it was a year ago when, you know, 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 pushing all kinds of other good players down the board. The Broncos aren't in that kind of position.
Interesting audio from Brian Baldinger yesterday, and I'm going to borrow a term from Vic. He didn't say it, but it was the gist of it, that Brian is feeling in his loins that we are going to have a blockbuster trade up into the top 5. He was also on DNVR's podcast mentioning I could see the Broncos doing something big. Nick, I just asked Nate, based off Coach Sanford telling me last night, he would be all in for them giving up possibly up to 4 picks to get up to go get Travis Hunter. He also is not opposed to them going up and getting Genty. How much is too much for the Broncos to give up? Like, is next year's first rounder off the table for you? What is too much for them in their pursuit for one of the true premier players in this?
Oh man, like a draft package to go to the top 5 gives me a migraine, because you're not talking about just a first round pick. You're talking about you're talking about at least 20 and the 2026 first rounder. You're probably talking about a 2027 first rounder, or a couple other day 2 picks, or that's this year, next year. Like, you're just talking about again, like going back to the Russell Wilson trade almost in terms of like the capital that you're going to give up. And, there's a little bit of, there's warts with both of them. I get that Travis Hunter is a complete unicorn of a player. Never seen anything like it in terms of what he did on both sides of the ball in college. But again, this is a smaller guy who, somewhat slight of frame. If you're going to try to play him both ways, you're going to always have some of that injury concern and the wear and tear concern. And when you're talking about that much of an investment, one that you typically only make for a quarterback, to me, like I personally would not have that kind of appetite for risk. When you're talking about a team who you still feel the impact of them not having had first and second round picks for a couple years. I know that the roster took a big step forward last year. You saw guys like Nick Bonito and Marvin Mims take some steps forward that were really beneficial to their playoff run. But you still have areas where it's like, man, if you had gotten a first and second rounder in 22 and a first and second rounder in 23, like imagine what you're working with at this point. So they've steadily clawed out of that. And so to go back and do that again, especially for a running back. I mean, there's a debate whether you should really draft a running back in the top 10 who's not just a complete, athletic freak. And so that's just getting the guy in the top 10 at all. And now you're talking about huge, swaths of draft capital. I don't know. Just put me in the camp that would be hard to swallow down for me. Now, of course, if that guy ultimately completely transforms your offense and you're able to go down and chase down the Chiefs because of it, I get that line of thinking. But you got to have a little bit of a longer term view to this, in my opinion.
Yeah, but that's so lame. Like that's the problem with it, Nick, is and I basically made that exact same argument, although I like the way you phrased it as it's another Russell Wilson trade, which that certainly is. That's a massive risk. I think the Broncos just, if anything, trade back and get more picks, like find more players. Absolutely. Yeah, but that's boring. Like go get Ashton Genty and let's sell some jerseys and let's do this thing. And maybe the Broncos would view it simply as, all right, man, we got 3 more years in this window of paying nothing for our quarterback. This is the time to put the pedal to the metal and go and win this thing. And we can worry about drafting guys later once we give Bo Nix a 9-figure contract.
But I just also think that's almost like you could almost look at that from another angle of it, is like that's the reason that you should have like these really good, continue to have your top picks in his rookie window, because now if you improve the way that you think you're going to, well, you can now get to next year with first and second round picks and then get like, A, if it's a better draft and there's somebody at a premium position that you really want to move up for, and then B, just to be able to kind of maybe, take a little bit more of a flyer on somebody with a super high upside, be it a wide receiver or, something like that, or an edge rusher next year. You're going to need tackle help at some. That's the other part of this too, right? Like, Mike McGlinchey under contract for another couple of years, but again, there's a world in which, maybe he just falls off a cliff, right? So, somebody like that, Ben Powers. And I'm not saying I think that's going to happen, but you want to be able to have a first round pick next year in case, man, we don't have a right tackle, and we sure as heck don't want to get Bo Nix crunched. Like we've got to continue to plan for that kind of thing. So I just think you kind of put yourself in a little bit of a corner in ways that you can't necessarily help your team the way that you want to going forward. Everything you just heard right there is why his college volleyball team, it was just such a steady hand guiding things with his captaincy right there. Sober analysis, a guy that knew we need to come in, stay even-keeled, make wise decisions out here on the court. That's why this guy's a winner.
That's why he was wide enough to be able to give the number system to the guys behind him.
Can't be too skinny.
And remember, he went to Arizona State.
Yeah.
We're not talking volleyball at like Saskatchewan U.
That's what I'm saying.
And a lot of attractive people playing volleyball on that Arizona State team.
That's
where you wanted to be.
That intramural court was sexy.
Yeah.
I appreciate that I was like getting to pretend I was good enough to play high school volleyball. Now Andy's adding me to like the college volleyball.
No, he plays Pac-12 volleyball.
Yeah, man, you're the captain. It's the Gabe Landeskog theme there, Nick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I dig it, man. That's fantastic.
Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read him in The Athletic. Check out his stuff. His latest beat writer mock has Denver taking Omari and Hampton at number
Despite
20.
attempts to trade.
Exactly. He was trying to get out of there. No
Sorry,
dice,
Andy.
though. I like how seriously the beat writers take the whole thing, too, by the way. I love that part of it. I'm just like, I can't move up from 34. I'm not messing with all that. Nick, good job, buddy. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right. Your keyword to text in right now to 303-504-0925 to enter to win a pair of tickets for this evening's hockey game between the Avalanche and the Stars out at Ball Arena. Your keyword is
Tonight.
text
Tonight.
to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925 plus your first and last name. We're going to pick a name coming up at 4 o'clock, but you got a few more minutes to get in. Your keyword this hour is
Tonight.
and you have to be listening at 4 o'clock because we're going to announce a name, and then you got 5 minutes to call. And if you don't, well, then you're going to be at home watching the game like the rest of us losers. And then somebody else is going to call in, and they're going to win your tickets. When are they going to be at that game, by the way, Spring?
Tonight.
That's right. So text it with 303-504-0925, your first and last name. Again, the keyword is
Tonight.
text it in right now. Whose game 3 is more must-win, Avalanche or Nuggets? We'll tell you next. If you have entered to win tickets to tonight's game through our keyword, we'll make sure you're listening at 4 o'clock. Continue to listen to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 because we're going to announce a winner at 4 o'clock. Right at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, we're going to announce a winner, and then you'll have 5 minutes to call in and claim your tickets for tonight's game between the Avalanche and the Stars, and you want to win your tickets. Also, be sure to join us tonight at number 38 for an Avalanche viewing party. Hang out with Raj, watch Game 3 as the Avs look to take the series lead. Berto will broadcast live starting at 6, and Raj will be giving away awesome prizes. Specials on Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila. Great prizes and the chance to watch the Avalanche with fellow Avs faithful. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino tonight. Game 3, Avs Stars this evening. Landeskog, we're damn near positive that he's playing. Reasonably confident that he is playing. Doesn't feel like we're going to get a warm-upus interruptus like we did in Game 2. I think he's playing tonight. And then there's Game 3, Nuggets and Clippers tomorrow night as the series shifts to the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. Both series are knotted at a game apiece. Andy, whose Game 3, whose respective Game 3 qualifies as more must-win? The Nuggets tomorrow night or the Avalanche this evening?
I will say, gosh, it's not easy.
Which one's muster win?
I feel like it's the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
Only because here's the thing that's hard for me. I think the Avs are the better team. Can't make it clear enough. I think, especially with the injuries that Dallas has suffered, the Avs are the better team. They're the faster team, all that kind of stuff. But Dallas and Pete DeBoer in particular, when it comes to the history with Jared Bednar, have got a little thing over you.
Yeah.
And you've got to get rid of that little thing. You got to get over this hump. You got to get past these guys.
Also, there's that part where Pete DeBoer never loses Game 7s.
That's true.
That's wild.
You do not want this going to a Game 7.
Exactly. So it's in order to, finish it in 6.
Right.
And wrap it up in your own building in a Game 6, it would really help if you won tonight.
All right. I saw someone throw out there this, and you know what? Maybe the morning guys were talking about that. Maybe it was something in Steve Nelson's email. But do you buy into the thought that if you play Gabe tonight, you don't lose this game, you've sort of spoiled that emotion card that you have to play?
Like if they lose tonight?
If they lose and the captain's return, does it spoil the whole big Gabe's back, here comes the party kind of thing?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's, the night started great, obviously, but then, somebody drove their car into the living room.
Yeah.
That's what then happens to that party if you lose this game.
Chad Kelly's in there.
Right, exactly.
Sitting on your couch. You got no idea why.
Things could go, the old pizza on the turntable.
Get me the vacuum tube. Here's what I think is interesting. When it comes to Gabe in particular, it's time to just get this done. I know I'd said it. This is why I would have held him out. You get him on home, you do the thing. But it's time to see what you got. Because I'm tired of trying to answer a question about how a guy's going to look that I haven't seen played hockey in 3 years.
Yeah.
So let's see what it looks like, pro level, all that stuff.
I mean, Spring watched every second of his stint up in Loveland, and I haven't heard anybody that is more, this guy's got it, he's ready to go than Mark Spring.
I would ask Spring and you, though, how many times have the minor leagues produced a Zach Veen to come up to the big club and a week later, you're back down in the minors.
But also, this is Landeskog we're talking about, not Zach Veen.
I get it.
But this guy is a Stanley Cup champion.
But he's also not played in 3 years.
The ground has been proven.
How did Michael Vick, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to think, this is how unique this is.
Right.
I am trying to think of what athlete had this much time off in between appearances. How long did Michael?
Tyson.
Well, okay, don't go Tyson. I did not like how the first couple bouts.
Well, you said Vic. I was just thinking about guys.
You're absolutely right.
They were on steel vacation, and then they came back.
How did we got into this? Remember, you're not facing Irish guy Philly dude.
Right.
This is the Dallas Stars. You don't get a warm up fight. You don't get 2 warm up fights. How long did it take Vic? Because Vic was very good in his second stint, and I hope Landeskog is too.
He was getting MVP votes,
late in his career. But how long, it was so long ago, and I don't even remember how much time it was between he played football games. Do you remember?
How long was that prison sentence?
2 seasons, did he miss?
It's probably the closest thing I can come up with to what Landeskog is facing. So, yeah, get him in there. Let's do it. Let's all rejoice. Get the Landy jerseys out, and away we go. What do you think? Because the Nuggets, I'll say this, the Nuggets just need a split. See, this is why I should probably also put it this way. The Avs is more important because you need to keep your home ice advantage, like you said, over Pete DeBoer.
Yeah.
The Nuggets could still get game 4 and be all good.
Yeah, to me, it is the Avalanche. Now, here's what the numbers will tell you, okay? Because, Andy, you know I got to look at the numbers. Game 3 in a 1-1 series. All-time NBA playoffs, the winner of Game 3 of a 1-1 series goes on to win the series 73% of the time in the NBA. In hockey, in the NHL, the winner of Game 3 in a series tied at a game apiece goes on to win the series 66% of the time, which that would suggest that the Nuggets Game 3 is more valuable simply because that's what the numbers say. Now, all right. I think the Nuggets are going to be fine even if they lose Game 3, and there's a chance that, we don't know if Porter's going to play or not, and we're going to talk about this today, whether or not that could have inherent advantages perhaps for the Nuggets because it could force some different matchups for them to be able to use. But I have been steadfast that I believe Denver and LA are going 7 games anyway. And what I saw in games 1 and 2 only reinforced that notion for me. What I watched in games 1 and 2 of the Avalanche Stars is that the Avs are a better team than Dallas. I completely agree with what you said. Ottinger, I thought, played really well in game 2. I thought the Avalanche kind of lost their way a little bit in the third period. Shout out Pete DeBoer. The guy made some good adjustments out there, and the Avalanche kind of got hung up a little bit. I think this game is bigger for the Avalanche tonight. I think the Avs have got to get Game 3, and just to your point, I do think that there would be a psychological ding that the team would take if they lose Gabe's return.
Because they did not win a single home game against Dallas last year.
Right.
And both these teams remember it.
Right, exactly. So I'm going to say the Avs is more must win. I'd really like it if both teams just went ahead and took care of business. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you. We are going to announce a name coming up here at 4 o'clock. Have you been entering to win tickets to tonight's Avalanche Stars game, Game 3, return of Landeskog? You want to be inside the building? Well, you have been texting in keywords. We are going to pick a name. We're not picking a winner yet. We're simply picking a name. We'll announce it at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. You will have 5 minutes. Mark Springer is going to start the clock. You're going to have exactly 5 minutes to call in and claim your tickets. If said name does not call in 5 minutes, they're back on the board, okay? So if your name is not called coming up at 4 o'clock, you got to root against this guy like hell because you could still have a chance. But if you're the name, you better call in. So we're going to announce a name coming up at 4 o'clock to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Stars. I love pitting the listeners against each other.
Why are you causing disruption? My gosh. We're all part of the K&L family here.
I like when there's warring factions.
You better hope this person didn't hear anything.
I enjoy the Game of Thrones of it all. We will do that coming up next. Hey, it is Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. My friends over at Apple Air have a great special for you right now. The weather is warming up. You have to make sure that your cooling system, your air conditioner, whatever you may have, is operating at peak efficiency. They've got a great special right now for $29.99. Apple Air will come out to your house, check it out, make sure that everything is in right order to make sure your house is nice and cool during the hot weather days here in Colorado, and they are right around the corner. Give them a call, 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. Again, a great special for first-time customers, $29.99 to check out your cooling system. Guys, not just blowing smoke on Apple Air. Had them come over to my house. They installed a new heating system last fall, and the winter was fantastic. The house was as warm as it could be, running efficiently with energy costs down. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. All right, here we go. It is time to announce a name. And you will have exactly 5 minutes. Once I say the name, Mark Springer is ready to start the stopwatch. The moment I say the name, you will have exactly 5 minutes.
Why plotting?
So ominous. To call in.
Death clock.
And win your tickets for tonight's game. Avs Stars, you'll be in the house. Gabriel Landeskog will be in the house. And I'm sure they're good seats. You don't get to sit next to Landy, but you get good seats nonetheless. All right, Spring, we've been taking entries all day long. Again, we're going to say a name. Doesn't mean you win. We're going to say a name, and you got exactly 5 minutes to call 303-504-0925. Spring, give me a name that will have exactly 5 minutes.
The name is Tim Hyatt.
Tim Hyatt. Tim Hyatt.
Don't call me Dan.
Hyatt. Yes.
How?
Tim, go ahead and leave your hotel to call 303-504-0925 right now. 303-504-0925. Tim Hyatt. Call right now, Tim Hyatt, to 303-504-0925. And if you call in time, you will win a pair of tickets to tonight's game between the Avalanche and the Stars out there at Ball Arena. Andy, it's going to be a freaking party tonight.
Yeah, why is Tim in a hotel?
Hyatt.
Where'd we come up with? Oh, okay. All right.
See what I did there?
No,
Uh-huh.
I didn't. Sorry. I know the Hiltons. I know the Sheridans. I guess I don't stand enough Hyatts in my career.
Would La Quinta have worked
La
better
Quinta,
for you?
the Hampton Inn, Motel 6. Sure. I don't know that I've been to too many Hyatts. Apparently, I'm too lowbrow. By the way, how have you not used this opportunity to bust out a little Destiny's Child with the Say My Name, Say My Name? Or was that Beyonce solo?
Good question. I don't know. I had not considered it.
You're Queen Bee guy.
You are you are welcome to
Say my name, say my name.
to weigh in.
That's
on
what they're all
these
thinking.
production meetings. Mm-hmm. There you go, Spring. If Andy remembers next time to remind you, we'll do it.
Well, maybe in 5 minutes if Tim Hyatt doesn't call.
Oh, old Tim Hyatt, old Timmy H.
There are
if
not
he
a lot
hasn't
of people
called
rooting
yet.
for you on the text line.
No.
Nate got what he wanted. There's
No.
all hell breaking loose.
A lot of Tim Hyatt hate that is out there.
What's he down to 4 minutes?
Right now.
Tim called. He's
whoa,
got his tickets.
Whoa! Whoa!
Tim!
Sorry to upset everybody.
Oh! Tim Hyatt! Congratulations, Tim! Timbo! Timmy! The big Tim man! Well done. By the way, did you see earlier this year when Drew Timmy made his debut for the what team was he on? Spring, the Brooklyn Nets?
Yes.
Yes. When he made his debut, anytime he got a bucket, they would play the South Park drop in the stadium. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was quality. That was good use.
Is that character still there?
Good question. I'm not really sure. How much Lakers Timberwolves did you take in last night?
I took in quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because again, Anthony Richardson, Anthony Edwards, not
Him too.
Goose,
Not the quarterback
not
of the
Goose.
Colts.
Yeah. He ran his mouth a little bit during that game. Had a little fun.
He always does.
And again, it kind of blows up in your face. Like, I like Ant a lot, but when you're dealing with Luka,
Yeah.
did you see the look Luka shot him during game one? Where he's like, "Oh, we're doing this again." Like, I wouldn't go. Don't go poking that bear, dude.
Oh, see,
leave that bear alone.
I love that these two bears are poking each other. This series is
You love
good.
Anthony Edwards,
I
don't
do.
you? He's fun for the
I
league.
do.
When you're not playing him, he's fun for the league.
Last night, by the way, new season of Andor in my life. They dropped 3 eps last night. Did you watch season 1?
No.
It's fantastic. I think it's some of the best Star Wars stuff. We're both Star Wars nerds. It's phenomenal. They dropped 3 eps last night. I only watched ep 1. Okay. And then I had the game DVR'd. I put it on. I'm watching Lakers Timberwolves. I'm starting to drift off when Ant had that dunk in the third quarter and Kevin Harlan just lost his damn mind. And suddenly I was like, I'm awake. And then I just watched the rest of that game. JJ Redick losing it on his team. It's a good series right now. But what I'm enjoying the most out of that series is Luka Doncic abusing Rudy Gobert. It seems personal between the two of them, and Doncic, I think, is having a lot of fun making Rudy's life absolutely miserable. I don't know what it is. I mean, I got my assumptions, but I don't know exactly what it is. But is there anybody in the NBA that everybody hates more than Rudy Gobert?
Apparently not.
Right. I feel like everybody just dislikes that dude.
But don't you also feel, maybe it's just me, but knowing that they're best friends, I do feel like Luka and Jokic have sort of the same ops, if you will.
Right. Yeah.
You're gonna go at my guy, you know?
Mhm.
Because I did wonder. Remember, Jokic asked Anthony Edwards at the end of the series, why do you got to act like this? Why do you got to be this way? You've won.
Yeah.
Kind of be cool about it. And I feel like Luka took up the fight next round when he was at the Mavericks last year.
Pretty sloppy game 2 from Jokic, as we know. I'm trying to look for clues as to what game 3 is going to look like out of Joker.
Okay.
Last year against Minnesota, all right? And this is how I broke this down. I went through Jokic's playoff history. I went through the game log of everything he's done in the playoffs. And really, what I did was I focused on the last couple of series where I thought the Nuggets were playing a team that was sort of their equal. Honestly, the year that they won the title, I don't think they played anybody that was their equal. The Nuggets were just that much better than
what's
everybody.
crazy? Minnesota might have been closest to it.
Maybe.
But they won all the close games.
Exactly. Maybe. Although the Lakers, you ever seen a team look that good while
No,
getting
it's
swept?
never been. There's never been a
done
more
better.
incredible performance in a sweep.
It's
said
never
Ryan
been
Windhorst.
done better. Last year against Minnesota, Joker was 5 of 13 from the field in game 2. He went for 16, 16, and 8. He turned it over 4 times. They lost that game at home. He did not have a good game 2. Game 3 last year, 10 of 18 from the field, 24, 14, and 9. He played much better. They got a victory in Minnesota. Remember, they went out and won both of those games in Minnesota, came back, won an epic game 5. Don't ask what happened in game 6 and 7. The other one that I went back to where Joker had a pretty bad game too, 2022 against Golden State.
Okay.
That was a no Murray, no Porter series, as you recall. And the Warriors won that game in 5. And they had an insane shooting series from Jordan Poole. Steph did again, the Warriors were just a better team than the Nuggets were that year. In game 2, Joker 26, 11, and 4. 3 turnovers, 9 of 20 from the field. He bounced back with a huge game 3. They didn't win the game. They only won once in game 4 in that series, but he went for 37, 18, and 5. He was 14 of 22 from the field. And again, I'm looking for clues on this. I am both needing and expecting a really big Jokic game coming up here in game 3. And I don't mean he's going to go for 48 points or anything like that. I think that his assist total needs to go up. I think his turnover total needs to go down. And one of the biggest things that I need to see out of Jokic is I want him taking more shots out of the post. That's one of the biggest things that I need out of him. He has only shot 11 times in post-up opportunities so far in this series. I want him taking more shots in those situations because he's really good at it, and I know they're throwing those doubles at him. And more than anything, I want to see him attacking Zubats. One of the biggest issues that I have with the way that he played the other night, and this goes to the flop that he had late in that game, stop begging for calls. Stop begging for them.
Just play basketball.
Number 1, go play basketball, but number 2, go get calls.
Sure.
Go at Zubats. Okay? Like force Zubats to defend you. Shoot faster on the catch. One dribble, put a shoulder in, and make a move. You know, like that's what I want to see out of him. I think he'll play better if he has that kind of attack mindset. And I'm not looking for him to take 35 shots. I'm looking for him to be more decisive with the ball in his hands.
All right, something I think could help them too. Adelman spoke today at the podium, and he talked about the fact that not just Jamal, a lot of people have been dealing with illness. Let's hear from him.
You'd have to ask Dr. Morteza. I don't really know, but it was, a lot of people were hit. all the way through front office, all the way down. So, I mean, there's no excuses here. It's just we have plenty of medical people to get us going. So hopefully it doesn't spread. Hopefully someone will wake up tomorrow not feeling well. But it did hit a few people. Had nothing to do with the game or the outcome, just what happened.
Yeah, but again, this time of year, not an ideal time to have the sickness going through.
I would agree.
And we've heard some of the horse Jokic, and I'm sure some of that has come from him yelling in the huddles. But it also starts to make you wonder, did he get it too? Did he get a little of it too? Has he been dealing it with, if not the beginning, the end of it?
Sure.
So hopefully they can try to clear this out of the system. Of course, Jamal was the one that was, it was weird. I know we mentioned this yesterday, but it was weird with the Jamal sleeves thing because it wasn't, I mentioned this to Spring. I thought it was like, when I saw him in sleeves, I thought it was your typical like compression shirt or whatever you'd wear. He looked like he had like a sweatshirt on. You'd be wearing a basketball outside. You know what I mean? And then he took it off. And I mean, so God, so it's got to be something flu-ish. Yeah,
big time.
Yeah, like did he have chills or something?
Right.
Like I was just thrown off by how loose the sleeves kind of looked.
Then he changed at halftime to short sleeve, but he had the arm sleeves on, so clearly something wasn't working for him.
So just feeling better could lead to some better results for them.
I would say so. Spring, did you pull that Ty Lue cut that I sent you? I want to play this audio for you real quick. Ty Lue was getting asked about, what are you emphasizing in film sessions with your team right now? And I think what Lue had to say right here really illustrates, I think, the challenge that both of these teams and these coaches have going into Game 3.
Yeah, that's basically our film session today. Coming up, we had 5 plays out of timeouts. We didn't execute the right way. It was in the wrong positions. So you can't waste possessions in the playoffs. And then, rebounding basketball, we talked about all year. They were 15 offensive rebounds. I think they beat us 50-32 on the glass. And so we got to be better just, understanding what we're doing. We got to hit bodies. We got to secure the rebound. And when we do that, we can play with more pace and get out in transition.
Again, so like he's looking at such micro level stuff, which is really all any coach in this series can do right now. Because this is a series that over the balance of 2 games, there's a 1-point difference between these two teams right now. It's Clippers +1, meaning this is like it's a virtual tie. And the series is tied a game apiece. I know that, but this is the kind of basketball that is getting played right now. Like the attention to detail that has to go into every last damn possession is so critical right now. I don't know what huge adjustments there are still to make for either team in this series. I think it's going to come down to how many more games like Game 2 does Kawhi have in him, and how much cleaner of a game can Jokic play in Game 3 and going forward in this series. I think ultimately is going to decide it. But it's the smallest little things right now.
Well, what's not a little thing is tomorrow the Nuggets have to win the turnover battle.
Yep.
It's the only thing. As you looked at the box score yesterday, they weren't on the positive side of it.
Yep, and that's what killed the Clips in Game 1. The Nuggets dominated the turnover battle in Game 1, and then the Clips got the win in it in Game 2, and that's why we're at this spot. Tim Hyatt, congratulations. Big T-High. He wins himself a pair of tickets to tonight's game between the Avalanche and the Stars. Jared Bednar. He was with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, and he revealed Gabriel Landeskog news. We'll go back through all of it and where to set our expectations for this evening as big number 92 jumps into this series. That's all coming up next.
This is the best person in the world, Cale Makar, and you're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl.
Makar, they'll leave it for McKinnon. Belmar got in his way, and now McKinnon leaves it for Rantanen down the boards. Off the wall for Makar, quickly over for Landeskog. Inside the circle, Landeskog lets it go. He scores! Ride, Captain, ride upon your mystery ship! Gabe Landeskog has 2 power play goals, and the Avalanche get that crucial next tally. They're within 1. 3-2 Tampa with 15-17 to go in the second period.
Connor, this was the shot that Landeskog was practicing the other day.
20th of June, 2022. Pour one out for our buddy Peter McNabb right there. Gabriel Landeskog's last goal, Andy. Scored.
Golly, really?
It was. He scored 2 goals in that game. By the way, the Avalanche would lose that game 6-2 down in Tampa. Landeskog scoring all of their goals in that game. He would tally an assist in Game 6, a 2-1 victory down in Tampa when the Avalanche raised the cup. He had an assist that night, but those 2 goals were his last of that series and the last 2 goals that he scored in the NHL because he has not played since June 26th, 2022. Tonight, we believe he takes the ice. Jared Bednar was on with Brett Kane and Moser and Vic this morning. And, hey, shout out to Brett, man. Cut right to the chase. Well done.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Good chance that he's going to play tonight.
He says as you can hear a grin on his face.
I know. I mean, what they pulled the other night, taking the A off of Dave's sweater, putting him out there in the warm, doing the whole thing and then not playing him. Bedsy I think there's an element of him that's just like, been asked these questions 8,000 times. I'm going to have a little bit of fun with this, okay? I'm going to enjoy this before it's all said and done. A good chance that he plays tonight. Yeah, we sure hope so. We'll talk to Connor coming up at 5:45. He will give his input. Betsy talked about this morning with the fellas what happened before Game 2 with the warm-up and him not going, the warm-uptus interruptus that happened. This was how he explained what the process was there.
Yeah, like Gabe wanted to get in the room, and he wanted to go through the routine, and he wanted to experience that and be in the room to help the guys, and obviously the respect that he has, we wanted him in there as well. So he's been getting close to being ready to play here, and I think it's just like another voice, another leader, a guy that watched Game 1 from the press box, had good insight, and he wanted to get in that routine of getting ready to play, and just one more step for him in his quest to return.
He wanted to be in the room where it happened, Sandy. That's what he was doing right there.
Look, you got to go through the warm-up routine. You got to try to get it to feel familiar again.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I get it. It's I really want to know, did he know he wasn't playing yet or not? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because quite honestly, if you're going to go through that and get over the emotion of going through the warm-up and the butterflies and all that stuff, you don't tell him till after, oh, yeah, by the way, you're not playing.
Oh, by the way.
But that'd be a little mean, it feels like, too.
But again, I think tonight is going to be there's such an emotional, let's be honest with it, an emotional burden that Gabe is going to have to deal with in this game tonight, right? He probably, for his first few shifts, I would imagine he won't feel his feet. He'll just be out there doing the thing purely on adrenaline. And then, how many shifts does it take? How many periods does it take until it settles down? Maybe even how many games does it take before he just settles down and it just feels like hockey, the old thing that he always did. And to your point, going out and taking the warm-ups, it's just, one less thing to think about tonight. Hey, I remember exactly what the routine is, the TikTok, so to speak, of how you do this.
It's interesting, just as you're talking about some of this, Because I've never really thought of it from this angle. Because to me, what I'm worried about is Gabe goes out there and he's good. It's good to see him back, but he's really not quite himself. There's a lot of rust and all that other kind of stuff. But when you talk about the emotional part of this, maybe this is the best time for him to get in. Because you've got to have this game.
Yep.
He knows you've got to have this game, and he's going to get out there, and it's going to be, not that it wouldn't be anything but hockey before, but if it were a regular season game, and let's be honest, November, October, whatever it would be, he probably would, I don't know how any human wouldn't allow a little, holy cow, I finally done it, to sneak in.
Right.
Whereas tonight, this thing's going to be so intense, and he knows how bad they need to beat these guys.
Yeah.
Probably none of that creeps in until after.
Yeah, got to go. They asked Bedsy if Gabe is nervous about being able to go tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Yeah, I think that's normal. I think everyone's nervous. Like I think it's good. Like nerves are good going into the game. It means you care, right? Like so. I think our whole team is like not nerve. Like there should be a quiet confidence about your group, but I do think the nerves are part of it. Like that tells me that you're ready to go. You know, like I think coaches, players, everyone. I think if you're not a little bit nervous and on edge going into these games, then it probably doesn't mean enough to you. You know, but you should be confident in what you do and what we do. And I think our guys are in that spot.
You know, it's funny because sometimes you'll hear from athletes of like, you know, sometimes the home crowd energy messes with your process a little bit, right? You go a little too hard, and then it's, you know, you're out of breath faster than you would have been otherwise, versus if you're in a building where, you know, everybody hates your guts, you just focus on exactly what you're doing. You know, like you hear that every now and then from athletes. Again, I'm assuming the first couple of shifts that he goes, it's going to be a freaking whirlwind for the guy. I just like, again, put yourself in his shoes. Somebody brought up, you know, Mario Lemieux returning from cancer. What, he missed the better part of 4 years before he finally returned to hockey and was able to play again. And he played 43 games in that season. By the way, we looked it up. He was second. Mario Lemieux was second in Hart Trophy voting in 2001, the year that he returned from his cancer hiatus. The guy that won the Hart Trophy that year was Joe Sakic.
Oh, heard of him?
No sentimentality. Sorry, man. He had a good year and all. By the way, he did have an unbelievable year that year. Mario Lemieux, in 2001, 43 games, Andy, 76 points, 35 goals, 41 assists, 76 points in 43 games played. Pretty good.
Yeah, almost 2 points a game.
Not Sakic good, but pretty good.
Pretty good,
I would say. That's incredible. Now, is Landeskog going to do that?
We take it.
Hey, you know what? If he just wants to put up 2 points every game the rest of this series, we would take it.
You want to park your rear end in front of Ottinger and knock home a few, especially on the old PP? Let's do it.
And honestly, like, that's what his role needs to be. The Avalanche need to be doing more of that early on in the game. It was one of my biggest criticisms of the way that they played in Game 2. I thought they let Ottinger get too comfortable.
No, you talked about it with John Mitchell yesterday, and whether it was out high, John talked about how out high those shots with no traffic, goalies love that all day. Get me into a rhythm.
Right.
Get me seeing that puck.
Yeah.
I thought a couple of times, even on angles close, you were just trying to smoke it by him, and you know nobody was really trying to get in there or tip or cause traffic. You've got to take Ottinger's eyes away. They know that by now, facing this guy so much.
Yeah, he got comfortable pretty quick in that game. Last cut that we want to play from Jared Bednar this morning with Vic and Moj and Brett. Expectations for Gabe tonight. Where do we set how we expect him to play?
Yeah, like that I think that's fair. I think we have to watch and see. You know, like nobody really knows. You know, I like what I'm seeing in the practices. I like what I'm seeing in his preparation. He feels good. So we got to get him out on the ice and find out. You know, that's the only way that you can do it. Like the practices are one thing, but this is a whole nother level. Like I said, even from regular season to these games we just played in Dallas, the pace, the intensity, physicality, all of it, the motion is all up. And, you know, I trust in Gabe's preparation and his focus and what he's going to bring to the table, and he'll be a smart player. And we'll just see, exactly where his game comes in, and we'll deploy him appropriately.
Okay, so Andy, you think he skates third line tonight?
Yeah, I think it's reason. Now, listen, I don't know that he starts with the other third line pairings out there. It could be him and Nelson, and honestly, I don't know why they're not having Nelson and Natchez and Nichushkin all still skate together. That looked pretty good ending up the year, but
right.
Natchez is back up on line one and whatever.
I mean, they could put him out there to start the game. Like, if you put him out there to start the game, honestly, I would just put him out there with Nate and with Natchez, and I would say just go skate with those guys on your opening shift. Like, let him be out there for the anthem. Let him stand on the blue line for the anthem. Give him that moment that I think that he has absolutely earned. Skate a shift. Probably put him in for Lehkonen on the first shift, and then as the game goes on, I would anticipate it would be what? It would be Coyle, Kiviranta, and then Landeskog?
Yeah, you bump him down. You do what you got to do. Maybe you move him around a bit, depending on who needs what. I mean, again, he's got to manage the emotions. When I talk to athletes about this, for those that maybe think, well, it's crazy, what are you worried about? It's that emotion that gets the adrenaline going, and the next thing you know, your energy is just kind of gone. You can tap out of energy.
Yeah.
So you got to keep him even, and again, he's not played a full hockey game in 3 years. So he may be more gassed by the end of this because he's going so fast at the beginning than everybody else.
Sure.
And that's where you just start to, you move him around as you need to. I think after Bednar's comments the other night, although I wouldn't mess with the third or fourth lines too much, they've been doing some scoring.
Fourth line in particular has been fantastic. Drury, Parker Kelly, LOC.
Playoff goals.
Hell yeah.
Ugly playoff goals. That's what they're giving you.
They're doing great.
So maybe he does mix in on the second line a bit to try to send them a message, wake them up, whatever.
Would that be what, Nelson, Nichushkin, and Gabe?
Yeah.
And you drop
probably
Drouin
I mean,
down?
Lehkonen, I want to make it clear, Lehkonen has played so hard.
Sure.
And I think he's been really good, but he's just a little snake bit. That incredible kick goal aside, he just is not, his shot is not finding the corners like we're used to.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you sub him out a little bit here and there. I don't know. It's, look, it's going to be interesting. I wouldn't give him more than 13 or 14 minutes of ice time, though. That's how I'd manage it.
Let's go between the pipes here early for a moment. Spring, how would you play this lineup-wise if you're Bedsy? Because nobody pays closer attention to Avalanche line rotations here than you do.
I think you're starting him on the third line with Charlie Coyle and Yoel Kiviranta.
Yeah.
My guess is he plays there most of the night. Nate, you're probably right. It's 12, 14, maybe 15 minutes. But, I mean, it's possible, depending on how this game goes. If it's close, if Landy's playing well, I don't think Jonathan Drouin I thought he was the weakest link of that second line. If Landy looks good and it's close, Landy could play on the second line with Nichushkin and Nelson by the end of tonight, and certainly starting as we go forward.
So I'm assuming like they're gonna have to load manage him carefully, right?
Sure.
I know hockey people bristle at that term, but that's what it is. What if this game goes to double overtime tonight?
Right.
You know, like what if we just end up with like some 98-minute hockey game this evening? Like once you get extended past 60. And he's at his limit, then you're going to have to start double shifting guys, right? Like that's where this gets a little bit. Now, maybe there's a world where the Avalanche are looking at it and they're saying, we're not putting this guy on the ice in playoff hockey until he is ready to go, until he is 100% ready to play hockey. And maybe that has something to do with the long delay. And who knows, maybe he just goes. Maybe he hits 23, 24, 25 minutes of ice time tonight. It seems wild, but it's been 3 years and it is the playoffs. Like, maybe the Avalanche are viewing this, and maybe a part of it was they were waiting until they could view this as there's no handcuffs on him whatsoever.
I hope, because you're right. I hadn't even really thought about that aspect of it. There is no quick overtime end. I know you're always about the longest number of overtimes possible.
I'm always bringing up OT.
I don't know why the hell you're rooting for us to be up till 2 a.m. like that Rockies Padres game that ended in 59 innings or whatever it was, 23. Seriously.
Late one last night.
Stop
by the
talking
way.
about it.
Uh-huh.
Stop talking about
late
it.
one last night. By the way, Carlos Estevez.
Isn't he a former Rocky?
He sure is. Yeah. He blew the save last night for the Royals. 2 outs, nobody on.
Nobody. Nothing going
with
either.
A two-run lead, and that guy blew a save. And he didn't blow a save because he gave up a blooper and a 2-run homer. He blew a save because he walked the bases loaded. Because of course he did. And then the Rockies get the 3-run double out of Jacob Stallings. But don't worry, Seth Halverson was there to blow it there in the 9th, and then the Rockies would go on to lose in the 11th.
How'd that happen in overtime? Tell me again.
They would lose in the bottom of the 11th. So ghost runner on second. Bud Black elects to intentionally walk Bobby Witt Jr., which isn't the worst idea. The problem is Tyler Kinley then threw a wild pitch, which gave you second and third and nobody out. One more intentional pass, and then,
What happened with their
ball
ghost runner, Nate?
With the Rockies?
Yeah.
Mickey Moniak got picked off at third.
Yeah. Great.
He had Freddie
Great.
Fermin out there last
Nice.
night.
Nobody doesn't push across a free second base runner like the Rockies.
Ryan Feltner was good last night, too. He just gave up one solo home run. Unfortunately, Rocks could not win. Starting pitcher, by the way, last night for the Kansas City Royals. Did you catch his name?
No.
Bubich.
Really?
Chris Bubich. Mm-hmm. Bubich. Yeah. Fun name.
Nice.
Unfortunately, the Rockies couldn't touch up Bubich last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nor did they get to second base too often against him,
they
judging
really
by
didn't.
the hit total.
They really didn't.
Should have brought Dad's Subaru.
Mm-hmm. Ironically, it was the Royals that ran a squeeze last night, and
Well,
they have Bubich.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
There you go. See, we don't let anything go on this show. Landeskog's return. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, somebody really hates Shadur Sanders.
Yes, they do.
Wow.
I hope you get identified after this, too.
This is wild. This anonymous quote about Shadur Sanders, which you need to hear next. You should join us tonight at number 38 for an Avalanche viewing party. Hang out with our dude Raj. Watch Game 3 as the Avalanche look to take the series lead. By the way, Berto, our buddy Mark Bertinoli, going to be broadcasting live starting at 6. Raj will be giving away awesome prizes, specials on Mountain Time Lager and Milagro Tequila. Great prizes and the chance to watch the Avalanche along with your fellow Avs faithful. Number 38 in Rhino. That is the home to the hottest viewing party in town tonight outside of Ball Arena. Again, Raj and Berto will be out there. Spring, by the way, is going to be in the building. Spring's going to be at Ball Arena tonight, so he'll be between the pipes with Raj. But Spring is going to be there at Ball Arena, which is super cool. Can't wait to hear from Spring tomorrow about the energy inside the building. Very much looking forward to that. So, Andy, today I'm reading some Tom Pelissero.
Yeah.
Over there at NFL.com. He's given us these quarterback evaluations for the draft. Cam Ward projected round 1. He's going to go number 1 overall to Tennessee. Shadur Sanders projected round 1 and 2. And this is one of those like, all right, I'm talking to this NFC quarterbacks coach. I'm talking to this AFC executive. All that good stuff. All right. But there was a quote in particular that jumped off the page with everybody. Listen to this one, Andy. This is kind of wild. One longtime NFL assistant coach said his time with Shadur Sanders was, quote, the worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled, he takes unnecessary sacks, he never plays on time, he has horrible body language, he blames teammates, but the biggest thing is he's not that good, close quote. That's some damning stuff.
Sure.
Now, one longtime AFC executive. So we got a longtime NFL assistant coach, and now we got a longtime AFC executive. Quote, it did not go great in our interview. He wants to dictate what he's going to do and what's best for him. He makes you feel small, close quote. Even some of Sanders' fans expressed disappointment he didn't take a bigger step forward as a senior. Quote, I liked him the year before, an NFC GM said. They did change coordinators. It just felt different. It felt less athletic, less arm talent. Everything felt less. If you're talking about this year's tape versus Jackson Dart and Shedeur, I don't think it was particularly close. Close quote. Okay, so we got worst interview ever. He's entitled, and he takes unnecessary sacks and has bad body language. We got another guy saying the interview didn't go great. He makes you feel small.
That's on you, I think, but okay.
Yeah, that's your own insecurity, my friend. And after that, a guy from the NFC saying I liked him but didn't like him as much. Like that, honestly, the last one, that's fine. That's fair.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
You make your evaluation of the player. Getting after him, calling him entitled, saying that, he wants to dictate what he's going to do and what's best for him. All right. Doesn't every quarterback have some of that?
Yes.
Isn't there, like, if you are a quarterback that is going to go towards the top of the draft, first off, quarterbacks are built different than everybody else, right, Andy? And if you get to the NFL draft and you're about to get taken, like, Leggy has talked about this. You're not an aw shucks guy.
No.
Okay? You may have that as a part of your public persona, but that's not really what you are. You have a machine behind you that has put you through camps, that has dictated which program you were going to be a part of, which was going to have say in coordinator, in offense you were going to run, everything else, players that were going to be around you. Like, these things are so manipulated for these players because they are the most premium, basically the most premium athletes on the planet, and they're always only going to be at their best when everything is working around them. So some of this stuff to me just feels like, well, I hate him and his dad, so I wanted to take a shot at him.
The first guy especially, that's how it feels like.
Yeah.
To say he's not that good, Now I think you've gone too far. He doesn't have to be your favorite quarterback in the draft. And everybody's asking the question, are you going to get rid of the ball quicker?
Yeah, he does take too many sacks.
He absolutely has to answer that. But look, I saw every home game and a couple road games of his college career because I don't travel with the team all the time. Made it up to CSU. I don't see bad body language out there. I see a guy that's gotten crushed after trying to make some throws that I wasn't sure was going to be able to go back in the game and always found a way to go back in the game. Is he a little cocky? Yes. All these guys, as you said, are a little cocky. I'm not going to argue that. Is there some brashness to him? Yes. Yes, there is.
Right.
But I've also heard nobody wants to talk about how Cam Ward gets defensive with people if you question the offenses he run and why did he move around so much. But his dad's not Deion Sanders. And people in the league don't have an opinion, apparently, about Cam Ward's dad. And people in the league do have an opinion about Deion Sanders.
I think it's absolutely fair, by the way, to have questions of like, well, this is the first time that he has ever been coached at a high level by somebody that's not his dad. I think that's a valid question.
Yes, and I'm not saying he needs to be quarterback number one. Mel Kiper believe he should be.
Right.
But what I don't like is if you don't like the kid's personality, that's fine. But you can't say that's somehow going to hinder him being a good football player. I know a few guys that have been a little overbearing, a little brash that have played quarterback.
Yeah.
And not all of them have been great. I mean, look, you talked about Peyton Manning. What were the reasons why Peyton Manning decided to come here? He was allowed to use his passing tree and mix it with McCoy's run game. Okay? That was one of the things I was told he was looking for before he picked a team. Quarterbacks, as you said, all have something that they want. How about this quote from Pete Thamel that I just saw come across? Called a few college coaches today who played Shadur Sanders. Got an interesting response from Nebraska's Matt Rule, who feels like Sanders would thrive in the New York spotlight. I would take him number 3 overall without a question, said Rule, the former Giants assistant.
I want to read this quote from Brian Howell, who we've had on the show before. Brian's a great dude, covers the Buffs for BuffZone.com, beat writer. Brian tweeted this today. He wrote this. He said, having covered Shadur Sanders for 2 years, I find the hits on his character mind-boggling. The Shedeur I got to know is a leader, well-liked by his teammates, tough as nails, engaging with the media after wins and losses, supremely confident but shows humility at times, not afraid to take on a challenge, one that will work on his game more than anyone on the team. Brian adds, I don't know how good he's going to be in the NFL, but I'd be surprised if he's not a success, and if he slips in the draft, some team is going to get a steal. Honestly, Andy, I think he's going to be a New York Giant. I just think he's going to go in the 20s.
All right, well, hold on. Before you go there, let me read this to you. I've pulled up the ESPN Plus latest draft and intel article here.
Okay.
As rating, kind of throw this out there. Much of the chatter I've heard in the past couple of days, and this is Graziano talking, Dan Graziano from ESPN. Much of the chatter I've heard the past couple of days indicates a growing impression that Giants coach Brian Daboll prefers Dart over Sanders and the rest of the non-Ward passers on the board. I don't need to read you any further, but that is a growing theme that both Brian Daboll and Kellen Moore are more Dart guys than they are Sanders guys.
Okay.
And I ask you this. I said this to DMac in the crosstalk. I don't think you're in here yet. Maybe you were. I don't remember things, as you know. I do wonder when it comes to a Kellen Moore who is trying to get his career started as a head coach and Brian Daboll who's fighting for his, are both of them leery of the attachment of a Deion Sanders who's never been afraid to say something at a press conference if asked about how it's going with his kid in City X?
I'm sure, but also situationally, that's every coach in the NFL is going to have those concerns.
Yeah, but let's say he goes to Kyle Shanahan at 11 in San Fran.
Sure.
I don't think Shanahan's worried about that.
I would agree. There's various different levels, but also like whatever team is drafting him will have had that conversation.
You got to keep your dad out of this. And look, I think Shedeur is going to have to know you do have to keep your dad out of this.
Right. I don't need to be taking calls from this guy.
Yeah.
I don't need text messages from this guy.
And I don't need quotes from press conferences causing stirs in the middle of our week.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't get to. And honestly, man, like this is one of those spots where Deion Sanders is a lot of things. Okay.
But he's also very smart.
He is, and he played in the league for a long time. And I really do think that Deion will have a better handle, like unless it gets to a point where there is some massive rift between Shedeur and whomever his coaching staff is. I don't think Dion is going to do that to his kid in a press conference setting. Now, I could be way off on that, but I really don't think Dion's NFL legend, Deion Sanders, is going to put his kid in that kind of awkward position.
No, I agree with you, unless he gets benched and people want to know why, and then it maybe becomes a thing. I would also say this. I've talked to one of my former NFL player buddies that likes to do a little draft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He told me he doesn't see it physically when it comes to Shedeur. He just thinks he's probably average.
Yeah.
So that's why I agree with Brian. I have no idea how this guy's going to do at the NFL level. There have been plenty of great college players that don't translate to the NFL. But that first person's read on the situation, sir, that feels personal.
I think Shedeur is a lower ceiling dude.
I'm with you.
But I think he's a higher floor dude simply because he can get in there. He'll put in the work. He will read defenses. He'll get the ball out on time. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. One day ahead of the draft. Oh, it's getting weird all over the place. What else is going to happen? We'll find out next. Hour number 3 of the show. We got NFL draft news coming up. But first, Andy, I've got breaking news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The NBA today is handing out the Kia Clutch Player of the Year award. And it goes to New York Knicks guard Jalen
Oh,
Brunson.
come on. Why did you bring it up to me? You really had me.
Nikola Jokic finishes second in Clutch Player of the Year voting. Anthony Edwards, Trae Young, Steph Curry round out the top 5. But Jalen Brunson of the Knicks is your Clutch Player of the Year. Nikola Jokic gets the silver clutch medal, I guess.
How dare they? You know what? I'll never buy a Kia because of it. Unless they sponsor the show, then I'm all Kia.
In which case, we love Kias. We can't get enough Kia.
Give me all the Kias.
But until then, we don't want any Kias.
Yeah, the hell with you, Kia.
Clutch
For
Player of the Year, Nikola Jokic. Apparently the second most clutch dude in the NBA. So,
how do we measure that?
Here's the other thing, by the way.
Is there a stat for that?
Oh, I mean, it's clutch situations are final 5 minutes within 5 points or fewer. So they actually do statistical breakdowns of who is the best in those situations. And in those situations, Andy, Brunson averaged an NBA high 5.6 points in clutch situations. So there you go. Also led the league in field goals made, second in total points, third in total assists in those moments. I'm willing to bet you, and I don't have the clutch stats in front of me, that Jokic leads the NBA in assists in clutch time. But right now, it's time for football news. Let's go, Spring!
Hey, it's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. I have odds here of who's going to be taken with the number 2 overall pick in tomorrow night's draft. Travis Hunter, a minus 1,100 favorite. The Browns currently hold the second overall pick. Let's hear from Travis Hunter, who is out in Green Bay, Wisconsin for the draft. You know, he said recently, not too long ago, that he wishes he could play for the Broncos, that he could stay in Colorado, because he likes a state. He likes an area like Colorado. Mm-hmm. What does he think about Green Bay, Wisconsin?
I like it. You know, it fits me. You know, this is something this is where I like to be. I like to just be out in the middle of nowhere by myself, chilling and just having fun.
He enjoys being out by himself in the middle of nowhere.
Fits me. I'm telling you, he does.
Uh-huh.
I told you.
He likes
Throws
to be
on
in the middle of nowhere.
onesie, jumps on Twitch, got a video game going, and doesn't leave his room.
By the way, Green Bay, Wisconsin is the drunkest city in America.
That
Andy.
does not fit him.
Did you not? Did you know that? Yeah, he's actually he doesn't live that life.
He's the DD.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. This is according to 24/7 Wall Street. The list compiled using data from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. Nice job getting all the euphemisms in one name. And the University of Wisconsin Population Health Institute drunkenness per city, measured by the percent of the population that report either binge drinking or drinking heavily, defined as 4 to 5 drinks in a sitting or 15 or more drinks per week, respectively, during a 30-day period. In fact, your top 4 drunkest cities in America, all in Wisconsin, Andy. Green Bay at 1, Eau Claire at 2, Appleton at 3, Madison at 4. Oshkosh comes in at number 6, Wausau at number 9, La Crosse at number 10. Well done, Wisconsin.
We know what they're doing there.
Yes.
A lot of Ubers. By the way, sir, I have to correct you. I think it was Richard, not Robert, you were confusing there for the foundation name.
Robert Wood Johnson.
No, I got it. Oh, yeah. But again, Robert...
Mm-hmm. If
you
it was,
really wanted to get the old triple crown.
If it was Richard Wood Johnson, that'd be impressive.
We'd all donate.
So Travis Hunter's in the middle of nowhere in his
loving it
unicorn onesie, apparently.
We might need to throw him out there and call him up again and say, I don't know, January. You love it now?
We'll see if we can do it. Let's go, Spring.
High five. All right, Broncos need a joker.
I'd say we need a joker.
Andy and I are on the Travion Henderson train.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's our
I like
joker
him.
right there. Well, hey, the Chiefs have the 31st overall pick. Remember they took Clyde Edwards-Helaire in a similar spot a few years ago. That didn't work out. But Andy Reid telling Jeremy Fowler of ESPN today that the Chiefs and Andy Reid were among those on a call with Travion Henderson yesterday. Could the Chiefs be looking at Travion Henderson? Hey, Patrick Mahomes also talked to the media today, too. He was asked about how their offense is shaping up for 2025. Rashee Rice back from injury. Here's Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, obviously everything looks great right now. I mean, getting the guys back healthy as far as Rashee and having Hollywood fully healthy and Xavier in year 2. I think the offense has a chance to be really, really good. It's just about keeping building. I'm excited to kind of have these guys again, just with we've had a lot of turnover in the receiving room, and it seems like the core group will be back in its entirety. So the goal is to try to build on it and get even better and try to get back to some of the explosive passing plays that we've done in years past.
Are they just really counting on those receivers that they've used premium picks on in recent years getting better? Is that like they believe that Rashee Rice and Sky Moore and Xavier Worthy are all just going to turn into a lights-out receiving corps for Patrick Mahomes? Because they have not.
I guess I kind of feel let's go the Peyton Manning route on this one.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to pay you top cheese to be a top quarterback, then I'm going to expect you to make some receivers better. Make some chicken salad out of the old chicken other things.
He's been
right?
doing that. There's no doubt about
but
that.
But I think that's part of what you have to do. It's kind of why I was a little surprised that the Bengals with Burrow decided to pay both of their receivers.
Mm-hmm.
I realize how good they are, but if you're a top quarterback worthy of that top money, don't you make some pretty average guys pretty good? I mean, Manning did that with a number of guys that would go on to other teams and they didn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't no, that's exactly what Mahomes has done. That's where you look at it and you go, would he be, especially with as old as Kelsey is getting, are you better off just being like, we got to hit on one of these picks?
Listen, more importantly, the old call with Reed and Travion Henderson.
Yeah.
Was it actually a call? Or was he on Zoom? Was Andy Reid trying to figure out how to get his background changed on a Zoom?
I just love that, like, Andy Reid doesn't have to participate in any draft subterfuge.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to you. You're not coming to me. Let's just do a call.
I don't care. I have the 31st pick every single year. Whatever. Let's just do this thing.
Was Jake from State Farm involved?
I'm sure he was. Yes, he tuned in as well.
No, he was in the room.
High five. Got a couple notes here on a couple of former Broncos quarterbacks. I'll run through both these and you guys can react. Hey, Zach Wilson is QB2 with the Dolphins behind Tua, and he has a new number. Zach Wilson will wear number 0 this season with the Dolphins.
That's for the snaps he played last year.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go. He's the second quarterback to wear number 0. Marcus Mariota picked it last year in Washington. Mariota picked it as a reminder that people didn't think he could do it anymore. Joe Flacco is...
Is that why Zach picked it?
Hey, and people were right.
They were. Marcus didn't do much. Joe Flacco is going to be competing with Kenny Pickett.
Now, come on, is he?
And possibly a rookie quarterback, Shedeur. I don't know if the Browns trade back in to get Shedeur.
Wait, serious question. Whomever they draft, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco. When the Browns go out for OTAs, who takes the first snap?
Joe Flacco. He's already had a successful run with that team and knows Stefanski.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Flacco today was asked...
I bet you it's Kenny Pickett.
Flacco was asked about this possible...
They're the longest.
Menage a trois quarterback competition.
What?
Yeah, I think it's exciting. I mean, that's all you can ask for in this league. I mean, I don't really have any expectations besides to go out there, be myself, and kind of put my head down, work hard, and kind of just do things the way I know how to. And the exciting part about it this time around is that I get to be a part of the team from the get-go and kind of make those relationships even better than they are. And I think there's a lot of fun in that.
We've got to have the I think it's exciting drop because never has the word not matched the tone of voice more than right there.
Yeah, I think it's exciting.
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like you're excited about anything. Why do you think Pickett can, just because we're not doing, this isn't a union.
He's been there the longest.
No.
It was like a month longer than Flacco, but he's been there the longest.
No.
I think Kenny Pickett is QB1.
I think Flacco puts on the
OTAs.
ring like he's Jimmy Johnson on the Fox set. It says, yeah, who's getting first reps, coach?
And Stefanski goes, who are you again? Oh, we got this guy again? Seriously.
This was Stefanski's idea.
If you're the Browns.
Hey, what happens if they trade? What happens if they decide to trade for Kirk Cousins once the draft's
I know,
over?
right?
That would be really
I'm
funny.
assuming that's what they're going to do.
Salty old Cousins versus salty old Flacco versus bitter young Pickett.
I'm assuming that's what they're probably going to do.
Seriously, with the rookies, if you get Travis Hunter at 2, why would you not then take Shedeur at some point if he starts to slide and reunite
Andrew
the two?
Berry said that he likes him as a receiver. You might as well. Yeah, go get him as guy. Why wouldn't you do that? Again, and it's one of the spots where I start to think about the Broncos number 20. If you're looking at moving back, that could be what you do. By the way, I got a note here from Diana Rossini. Okay, as long as we're spinning insider roulette here, Rossini's note on the Broncos. Yeah. She writes, "Don't expect the same kind of fireworks from the Broncos 1 year after they took Bo Nix. Sean Payton does fall in love with players, but the sense I get right now is that Denver is comfortable with sticking at pick number 20 and selecting the player it wants or trading back. I heard the Broncos love some of the running backs, but not enough to move up."
All right. I wonder if Chase Daniel is getting that information and passing it on to Rossini.
That's true.
Because there's an opposite take of what everybody else has.
Yeah, that's her podcast partner.
Yeah.
And Chase played for Sean Payton.
They seem pretty tight.
Yeah, simpatico, if you will. So, yeah, she's connected. She got her own information. I don't know. But Denver's comfortable sticking at 20 and selecting the player it wants. This is, again, where I step back and I go, I really wonder, like, if you're Sean Payton, if you just, like, text something to a reporter, do you, like, wager with, like, some lackey in the office or something like that? Like, I got under 18 minutes before this pops up on Pro Football Talk.
All right. I like where
Just
you're going.
watch.
Are they on the golf course in Coeur d'Alene?
Right.
And he's looking at Elway and who was all in the group? Elway and Gretzky. Who all's golfing up there?
John Cooper from Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
He was out there.
Is he just going, all right, boys, you owe me a sody pop.
Right.
You know what I mean? When this shows up on your Twitter feed before the next hole.
By the way, I saw a tweet yesterday from Pro Football Talk, okay? And I'm not here to diminish the work of my guy, Mike Kliss. That's my dude, okay? But Pro Football Talk, their job is to aggregate any news about the NFL. You had the note for us yesterday, Andy, that Kliss had reported that Mitchell Fraboni, the Broncos long snapper, had a minor back procedure, okay? You shared that with us on our show. Now, this is Denver, Colorado. We follow everything that happens with the Broncos. We joked about a long snapper battle, all of that. Pro Football Talk, I don't know, they probably have however many hundreds of thousands of Twitter followers, and I see that news aggregated on Pro Football Talk last night that was like, Broncos long snapper Mitchell Fraboni undergoes minor back procedure. Sources call it a like a cleanup or whatever. And all I could think was like, how many people in America that follow Pro Football Talk on Twitter saw that news and, number one, needed to know who Mitchell Fraboni was in the first place, and number two, wondered to themselves, why the hell did I need to know this?
You want to guess the number of who they got following them on Twitter?
I'm gonna say 700,000.
1.9 million people learned of Fraboni's minor back procedure.
The Broncos long snappers minor back procedure was tweeted out by Pro Football Talk yesterday.
To nearly 2 million people.
I wonder how many likes that tweet got.
Let me go look. Where is
it?
Find
out for me. This was I want to say this was I probably saw this last night around 7 o'clock or so at night last night. So let me know. Do the digging on this one, Andy. Find out how much engagement that tweet got from Pro Football Talk.
Yeah, he doesn't quit tweeting ever, judging by this. I keep trying to.
Oh, I mean, the news is fast and furious.
Here it is.
Right
Hold on.
Okay.
11 likes. With the reach, according to little graph icon, 53,000 people took it in of the 1.9 million following.
And of the 53,000 that took it in, 11 of them were like, I like that news.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the other...
I'm glad I found that out.
The other 52,989 Google searched Mitchell Fraboni.
Well, two of them were those like automated bots.
Sure.
They just like everything.
Yeah. It was. There were some Russian porn bots that I'm sure that liked it.
Oh, yeah.
And so, however many people in America were like, I needed to know this
Yeah.
right now. Mm-hmm.
I'm locked in on all of pro football at this moment.
Hey, if you tweet out the news of the Broncos long snapper's minor back procedure, you really you can't have it be disputed. You are the ultimate source for all pro football.
Yeah,
talk.
you don't miss nothing.
You miss
pal.
nothing at
Not a
all.
thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got Triner in there now, competing against Fraboni.
Drop your line. Triner making team.
Triner make the team. Uh-huh. I don't remember what his first name is.
I don't, nor do I.
But I remember.
You're lucky I got Fraboni's first name. Maybe if I knew a few more Mitches.
Can we go back to talking about Bubich?
Felter was hoping to touch up Bubich himself, but was unable to.
Feltner Bubich.
Hell of a matchup. Did the Royals come? Did the Royals come back to Denver? Can we get that one again?
I can't believe we didn't make all these jokes yesterday.
Who's looking at the Rockies, much less the pitching matchup? Hey, I got more interest in Fraboni's back procedure than I do about anything Rockies at the moment.
More interest than Feltner Bubich?
As a pitching matchup, yes. As other things, no.
Oh, man. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. On that note.
And that's exactly how it goes because he's the road pitcher.
Yeah. Feltner. Bubich.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. When they come to Coors, it won't hit the same.
Is it so one of my other favorite things in baseball is if it's the AL West standings.
Sure.
If they fall in exactly the right order, where I believe it's like if the A's are in first, the Mariners are in second. The Astros are in third. The Rangers are in fifth. Wait, who would have to be in fourth in this situation? Either way, the entire key is it's the Angels. If the Angels are in fourth and then the Rangers are in fifth, but if you put all those logos in order, it says ass hat. And it's always really exciting whenever it happens.
I'm glad you got things to
Let's go! Or here's the other one, okay? If the Phillies are playing the Pirates and the score is 0-0,
it
says poop.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We had one of those earlier this year.
Yeah, we did.
And they're done. I think they're done for the year.
They seem to be.
We shall not see it, right? They're not in the same division, right? No, the Phillies are out east.
Well, they changed the scoreboard.
Yeah, they changed the score bug. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the score bug is not the same anymore, so we don't get poop games anymore.
Yes, we do. Finding a way to claw out 3 runs on walk the bases full and one stupid double. That's in your game description.
Feltner Bubich. Kreckman and Lindahl. Landeskog night. We'll talk to Connor McGahee at 5:45. But we're talking about where to set the expectations in an insane night of hockey coming up right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's great. As a friend, I'm very happy for him, and I was happy to see him play a couple of games in the AHL, and well deserved because the journey he's been through, I don't think anybody else, at least in hockey, has gone through what he's gone through. So it's remarkable he's coming back, if he's coming back, and as a friend, but as a opponent, obviously no mercy.
I must break you. Mikko Rantanen talking about the return of his pal, Gabe Landeskog. Andy and I were just talking about this in the break, okay? So tonight is, in addition to the return of Landeskog, it's Mikko Rantanen's first game in the playoffs in Colorado. He's already played here, obviously, in the regular season. Thank you, Spring. But in terms of the postseason. So I'm assuming tonight the crowd will do the boo every time Rantanen gets the puck, but also cheer every time Landeskog gets the puck. In a situation, if their lines are matched up, if they're both on the ice at the same time, are the fans prepared to be able to have that kind of vocal range to make the reaction as necessary? Like Rantanen bringing the puck up ice, boo, but then, what if it gets, poked away from him into the hands of Landeskog, but perhaps Mikko could then reacquire the puck, so you'd be like, boo, ah, boo. Is everybody up for that tonight?
You'll need quick twitch, shift. Be clear. Shift into your cheering.
You do. Mm-hmm.
So
yes, you're gonna have to go from high to low very, very quickly. The range required of everybody.
Very well played. Yes.
That's how it's done, as done by the greats Connor McGahee and Chris Marlowe right there. No mercy. Okay. If you're Dallas, you just got to go play your damn game, I suppose. You've got your own problems to deal with. What did you make of that quote?
Well, that's what he needs to be saying to Manson. Manson lit him up like a football player that last game.
Mm-hmm.
I've not seen Mikko parked on his rump like that ever that I can remember. I mean, Manson just crushed him a couple of times.
He doesn't have a point yet in this series, does he?
He does not.
Mikko
Somebody put it out there that Stankoven is, what is he, +3 for Carolina?
He's got 2 goals.
So, yeah. And I think we've got a couple of points out of Drury.
Yeah.
I don't remember about Natchez. And then Mikko's -3.
So I'm looking at anytime goal scoring odds for tonight. McKinnon, obviously, the favorite at +110. He's already got 3 goals in the series. Nichushkin at +195. Then they go Mikko at +210. Wyatt Johnston at +230. Natchez +250. Rope Hintz at +250. That's a fun name to say. Lehkonen +260. Brock Nelson +260. Scroll down. Gabriel Landeskog, anytime goal scorer tonight, +350. +350 for you to get the Cinderella story of Gabriel Landeskog scoring a goal in his return, which he's got one as a member of the Colorado Eagles. Andy, it's look, he's still got the hands. He's still the big tipper in there, and that's going to be his job is get in front of the goal and get in Ottinger's face. It's not inconceivable that Gabe could go score a goal tonight.
No, it's not, and I would be here for it.
Yeah.
I would not have a problem if he was first power play.
Mm-hmm.
They need somebody getting in front of the net and doing a little more work that way. The power play was good, and Nate really smoked one by Ottinger last game, but then the power play went 0 for 2, 0 for 3. They didn't get a lot of chances, and when they got them, they were kind of – the one right before the game ended was what frustrated me. So they did a lot of passing and not a lot of shooting and killed half the penalty for Dallas just passing.
Would you take Drouin off the first power play and put Landeskog in?
Either Drouin or Natchez.
Of what we understand, Landeskog skated second power play unit this morning.
Sure, but if he looks good,
right,
I move him up there.
Mm-hmm.
I just move him up there.
Sure.
Get the old feeling again. Look, it'd be very cool if by the end of the playoffs, this magical story ended with Gabe back up with his dude McKinnon.
That would be pretty rad. Yeah, sign me up for that. That would be pretty damn good for the Avalanche. Obviously, earlier today, if you missed it, Jared Bednar was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. And our dude, Brett Kane, wasting no time. He just went right to the big question.
I'll set this one on a tee for you so you can swat it away. Can we expect Gabe Landeskog in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance that he's going to play tonight.
Good chance that he's going to play tonight. On a tee, you can swat it away. However, Bedsy said, nope, I'm going to wrap my arms around that one right there. There's a good chance that he is going to play tonight. Very, very cool moment from this morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Nathan McKinnon was asked about this. What would it mean if Gabe Landeskog were to play tonight?
That'd be great. Obviously, long awaited. It's definitely enjoy his return, and I know he's feeling good. So we'll see. We'll see if he comes in.
Got a Joe Flacco level of excitement on McKinnon on that one.
That would be great. We need to win this game.
Yeah, I think it's exciting.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, can you give me just that'd be great. Now compare and contrast.
All right, here we go, Spring. Nathan McKinnon. What would it mean if Gabe Landeskog plays tonight?
That'd be great.
That'd be great.
Joe, how'd you feel about it?
Yeah, I think it's exciting.
Well, I'm sold. Let's go.
Logan O'Connor talked about what it would mean if Gabe Landeskog suits up. Here's big number 25.
Yeah, the lift for our group would be unbelievable, and fans as well. I think the whole place would probably pop off if tonight's the night. So whenever the time comes, we're all looking forward to it. Obviously, huge leader, big focal point of our team over the last however long he's been here, and it'd be significant to get him back.
Okay, significant. We got all that. It'd be unbelievable, et cetera, et cetera. Cale Makar then was asked the question, how excited he is for the possibility the big number 92 suits up and goes this evening.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, he's looking good, so we'll see where things go. But for him, I know it's going to be a huge night when he does play, and it's going to be really exciting for us to have him back in the room and have the captain back doing his thing.
Obviously, we know that Cale Makar is, a proud member of KNL Nation, but that's, just blatantly ripping off Andy like that,
I'm
right?
glad to influence
the
people.
start of that answer.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel. I'm with you, Cale.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. He is the best person in the world right there.
All right, I'll just ask you. Is this thing entering close to distraction? Is that even the right term? You just feel like this is all these guys are getting asked about now because it's so close. Or is it good to not have to focus on the questions that may be the minuscule things about this series?
I think that here's where I think it could become a capital D distraction. Is what if we get just a repeat of the other night? What if he warms up and then
nothing?
And then nothing? Then it's like, what the hell is going on? Then it's a 5-alarm fire. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to warm up and he's going to play. Maybe to your point, Andy, and I guess I hadn't thought about it that way. There's so much pressure on these dudes, right?
Yeah.
They're so like when you hear Nathan McKinnon's answer right there, Nathan McKinnon is honestly just like you can tell his answer is just like, yeah, I just want to win a freaking hockey game tonight.
Yeah, okay? Be cool he comes back.
Yeah, great. Super.
Whoever helps us win.
Cool.
But we need to get past these guys.
Yeah, he's my buddy. I love him. All that good stuff. Like, we'll crack a few beers when we're fishing this summer. Right now, I just want to beat the Dallas Stars tonight, like, very clearly. But also, kind of to your point, Andy, is it's like, yeah, it's something else to talk about for a minute. I can worry about I can talk about how much I like Gabe for a minute.
Sure. Well, and look, it's not, it's not being asked, I don't think, Spring. If we have something, let me know. We talked about it. This team took 3 from you in your own building last year.
Yep.
How are you going to change that trend? So maybe it is good we're asking you about Gabe and not talking about the fact that is there any pressure after what the results were last year in this series when you came home?
The Avalanche are talking a lot about Gabriel Landeskog. On ESPN, apparently you're not allowed to talk about Bill Belichick's girlfriend. Listen to this audio from First Take this morning. Mad Dog wants to make a Belichick's girlfriend joke, and ESPN shut that thing down. Roll it, Spring.
A lot more that I can give you. The Rangers fired their head coach. Mrs. Belichick's girlfriend with the 28-3, jersey, which drove me crazy. Did you see that this week?
Well, tell me the Belichick's girlfriend real quick. I want to hear.
You want to hear this? It'll get me in trouble, but I'll tell you right.
Oh, they said no. They said no.
Oh, they'll go
They
through.
said no.
Okay. That's what I mean.
They said no.
I get edited
They
here
said no.
too. I get edited.
Okay. No, I said so.
You got me in trouble.
So we didn't do it. We didn't do it. We caught ourselves.
How about it?
What happened?
Mad Dog's trying to crack a joke. He got told in the air, no Jordan Hudson jokes, apparently.
My God!
No 28-3 jokes, I guess.
Called her Mrs. Belichick, which we're not quite there yet that I know of. But
It seems like they're on the way.
what? Now I want to know what the joke was. What did she even do this weekend? I want to where anything happened. There was some 28-3 jersey. What?
Apparently.
Okay.
Also, 28-3 would have been a more acceptable age difference. We'll take a quick break.
Listen.
Thank
No.
you. Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
No.
We'll take a quick break when we come back. What was the tweet from somebody last year of just like you're a lonely, down on his luck 48-year-old guy, and just think somewhere your future girlfriend is being born. We'll take a quick break when we come back. Connor McGahee previews Game 3 between the Avalanche and the Stars. We're talking more Landeskog next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and register so you can bid on all of these sweet auctions we've been telling you about. And make sure that when you register at roller.bid on that drop-down menu, just let them know you heard this on Altitude. They have got a great auction coming up here, the April 2025 Vehicles, Contractor, and Rental Yard Equipment. Now, some things here. They got some great assets that you can bid on, but also this is a consignment opportunity for companies and individuals to liquidate their quality assets at a public online auction. So if you have things that you're looking to get rid of, reach out to Roller Auction, go to roller.bid and find out how to take advantage of this consignment opportunity. But this auction typically includes vehicles, trailers, lawn and garden equipment, attachments, rental yard equipment, shop equipment, concrete equipment, generators, toolboxes, ladders, and much more. Go to roller.bid to find out how you can take part in this, whether to consign some of your assets or to be able to bid and get some great deals. Go to roller.bid right now.
Intercepted by Barbario. Now Mikko Rantanen and Nathan MacKinnon are off to the races. It's 3-on-2. Here comes Nathan MacKinnon. Leads it for Landeskog. He shoots. Took a deflection. He scores! Luck is back on our side. And Gabe Landeskog, like a Viking off the back of Riikola and in.
Ooh, this is fun. So Connor McGahee jumps aboard from Ball Arena. Connor, you just heard that audio right there. Do you remember what year that goal was from?
I mean, Mark Barbario's in the highlights, so that has to be 2018.
2018, well done. Do you remember the opponent?
Well, Riikola. Who did he play for?
Riikola!
Well done, fellas. I teed you up for that one.
Yes.
I don't know, actually. Who was the opponent?
Spring?
It was the Penguins.
Oh.
There you go. Way back machine right there.
That was Sid scored a natural hat trick in that game, but the Avs won.
They did. It just seems that the Penguins haven't had goaltending for about a decade now.
Wow, a joyous chuckle there.
That was quite the cackle out of our guy, Connor McGahee.
Is that what I sound like?
No.
Okay.
No, that wasn't quite there.
Connor, is Landeskog playing tonight?
I mean, look, we're just trying to read signs at this point. You know what I'm saying?
You gonna go Tesla on us, sing
please,
signs?
Sweet mercy, have it be over so I have to, I don't have to answer that question anymore. Not your fault. You have to
In
ask
a
it.
hypothetical world where maybe Gabriel Landeskog is playing tonight, which we all seem to think that he is, what's his role? What line does he skate on? Power play, all that good stuff. What do you think, Connor?
Well, I mean, again, just trying to put pieces of the puzzle together and follow breadcrumbs and read tea leaves. This morning he was on the ice in Burgundy, which is power play 2, which features Taves, Nelson, Coyle, Val Nichushkin, which is a heck of a second power play, by the way. And if you put Landeskog out there, then, I mean, there's you have two pieces of net front presence that maybe power play 1 could use, if we're being honest. But, yeah, I would think that he'd get some time if he plays. And, look, the Avs just tweeted out a picture of his stall with the jersey hung, and it says a sight to see. So, again, more signs being thrown our way. And then, look, I just trying to look into when he did play for the Eagles, fellas, on both nights, about 15 minutes, in both of those games. So I would think that 15 minutes in an AHL game translates to 10 to 12, maybe 13 in an NHL game. So for me, that's third-line minutes. I don't know if that's where Bednar is going to put him, but it would also be an easy just plug-and-play with the spot that Miles Wood played in the other night. If it is, in fact, Landeskog with Kiviranta and Charlie Coyle, the minutes match up. I think those are two good guys to play with. The only tough part is if it is straight up, and Andy, you're going to absolutely hate this. You're going to despise what I'm about to say. If it's third line versus third line, it's Landeskog versus Ben.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
But I'd keep
That's
him
the
away
only
from
negative.
Marchment, too, frankly.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Marchment's a bigger wild card probably
well,
than Ben.
he's just going to fall down on his own, so don't worry about that. It's fine.
Connor, is there... We're going to leave that alone.
Why? The Jalen Brunson of the NHL.
Told you. Hey, Nate already got all worked up for me. I said beginning of the show, I said Landeskog returns and he handles business with Marchment and lets him know that's not how we do things around here. So, and then he called me hockey goon, which I am.
Meatball.
Whatever.
Come on, Meatball.
Look, there's a book about the tough guys literally called Goon. It's fine. All right. Is there a path where he's on power play 1? If you continue to see, because look, it's not been bad, but they only got one of the 3 the other night.
Yeah.
I would love to see him taking away the eyes of Ottinger again. Is there a chance we would see him out with power play 1, as you hinted right there?
There's always a chance. I mean, both teams are 2 for 7 in the series on the power play. And look, I think not shooting, looking for that absolutely perfect A+++++, to paraphrase Mark Rycroft, opportunity on the power play has been what the Avalanche are doing. And that's not what brought them success immediately after the Mikko Rantanen trade, right? They were shooting the puck really from everywhere. And look, Jonathan Drouin's a pass-first guy. Lekkonen's at the net front. I think you could probably use a bigger body in there, whether that's Nichushkin or Landeskog. We'll see how the first power play or two go tonight, and then Jared Bednar can decide if that's the case to make some changes. But it is something that Gabe Landeskog has made a living on, whether with his anterior or his posterior as net front presence, if you will, indeed. And I'll tell you what, it can really, really benefit the Avalanche power play, which hasn't been bad, but you would like it to be more 3 or 4 for 7 than 2 for 7 in the series.
Hey, what did Pete DeBoer, what did he change after O'Connor's goal and really from third period on? Did you notice any clear adjustments that Pete DeBoer made that made life tough on the Avalanche, especially in that third period?
Well, I think it was really the bottom 6 for them as a whole, Nate. I was going back and looking today for those 6 in particular, Game 1 numbers versus Game 2 numbers. And you saw time on ice increased, especially for the fourth line. I mean, take Sam Steele, for example. Game 1, no points. He's a -2, didn't have any hits or blocks. Then in game number 2, plays 17 minutes and 45 seconds, 3 hits, 2 assists, and a +1. Right? So, I mean, and look, one of the biggest difference makers in the game was Colin Blackwell, who ended up scoring the overtime winner. Yeah. He played 12.5 minutes, which was the least of any skater in the hockey game. And in the 12.5 minutes, he had 5 shots, 5 hits, and both of those co-led the Dallas Stars in that game. So kind of like the Avalanche, it was the bottom 6, and namely the fourth line, that brought the energy and allowed the Stars to really push back against the Avalanche in the second half of that game. And I remember a sequence where DeBoer went fourth line, second line, and then back to the fourth line. And the Granlund, Hintz, and Rantanen line didn't even get a slot in the rotation. So coaches have a 6th and 7th sense about those things, and that's what Pete DeBoer was on in Game 2, and it eventually got the Dallas Stars the overtime win.
Connor, before you left the house today, as you suited up, did you take a moment to stand in front of the mirror and scream out a good, "Oh, Captain, my Captain"? Did you prepare fully for what could be the biggest goal call of your life tonight?
Well, first of all, I don't like to look in the mirror because what looks back at me is not great. Second of all, I have many fond memories of "Oh, Captain, my Captain," and it's been living in the back of my mind for a long time, and hopefully tonight it can come to the front.
It's just been simmering back there in the crock pot. Oh, man. Connor McGahey, he's on the call tonight. 7:52 we're looking at again on the puck drop?
Yep. Warm-ups are at 7:13. Face-off at 7:52 p.m.
7:52. What time's that anthem, by the way, tonight,
The
Connor?
anthem should be at 7. Hold on. Grizz is right here. Say hi to Grizz, everybody.
Hey, Grizz.
Hi, Grizz.
Hey, Grizz. Hey, how are you? Anthem is at 7:49.
7:49:40, the national anthem this evening, hopefully with big number 92 standing on the blue line. Connor McGahey got the call tonight. Connor, go get him, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
All right, the great Connor McGahey joining us from Ball Arena ahead of Avalanche Stars game numero tres this evening. Andy, I need a pick to click. And I need a final score for this evening. Avs Stars.
I'm going for it.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Val Nichushkin needs to get off the playoff schneid and put one in tonight.
Okay. Val Nichushkin to score tonight. Final score, Andy?
Avs 4. Stars 1.
4-1. Ooh.
I hate that pick already.
Victory.
I'm not convinced of anything.
This
God,
evening.
I hate when these two teams play. I really do. These two series that we are dealing with in the first round of the playoffs could not be tighter between the 4 teams